On the morning of March 20th, 1906, the modern steel of the Walnut Street Bridge in Chattanooga, Tennessee, was host to a medieval horror. Dangling from a thick rope tied to a girder was the body of a man riddled with bullet holes, a silent silhouette against the rising sun. This wasn't a secret crime, hidden in the shadows. This was a public spectacle, a brutal message left for the entire city and the entire nation to see. The victim was a man named Ed Johnson, and just hours before his death, he had been granted a stay of execution by the United States Supreme Court. He was, by law, under federal protection. So what happened on that bridge? How could a mob tear a man from his cell and lynch him in open defiance of the highest court in the land? Today, we will answer that question. We will unravel a story of a city's rage, a sheriff's betrayal, and an injustice so profound it sparked an unprecedented legal battle for the very soul of America. Before he was a name in a Supreme Court case, Ed Johnson was just a man trying to find his way. He was 24 years old, a handyman, and a member of the Second Baptist Church. He wasn't a troublemaker. By all accounts, he was quiet, unassuming, and known for his steady work. In the segregated world of 1906 Chattanooga, a city trying to brand itself as a progressive hub of the New South, men like Ed Johnson lived a precarious existence. They were the backbone of the city's labor force, yet they were afforded none of its protections and lived under the constant unspoken threat of a racial hierarchy enforced by both law and tradition. His world was one of separate entrances, separate water fountains, and a carefully maintained social distance. He had hopes and fears like any other man, but his were filtered through the lens of Jim Crow. He sought stability, a bit of peace, and the quiet dignity of a life well lived within the narrow confines society had drawn for him. He was, in short, an ordinary man, which made him the perfect blank canvas onto which a city could project its deepest fears and hatreds. Miles away, in another part of that same city, lived Nevada Taylor. She was a young white woman, and her world was the mirror opposite of Ed Johnson's, defined by a different set of rigid expectations. Her life was meant to be one of protected virtue, of church socials, and a future promised within the safe confines of her community. She was a symbol of the Southern purity that the white power structure was obsessed with defending. The city they both called home, Chattanooga, was a place of deep contradictions. It boasted of its industry, its economic growth, and the grand Walnut Street Bridge that stitched the city together over the Tennessee River. But beneath this veneer of progress was a simmering cauldron of racial animosity. The memory of the Civil War was still fresh, and the rigid social order of the Jim Crow South was considered sacred. The slightest perceived transgression against that order, especially the ultimate taboo of a black man being accused of harming a white woman, was enough to make the city's civilized facade crumble into dust. In this tinderbox, Ed Johnson and Nevada Taylor were strangers, their lives running on parallel tracks that were never meant to intersect. But on a cold January night, in the darkness of a cemetery on the edge of town, those tracks would collide in a catastrophic event. One of them would become the victim of a brutal assault, and the other the victim of a city's ravenous, indiscriminate rage. Both of their lives and the world they knew were about to be destroyed. The crime scene was not a room with four walls, but a sprawling, cold expanse of earth and stone, the Forest Hills Cemetery. By day, it was a place of quiet reflection. But on the night of January 23, 1906, this sanctuary for the dead became a stage for a living nightmare. The air was still, the only sounds the rustle of winter leaves and the distant whistle of a train. It was in this profound and unnerving silence that Nevada Taylor was found, terrified and disoriented. There was no physical evidence to speak of, no footprints that could be trusted on the hard, cold ground, no discarded weapon, no clear signs of a struggle that told a specific story. The only evidence was Nevada Taylor's own harrowing account, a story pieced together from the fragments of trauma and the blackness of the night. She couldn't see her attacker's face. She couldn't describe his clothes. All she could offer was a voice in the dark and the terrifying assertion that her assailant was a black man. From the chaos, investigators clung to a single flimsy piece of information. Miss Taylor mentioned that she had grabbed at something during the attack, a small leather strap, which she thought might have come from her assailant's weapon. This tiny, ambiguous detail became the cornerstone of the entire investigation. It was not a clue that pointed to a specific person, but a desperate anchor in a sea of uncertainty. The scene of the crime quickly expanded beyond the cemetery gates and into the very heart of Chattanooga. Whispers turned to shouts, and fear curdled into rage. The city's white populace didn't see a mystery to be solved. They saw an outrage to be avenged. The lack of a clear suspect didn't inspire caution. Instead, it created a vacuum that was instantly filled with suspicion directed at every black man in the city. The investigation began not with a question, who did this, but with a conclusion. A black man was responsible, and he would be found. The wilderness of the cemetery had offered no easy answers, but the mob-minded certainty of the city demanded one, and it demanded one immediately. The hunt was on, not for a specific individual, but for any man who could be made to fit the crime. The city's fury needed a face, a name to attach to its collective rage. That pressure fell squarely on the shoulders of Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. A man of his time and place, Shipp understood that justice in the Jim Crow South was often secondary to maintaining order, and order meant placating the white majority. His personal vendetta wasn't against any one man, but against the threat of chaos and the political damage an unsolved crime of this nature could do to his career. He needed a culprit, and he needed one fast. The investigation became a brutal dragnet. Deputies swept through the black neighborhoods of Chattanooga, rounding up men by the dozen. It wasn't about finding clues. It was about creating a lineup of potential sacrifices. And in this trawl, they found Ed Johnson. He wasn't caught red-handed, nor was he found with any incriminating evidence. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, a known figure in the community who suddenly found himself ensnared in a nightmare. The flimsy clue of the leather strap was now given a purpose. A rumor began to circulate, likely started by the authorities themselves, that Johnson had been seen with a similar strap. It was a lie, but a powerful one. Suddenly, the community had something to latch onto. Ed Johnson fit the profile not because of evidence, but because he was available. He was a black man, he was young, and he was powerless. The entire weight of the investigation now shifted onto him. Every aspect of his quiet life was re-examined through a lens of presumed guilt. His unassuming nature was twisted into sullen secrecy, his work as a handyman seen as a cover for a darker character. The community didn't have a motive rooted in personal animosity, so they invented one for him. The racist, monstrous caricature of a black man driven by uncontrollable lust. A vile stereotype used for a century to justify racial violence. The mob had its villain. The Whispers had found their target. In the face of a lynch mob and a hostile legal system, a man has one last line of defense: his own lawyers. They are supposed to be his sword and his shield, the one party in the room bound by oath to fight for him, no matter the odds. For Ed Johnson, this sacred trust was placed in the hands of two court-appointed attorneys, W.G.M. Thomas and Robert Cameron. But this is where the story takes a chilling turn. The deepest betrayal wouldn't come from the mob in the streets, but from the very men sitting beside him at the defense table. There was no hidden affair or secret greed driving these men. Their motive was something far more common and far more poisonous. They simply did not believe their client was innocent. They were products of their time, white men of standing in a society that had already condemned Ed Johnson in its heart. To them, defending him was not a pursuit of justice, but an unpleasant professional obligation. A vigorous defense would mean alienating their peers, the judges, and the entire white community of Chattanooga. It was a battle they had no intention of fighting. Their actions in the courtroom, when re-examined, tell a story not of a failed defense, but of a defense that was never truly mounted. They met with Johnson only once, for a few minutes, before the trial began. They called no witnesses to the stand to testify to his character or to help establish an alibi. They offered only a timid, half-hearted cross-examination of the prosecution's witnesses. The trial was a sham, and his own lawyers were willing participants in the charade. The final, damning proof of their betrayal came after the inevitable guilty verdict was handed down. Ed Johnson, terrified but resolute in his innocence, begged them to file an appeal. They refused. In their eyes, the case was closed. They had performed their duty as they saw it, and now they were washing their hands of the condemned man. This wasn't just legal malpractice, it was an act of profound abandonment. Ed Johnson's supposed guardians had delivered him, bound and gagged, to his executioners. He was utterly and completely alone. Just when Ed Johnson's fate seemed sealed, a new and unexpected force entered the fray. It did not come from within Chattanooga's white power structure, but from outside of it, from a quarter no one had bothered to consider. Two local black attorneys, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, stepped out of the shadows. This was not just a legal maneuver, it was an act of almost unimaginable courage. In a city where they were considered second-class citizens, where their very ambition was seen as a provocation, they chose to stand up for a man everyone else had left for dead. Their motive was not profit or personal gain. It was a radical belief in the promise of American justice, even when America itself had broken that promise time and time again. They saw a sham trial, an innocent man railroaded, and a violation of the most basic constitutional rights. Their interest clashed directly with the unwritten law of the city, which demanded a swift execution to satisfy the mob. Pardon and Hutchins were not just fighting for Ed Johnson, they were challenging the entire corrupt edifice of Jim Crow justice. Their presence created an immediate and dangerous unease. They were threatened, intimidated, and ostracized. But they refused to back down. When the Tennessee Supreme Court slammed its doors in their face, they made a decision that would change legal history. They decided to appeal to an authority far outside the state, a power that the Chattanooga mob could not control, the Supreme Court of the United States. This was the ultimate external threat. The news that two black lawyers were taking their case to Washington, D.C. was seen as an outrageous act of defiance. To Sheriff Shipp and the city's leaders, this wasn't an appeal, it was an invasion. It was the federal government, the same force that had crushed the Confederacy 40 years prior, once again threatening to meddle in their affairs. The conflict was no longer just about Ed Johnson. It was a battle for control, a struggle between local mob rule and the supreme law of the land. The entire official investigation into the assault of Nevada Taylor was, from the very beginning, a grand and tragic false trail. The objective was never to find the truth, but to secure a conviction. The so-called clues that led to Ed Johnson were not discoveries, but constructions, red herrings deliberately laid to guide public opinion toward a predetermined conclusion. The central piece of evidence, the small leather strap, was the most potent of these fictions. Investigators treated it like a smoking gun, a direct link to Johnson, despite the fact that no one could ever definitively prove it belonged to him or that it was even connected to the crime. The trail led from this flimsy object to the Hamilton County Jail, where the most crucial piece of misdirection was staged. The identification of Ed Johnson by Nevada Taylor was not a moment of clarity, but of manufactured certainty. She was brought into a dim room where Johnson was the only suspect presented. Her initial hesitation, her uncertainty, was brushed aside by the forceful suggestions of the lawmen around her. Under immense pressure, she gave them the identification they wanted. This shaky, coerced statement, which should have been a dead end, was instead treated as an irrefutable fact. Meanwhile, any path that might have led to the truth was quickly blocked off. Ed Johnson had an alibi. Witnesses in the black community could place him at a saloon far from the cemetery at the time of the attack. But these leads, The only ones that actually pointed toward his innocence were never pursued. The authorities simply weren't interested. Every testament to Johnson's good character, every inconsistency in the timeline, was ignored. These promising trails didn't evaporate. They were deliberately buried under the weight of the official narrative. This created a strange and dangerous kind of frustration. For Sheriff Shipp and the white mob, the frustration wasn't that the case was stalled, but that the legal process, however flawed, was taking too long. They had their man, their simple answer, and the appeals filed by Pardon and Hutchins were seen as infuriating obstacles. For the black community, the feeling was one of growing terror. They were watching a legal system actively lead itself down a false path, and they knew that at the end of this trail lay not justice, but a hangman's noose for an innocent man. In Chattanooga, the truth was not buried by a lack of evidence, but by two formidable walls of silence. The first was a wall built by the white community, not of quiet whispers, but of a deafening, unified roar. It was an unspoken agreement that Ed Johnson was guilty, a conclusion reached before the trial even began. This wasn't just about one crime, it was about defending a fragile social order. To question Johnson's guilt was to question the very foundation of their world, to suggest a white woman could be wrong and a black man could be innocent. Any white person who harbored doubts learned quickly to keep them to themselves, lest they be branded a sympathizer, a traitor to their own. The second wall was built by the black community, and it was a wall of pure, unadulterated terror. People knew Ed Johnson. They knew his character. Some even knew where he was on that fateful night. But the code of the Jim Crow South was brutally simple. You saw nothing, you heard nothing, and you knew nothing that contradicted the white mob. To come forward as an alibi witness for Johnson would not have been seen as a civic duty, but as an act of suicidal defiance. The price for speaking the truth was the firebombing of your home, the destruction of your business, or a rope thrown over a tree limb with your own name on it. This silence was born from a deep and justified distrust of the law. The police and the courts were not seen as protectors, but as the enforcement arm of the white power structure. To go to Sheriff Shipp with information proving Johnson's innocence would be pointless and perilous. The system was not designed to find the truth. It was designed to produce a result, and that result had already been decided. The psychological toll on those who dared to breach this wall was immediate and severe. Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins were the ultimate examples. By taking Johnson's case, they shattered the silence. In return, they were marked men. Their lives were openly threatened, their reputations dragged through the mud. They were hunted in their own city, forced to flee for their very survival. The message sent to the rest of the community was chillingly clear. This is the fate of those who speak. After that, the silence became absolute. With the Tennessee courts turning a deaf ear and the execution date looming, all hope seemed to be lost. The legal road had run out, and the gallows were being prepared. But in the small office of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, a discovery was made that would change the course of American legal history. The forgotten clue they unearthed wasn't a misplaced letter or a hidden diary. It was a fundamental principle that the state of Tennessee had chosen to ignore. It was the United States Constitution. Their argument was as simple as it was revolutionary. They contended that Ed Johnson had not received a trial by a jury of his peers, but had been condemned by a jury of intimidated hostages. A courtroom surrounded by an armed, bloodthirsty mob, they argued, is not a court of law. It is a stage for a legal lynching. This was not a failure of evidence, but a failure of the entire process, a gross violation of Johnson's right to due process under the 14th Amendment. This was their forgotten clue. The trial itself was the crime. With this powerful argument, they did the unthinkable. They bypassed the entire state judicial system and took their appeal directly to the highest court in the land. It was a desperate, audacious gamble, two lone black lawyers from the South petitioning the 9 most powerful jurists in America. And then, the impossible happened. The Supreme Court listened. Justice John Marshall Harlan, a man who had famously dissented in the Plessy versus Ferguson case that enshrined separate but equal, saw the profound injustice. On March 19, 1906, he granted a stay of execution. A telegram was dispatched from Washington, D.C. to Chattanooga. It was a single piece of paper, but it carried the full weight of the United States government, ordering a halt to the execution. The forgotten clue had not just opened a door, it had kicked it off its hinges. For a fleeting, miraculous moment, the law had prevailed. The case was no longer about one man's life. It was now a direct confrontation between the rule of law and the rule of the mob. The telegram from the Supreme Court should have been a shield, an impenetrable barrier of federal authority protecting Ed Johnson. Instead, in the charged atmosphere of Chattanooga, it acted like a lit match tossed into a powder keg. The news spread through the city not as a call for lawful patience, but as an intolerable insult. A distant court in Washington, they felt, had stolen their justice, robbing them of the vengeance they so desperately craved. The city began to simmer, and then to boil. The central mystery was no longer who attacked Nevada Taylor, but who would dare to defy the United States Supreme Court. The answer was not some shadowy figure hiding in the back alleys. The mastermind of the lynching, the man who held the keys to both the jail and to the mob's fury, was Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. His unmasking came not from a forgotten clue, but from his own deliberate, chilling actions on the night of March 19th. His motive was a toxic cocktail of wounded pride, political calculation, and pure racist ideology. The Supreme Court's stay of execution was a direct and public humiliation. It was a declaration that he, the sheriff, had overseen a failed and unconstitutional trial. In his mind, his authority, his honor, and the honor of his community had been trampled by an interfering federal power. Faced with a choice between his oath to uphold the law of the land and his allegiance to the unwritten code of the mob, Sheriff Shipp made his decision. He would side with the mob. The unmasking is found in the sequence of his orders that night. First, he sent the vast majority of his deputies home, leaving the county jail, which held a man now at the center of a national firestorm, almost completely unguarded. Then, he personally disarmed the one remaining jailer, a man named Nicholson, leaving him with only a single, useless key. He had effectively laid out a welcome mat for the violence he knew was coming. The mob that gathered that night was not a spontaneous eruption of chaos. It was an organized force, its leaders emboldened by the silent, implicit permission of the sheriff. They marched on the jail, not with the uncertainty of a riot, but with the confidence of men who knew they would face no resistance. When the sledgehammers began to ring against the jailhouse doors, the sound was not just breaking steel, but the shattering of the rule of law. The true culprits were unmasked, a furious mob acting as the fist, and the county sheriff, the man sworn to stop them, acting as the calculating, treacherous mind. The night air of Chattanooga filled with the rhythmic, brutal clang of steel on steel as the mob's sledgehammers beat against the jailhouse doors. Inside, a terrified Ed Johnson listened as his last line of defense was systematically battered into submission. When the doors finally gave way, a river of angry shouts and menacing faces flooded the corridor. Rough hands seized him, dragging him from the relative safety of his cell out into the cold March street. They marched him through the city, a grim procession lit by flickering torches and street lamps. The mob was a beast with 100 heads, and it was parading its victim towards the altar of its rage, the Walnut Street Bridge. The modern steel structure, a symbol of Chattanooga's progress, became a stage for its most medieval impulse. The dark, swirling waters of the Tennessee River flowed silently below, an indifferent witness to the horror about to unfold. On the bridge, under the vast, starless sky, a thick rope was thrown over a steel girder. In this final, terrifying moment, Ed Johnson was granted a chance to speak. His voice, clear and steady, cut through the jeers of the crowd. He did not beg for his life. He proclaimed his truth. "I am an innocent man, he declared to the faces surrounding him. "I am not guilty of this crime. I have said it all the time and I say it now. God bless you all. I am ready to go." Then he was pushed into the void. The rope snapped taut, but the fall did not bring a swift end. As his body twisted in the air, a leader of the mob raised a pistol. A single sharp crack echoed across the river, and Johnson's body went limp. It was followed by another and another. From the bridge above, a fusillade of gunfire erupted. The night was filled with muzzle flashes, each bright spark followed by the sound of a shot. Over 50 in all, each one a punctuation mark in a statement of pure defiance. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A ringing silence descended upon the bridge, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the steel girders and the distant bark of a dog. Ed Johnson's body hung motionless, a haunting pendulum suspended between the city and the dark river below. The mob, its terrible work done, quietly began to disperse, leaving their gruesome message hanging in the night for all the world to see. News of the lynching in Chattanooga was not just news of a murder, it was news of a rebellion. The mob, aided by the sheriff, had not just killed a man, they had openly defied a direct order from the United States Supreme Court. The insult was so profound, so audacious, that it shook the halls of power in Washington. President Theodore Roosevelt himself condemned it as a hideous crime. The Supreme Court, its authority fundamentally challenged, decided to do something it had never done before and has never done since. It resolved to hold its own criminal trial. The atmosphere was unlike any other in American history. The case of United States versus Shipp was not held in a Tennessee courthouse filled with angry locals, but before the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. The defendants, Sheriff Shipp and several leaders of the mob, were summoned to the nation's capital. They walked into the proceedings not with the demeanor of contrite men, but with a quiet, stubborn defiance. Back home, they were heroes who had upheld the Southern Code. In Washington, they were seen as insurrectionists. They were not on trial for murder. The federal court had no jurisdiction for that, but for something just as fundamental, contempt of court, for spitting in the face of the highest law in the land. Shipp and his men maintained their innocence, claiming they were simply overwhelmed by a spontaneous and uncontrollable mob. They presented themselves as hapless peacekeepers, not willing conspirators. But the evidence, painstakingly gathered by federal investigators, told a different story. A story of deputies sent home, of a jail left intentionally unguarded, of a sheriff who had promised the mob they would not be stopped. The verdict, when it finally came down in 1909, was a thunderclap. The Supreme Court of the United States found Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp and 5 of his associates guilty. It was a seismic moment, the first time the federal government had successfully prosecuted the participants of a lynch mob. But then came the sentence. For orchestrating the murder of a man under federal protection and for defying the highest court in the land, Sheriff Shipp was sentenced to serve just 60 days in a federal jail. Justice, it seemed, had been both served and denied in the very same breath. The verdict established a monumental precedent. The rule of law could and would reach down to challenge mob violence, but the punishment was so laughably light that it felt like a slap on the wrist. Shipp served his time and returned to Chattanooga not as a disgraced criminal, but as a celebrated martyr, his reputation enhanced by his brief and comfortable imprisonment. The verdict was a landmark victory for the principle of law, but a bitterly hollow one for the cause of true justice. The lives of everyone touched by the tragedy of Ed Johnson were permanently fractured, their futures sent spinning in new and often tragic directions. For the 2 men who fought for him, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, the price of their courage was exile. They were hounded from the city they sought to better, their legal practices destroyed, and their lives under constant threat. They became fugitives from the very mob they had tried to defeat in a courtroom, forced to rebuild their lives in the anonymity of the North, their names whispered in Chattanooga's black community with a mixture of reverence and fear. They had won a moral victory, but suffered a devastating personal defeat. The opposite was true for Sheriff Joseph Shipp. He did not return from his 60-day sentence in shame. He was welcomed back to Chattanooga as a conquering hero. He walked the streets not as a convicted criminal who had defied the Supreme Court, but as a champion of Southern honor who had stood up to federal overreach. His complicity in the lynching did not end his career. It solidified his legacy among the white majority. He became a living symbol of the South's defiance, his life a testament to the fact that in the Jim Crow era, some crimes were not only tolerated, but celebrated. Nevada Taylor, the young woman whose assault was the catalyst for the entire nightmare, retreated into a life of quiet obscurity. The trauma of that night in the cemetery was compounded by the horror of what was done in her name. She never spoke publicly of the events again, living out her days in the long shadow of a crime she survived and a murder she inadvertently caused. Her life, like Johnson's, was irrevocably defined by that one terrible night. For the black community of Chattanooga, the lynching of Ed Johnson became a ghost story told for generations, a brutal lesson in the consequences of defiance. It cast a pall of fear that lingered for decades, reinforcing the city's rigid racial hierarchy with the haunting image of a body hanging from the Walnut Street Bridge. But a seed of resolve was also planted. The fight for Ed Johnson's name did not die with him. It was a slow, stubborn pursuit of justice that spanned nearly a century, a legal and moral reckoning passed down through the years, waiting for a time when the city would finally be forced to confront its past. If you walk across Chattanooga's Walnut Street Bridge today, you will see a city reborn. It is now a pedestrian walkway, a beautiful expanse of blue steel where families stroll, cyclists glide by, and tourists take photos of the Tennessee River below. It is a symbol of the city's vibrant present. But the steel beneath your feet tells a different story. The massive girders that support this scene of modern leisure are the very same girders from which a noose was hung in 1906. The bridge is not just a landmark, it is a monument to a murder, a tangible physical remnant of a night of profound horror. For nearly a century, the official story of Ed Johnson was a ghost, a tale whispered in the black community but largely erased from the city's public memory. But ghosts have a way of demanding to be seen. In the year 2000, 94 years after his death, the Hamilton County Court officially overturned Ed Johnson's conviction, a stunning and long overdue admission of the injustice that had been done. The echo of his last words, "I am an innocent man," had finally found its way back into a courtroom and been affirmed as truth. Today, not far from the foot of that very bridge, a new monument stands. It is the Ed Johnson Memorial, a solemn and powerful space dedicated to his memory and to the courage of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins. It is a deliberate act of reclamation, a place where the story is no longer whispered but told in bronze and stone for all to see. It stands as a counter-narrative to the silence, a permanent testament to a history that the city is finally beginning to confront. The mountains that cradle Chattanooga have seen empires rise and fall, and the river has carried 1,000 secrets to the sea. They were the silent witnesses to the crime, the trial, and the lynching. For decades, the world tried to forget what happened on that bridge, to pave over the past with progress. But the steel remembers, the river remembers. And now, thanks to the tireless pursuit of justice, the city is finally being forced to remember too, ensuring that the echo of Ed Johnson's story will never again fade into silence. So we return to the question that hung in the air with Ed Johnson's body. How could this happen in open defiance of the nation's highest court? The answer, we now know, is as simple as it is terrifying. The law is not a fortress of stone. It is a fragile agreement, utterly dependent on the integrity of those sworn to uphold it. On that night in Chattanooga, the man with the badge decided the mob's will was more important than the court's word, and in that moment, the law ceased to exist. But this story is more than just a chronicle of a failure of justice. It is a profound lesson in the slow, stubborn, and often painful pursuit of it. It teaches us that the arc of the moral universe may bend toward justice, as the saying goes, but it does not bend on its own. It must be pulled, inch by painful inch, by the hands of courageous and often forgotten people. Men like Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, who risked everything for a man they knew was innocent, pulled on that arc. Their fight seemed lost in 1906, but it started a conversation that refused to die, a quiet echo that grew louder with each passing generation. The story of Ed Johnson is a reminder that history is never truly in the past. It lives in the steel of a bridge, in the names carved on a memorial, and in the ongoing struggle to reconcile our ideals with our actions. The Supreme Court's verdict was a landmark for the rule of law, but the real justice, the clearing of an innocent man's name, took nearly a century to arrive. It is a story that teaches us that the loudest shouts for truth often come from the quietest graves. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. You know how the law can be both a shield and a sword, and how sometimes it is simply a whisper in a storm of rage. For the law can be written on paper, but justice must be carved into the heart of a community. And that is a task that is never truly finished. In 1876, on the treacherous slopes of Sassafras Mountain, a posse of lawmen stood in stunned silence. Below them, sprawled across the narrow trail, lay their leader, Deputy U.S. Marshal Alfred Duckworth. The crisp mountain air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, carried a second, more bitter smell, the lingering ghost of spent black powder. There was no sign of the attackers. They had melted back into the impenetrable wilderness, leaving behind only the chilling stillness of the forest and a federal officer lying dead on the ground. This wasn't a robbery. It wasn't a crime of passion. This was an execution, an act of open defiance against the full authority of the United States government. The question that echoed through the Blue Ridge hollows was as cold as the mountain stream. Who would dare do this? Who commanded these mountains with such loyalty and fear that they could ambush and kill a federal lawman and then simply vanish? Today, we will become detectives of the past, hunting for the truth behind the man who pulled that trigger, a man who became a legend. His name was Lewis Redmond. To understand the gunshot that killed Alfred Duckworth, you have to understand the world that loaded the rifle. This was Appalachia in the years after the Civil War, a land scarred and broken. The conflict had ripped families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, and left a deep, simmering resentment for the federal government that now ruled from afar. Here, in the misty coves and steep hollows of the Blue Ridge, Washington, D.C. felt like a foreign country, and its laws felt like the decrees of an occupying army. Survival was a daily battle fought against thin, rocky soil. A man could break his back farming corn, but the crop itself was almost worthless. It was too heavy, too bulky to haul over treacherous mountain paths to distant markets. But that same corn, put through the copper coils of a still, could be transformed. It became liquid gold, whiskey. A gallon of liquor was portable, profitable, and it was the only real currency many families had. For them, moonshining wasn't a crime. It was an act of economic survival, as essential as planting in the spring and harvesting in the fall. Into this world came the Internal Revenue Act, a tax levied to pay for the war the mountain people felt they had already paid for in blood. The federal agents, the revenuers, who came to enforce this tax, were seen as nothing more than thieves with badges. They came to smash the stills, to seize the only livelihood these families had, and to drag men off to faraway jails. They were invaders, pure and simple, and in the mountains, invaders are met with resistance. This was the world that forged Lewis Redmond. Born around 1855, he was, by all accounts, a man who seemed destined to lead. He was described as tall and handsome, with a sharp intelligence and piercing blue eyes that held your gaze. There was a charisma about him that drew people in, a quiet confidence that made them trust him. He wasn't a brutish outlaw born of malice. He was a son of the mountains. After his father died, the duty of providing for his mother and siblings fell to him. With farming offering little more than starvation, he turned to the family trade, the one skill that could put food on the table and keep the cabin warm: blockading. He stepped into the shadows of the forest, not as a criminal seeking riches, but as a protector, a provider, taking on a role that would soon force him into a war against the United States itself. His world, and the lives of those who enforced the law, was about to change forever. When the last echo of gunfire faded from Sassafras Mountain, a silence more profound than any sound descended upon the surviving lawmen. It was a heavy, watchful silence, as if the ancient trees and shadowed rocks were passing judgment. The air, thin and cold, was still hazy with the acrid smoke of black powder, a ghostly shroud hanging over the scene. The posse, men hardened by mountain life, cautiously emerged from their cover, their eyes scanning the dense rhododendron thickets above them. There was no movement, no sound of a fleeing enemy. There was only the rustle of leaves in the wind and the sight of Alfred Duckworth lying still upon the trail he would never leave. They approached the scene with a grim purpose. Duckworth had fallen forward, his life bleeding out into the unforgiving mountain soil. His own revolver was clutched in his hand, a single chamber spent, a testament to a man who died fighting. But it was a futile gesture. The ambush had been perfect. The killers had chosen their ground with a soldier's eye, firing from the high ridge concealed by a dense wall of mountain laurel. It was a classic guerrilla tactic designed for maximum devastation with minimum risk. The attackers had held all the cards. The ground told a fractured story. The lawmen could see the scuffed earth where their own posse had taken cover, but the attackers' tracks were faint, almost non-existent. There were several sets of them, melting away from the ridge not toward any known path, but straight into the tangled vertical wilderness where a posse on horseback could never follow. It was the work of ghosts who knew every rock and ravine, every hidden game trail and secret passage through the mountains. They hadn't just escaped, they had been swallowed by the landscape itself. The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. How many shooters were there? How did they know the precise route the posse would take? This wasn't a chance encounter. It was a carefully laid trap, sprung with deadly precision. It spoke of an intelligence network, of spies and lookouts hidden in the scattered mountain cabins. A cold realization settled over the men as they stood over their fallen leader. They weren't just fighting distillers, they were fighting an army. And in the heart of that army, there had to be a general. In the hushed whispers of the posse, a single name began to surface, a name that was already becoming a legend: Lewis Redmond. For the federal government, there was no whodunit. In the halls of power and in the offices of the U.S. Marshals, the question wasn't who gave the order, but where is Lewis Redmond? The ambush on Sassafras Mountain was not seen as a random act of violence by desperate men. It was seen as a message, a personal declaration of war sent directly from the king of the moonshiners himself. Duckworth's posse was climbing that specific trail for one reason: to dismantle Redmond's operation and bring him in. The attack was the answer. The vendetta wasn't between two men who had shared a past of personal slights or insults. It was far deeper than that. It was a feud between two opposing worlds. Alfred Duckworth represented the law, order, and the unyielding authority of a distant government. Lewis Redmond represented the unwritten code of the mountains: self-reliance, defiance, and a fierce, almost primal protection of one's own people and one's own land. Every still Redmond built was an act of rebellion. Every gallon of untaxed whiskey he sold was a blow against the federal treasury. Duckworth's arrival on that mountain was the government's hand reaching into Redmond's kingdom, and Redmond, in their eyes, had chopped that hand off at the wrist. Whispers immediately began to snake through the mountain communities, but they weren't the whispers of fearful informants. They were whispers of awe, of a grim and grudging respect. Everyone knew this was Redmond's territory. Everyone knew of his organizational skills, his network of spies, and his utter fearlessness. The precision of the ambush, the ghost-like disappearance of the shooters, it all bore his signature. He was the only man with the audacity and the resources to orchestrate such a bold attack against a federal officer. The law saw it the same way. The evidence was overwhelming, even if it was circumstantial. The attack took place at a known Redmond stronghold. The target was a lawman sent to arrest him. The motive was self-preservation and the defense of a criminal empire. For the U.S. Marshals, all other possibilities were irrelevant. Louis Redmond was no longer just a tax-evading blockader. He was now suspect number one in the murder of a federal agent. A massive bounty was placed on his head, and his name was plastered on wanted posters from Georgia to Washington, D.C. The game of cat and mouse was over. The manhunt had begun. While the federal marshals saw a clear line from Louis Redmond's rifle to Alfred Duckworth's heart, a more insidious suspicion began to fester among the lawmen themselves. Redmond was cunning, yes, and he knew the mountains like the back of his hand. But the ambush on Sassafras Mountain was too perfect. It hinted at something more than just good scouting. It smelled of betrayal. The posse's route was supposed to have been a closely guarded secret. How could Redmond have known their exact path and timing, setting up a flawless killing ground? The chilling answer had to be that someone was talking. Suspicion turned inward, casting a dark shadow over the very men sworn to uphold the law. This second suspect wasn't a single person, but a phantom, a traitor hidden within their own ranks, or in the seemingly respectable towns at the foot of the mountains. Was it a local deputy sheriff, resentful of the federal revenuers and secretly on Redmond's payroll? Was it a town merchant who profited from the moonshine trade, passing along gossip and patrol schedules in exchange for protection or a share of the profits? The motive here wasn't a personal feud, but something far more corrosive. For some, it might have been simple greed. A sack of Redmond's silver was more tangible and persuasive than a federal salary. For others, it was a matter of kinship. In the tight-knit clans of Appalachia, blood was often thicker than the law, and a cousin's loyalty could easily outweigh an oath to a distant government. And for a few, it may have been a matter of principle. They saw Redmond as the lesser of two evils, a local boy defending his home against an intrusive, tyrannical power. Suddenly, past events were seen in a new, sinister light. A casual question from a store clerk about the posse's supplies no longer seemed so innocent. A local guide's insistence on a particular trail, once seen as expert advice, now looked like a deliberate misdirection into a trap. The federal marshals realized they weren't just fighting an outlaw in the wilderness. They were fighting an invisible network of sympathizers and informants, a fifth column that had infiltrated their world. Redmond's greatest weapon wasn't his rifle. It was the loyalty he commanded, a loyalty that could turn a trusted neighbor into a deadly enemy. But there was a third, colder theory, one whispered not in the mountains, but in the cynical backrooms of power. This theory painted both Redmond and Duckworth as pawns in a much larger, more ruthless game. The suspect in this version wasn't a man at all, but the cold, calculating political will of a nation still healing from civil war. To the federal government in Washington, the defiant Appalachian moonshiners were more than just tax cheats. They were a symbol of lingering rebellion, a festering pocket of the old Confederacy that refused to be broken. The motive here was not justice, it was subjugation. The paltry sum of the whiskey tax was almost irrelevant. The true goal was to crush the independent spirit of the mountain people, to make an example of them and demonstrate the absolute, unchallengeable power of the federal government. To achieve this, they needed a catalyst. They needed a public outrage, a reason to send in troops and impose a martial authority that simple tax evasion could never justify. They needed a martyr. According to this dark possibility, Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth wasn't just sent on a dangerous mission, he was sent as bait. The increasingly aggressive tactics of the revenuers, their raids becoming more frequent and more violent, seemed designed to provoke a response. They were kicking a hornet's nest, hoping to get stung. The death of a federal officer would be the perfect pretext. It would galvanize public opinion, painting the mountain people as savage killers and giving Washington the moral high ground to launch a full-scale campaign to pacify the region once and for all. This external force created a climate of escalating fear and inevitable conflict. It squeezed the mountain communities, leaving men like Redmond with no room to maneuver. They were being pushed into a corner where a violent reaction was the only one left. In this chilling scenario, the shot that killed Alfred Duckworth was not just fired by Lewis Redmond. It was aimed and guided by an unseen hand 1,000 miles away. A hand that saw one dead marshal as a small price to pay for the taming of a rebellious frontier. In the wake of Duckworth's death, a firestorm of federal fury descended upon the Blue Ridge. An army of U.S. marshals, deputies, and grim-faced bounty hunters poured into the mountains, convinced that the sheer weight of their numbers would crush Redmond's rebellion. They believed his capture was inevitable, a matter of weeks, perhaps even days. They were about to learn a harsh lesson about the land and the man they were hunting. The Blue Ridge Mountains do not give up their secrets easily. The posses, many of them flatlanders unused to the vertical terrain, found themselves fighting a war on two fronts, one against Redmond and another against the wilderness itself. They were tormented by knife-edge ridges, choked by rhododendron hells so thick a man had to crawl on his belly, and soaked by sudden, bone-chilling mountain rains. Their horses went lame on the rocky paths, their supplies dwindled, and their confidence eroded with every fruitless mile. The mountains were Redmond's fortress, and every tree and stone was a soldier in his army. Redmond, for his part, played them like a fiddle. He was a master of misdirection. A whisper from a farmer's wife about a man matching his description heading east would send a posse on a 3-day trek into a dead-end gorge, while Redmond was actually miles away to the west. He left deliberate, misleading tracks, only to double back and watch his pursuers from a high ridge, invisible. Tales began to trickle down from the mountains of him, walking brazenly through a town disguised as an old preacher, gathering supplies and information right under the noses of the lawmen who were searching for him. The most famous of these failures became a legend in itself. Acting on a tip, a large posse of marshals surrounded a small, isolated cabin deep in Transylvania County where Redmond was said to be cornered. For hours, they laid in wait, a perfect trap. As dawn broke, they stormed the cabin, ready for a bloody shootout. They found only a cold hearth and an open back window. He had slipped through their grasp yet again. Locals would later swear he'd climbed right up the wide stone chimney and disappeared into the night like smoke. The truth was likely simpler, but the legend was far more powerful. With every failed raid and every evaporated lead, the marshals' frustration curdled into a cold, hard anger. They were being humiliated, outsmarted at every turn by a backwoods distiller. This growing desperation made the lawmen dangerous, their questions more pointed, their methods more aggressive. But their pressure didn't break the mountain people's resolve. It only drove them deeper into a protective silence, reinforcing the invisible wall that protected their king. The manhunt wasn't catching a man, it was creating a myth. As the manhunt dragged on, the U.S. Marshals slammed into a barrier far more formidable than any mountain ridge. It was a wall of silence, built of fear, kinship, and generations of deep-seated distrust. When they rode up to isolated cabins to ask questions, they were met with blank stares, lowered eyes, and a frustrating, impenetrable chorus of, "I don't know nothing." Doors that were once open to strangers were now bolted shut. The friendly mountain folk had turned inward, their faces becoming as hard and unreadable as the granite cliffs around them. This was the unspoken code of the mountains, an omerta as binding as any blood oath. To speak to a revenuer, to offer even the smallest piece of information, was to commit the ultimate sin, betrayal of your own people. The reasons were twofold. First, there was the very real fear of retribution. Lewis Redmond was not just a hero. He was the law in these parts. His network was everywhere, and a loose tongue could cost a man his livelihood, his home, or even his life. Old Martha, who claimed she saw a rider pass her cabin the night Duckworth was killed, found her barn burned to the ground a week later. After that, no one dared speak a word. But it was more than just fear. It was a profound and unwavering loyalty to their way of life and to the man who had become its greatest defender. In their eyes, the federal government was the true criminal, the outside force that sought to starve their families and destroy their traditions. Helping the marshals was seen as siding with the enemy. A man's cousin, even a law-breaking one, was still his cousin. A neighbor who shared his corn was more of a brother than any uniformed stranger from Washington. Redmond wasn't an outlaw hiding among them. He was one of them, being protected by them. The psychological toll was immense, both on the hunters and the hunted. The marshals, consumed by frustration, began to see every man, woman, and child as a potential conspirator. Their presence became more oppressive, their methods harsher, which only served to reinforce the community's silence. The mountains became a closed world, a fortress of collective will. This wall of silence was the bedrock of Redmond's kingdom. It was the reason he could move like a ghost, because for the law, he was surrounded by 1,000 invisible accomplices who saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing at all. For 5 long years, the manhunt had grown cold, freezing into a kind of permanent, low-grade war. Lewis Redmond had transcended from a man into a living folk tale, a ghost who haunted the Blue Ridge. The federal marshals, weary and frustrated, maintained their presence, but the active chase had become a grim stalemate. The wall of silence held firm, and it seemed Redmond would rule his mountain kingdom until he died of old age, a free man. But time, the great betrayer, was working against him in ways no posse ever could. The turning point wasn't a clever piece of detective work or a long-lost letter found in a dusty attic. It was the slow, insidious erosion of 2 pillars that held up Redmond's world: his own health and the loyalty of his men. The endless running, the cold nights sleeping on damp ground, and the constant stress had taken their toll. Redmond, the invincible warrior, was being weakened by a cough that wouldn't quit, a fever that stole his strength. It was likely consumption, the White Plague, and it was a foe he couldn't outrun or outshoot. At the same time, the massive bounty on his head had grown from a mere offer into a legend of its own. It was a life-changing sum of money, enough to buy the biggest farm in the valley, enough to leave the mountains forever and live like a king. For years, the code of loyalty held firm. But as Redmond grew weaker, his aura of invincibility began to fade. The temptation of the reward, a constant whisper in the ears of his followers, grew louder. Then in 1881, the forgotten clue finally surfaced. It wasn't an object, it was a man. An associate, seeing his leader wasting away and enticed by the promise of a fortune, finally broke. He walked out of the mountains and into the world of the law, seeking out U.S. Marshal R.M. Bob Love. He offered not rumors or speculation, but hard facts. The precise location of a cabin where Redmond lay, too sick to fight, too weak to run. For Marshal Love, after years of chasing shadows and lies, this felt different. This felt like the truth. A sudden, electrifying urgency coursed through the federal ranks. The stalemate was broken. The hunt was on again, and this time, it would be the last. Marshal R.M. Bob Love didn't take a large posse. He knew a big, noisy group of men would be spotted a mile away. Instead, he chose a few trusted deputies, men who could move through the woods as silently as the shadows themselves. Guided by the informant, they traveled through the night, fording cold streams and climbing steep ridges, their every step measured and quiet. The air was thick with a tension that had been building for 5 years. This was it. Either they would find the ghost of the Blue Ridge, or they would walk into another one of his elaborate traps. There would be no in-between. As the pre-dawn light began to filter through the trees, the informant pointed to a small, unassuming cabin tucked into a secluded cove. It was no fortress. There were no armed guards, no fortified walls. It was just a simple, lonely shack, with a thin curl of smoke rising from its stone chimney. The legend of Redmond's fortress died right there in the grey morning light, replaced by the vulnerable reality of a hunter's hideout. The men fanned out, surrounding the cabin with rifles raised, their hearts pounding in the silent woods. Marshal Love stepped onto the porch, his own weapon held steady, and kicked the door. The door swung inward with a groan, but there was no thunderous volley of gunfire, there was no defiant war cry. The man who stood in the dim light of the cabin was not the devil they had hunted, not the supernatural marksman of the ballads. He was a spectre. Lewis Redmond was pale and gaunt, his broad shoulders stooped, his famous piercing blue eyes clouded with fever. He was leaning against a table for support, and a violent cough racked his body. The silver-inlaid rifle, his legendary companion, was propped in a corner, just out of reach. The 5-year war had ended not with a bang, but with a wheeze. And so, the great mystery was finally solved. It was him. Lewis Redmond, the king of the moonshiners, was the man responsible. The informant's testimony, combined with Redmond's own defiant silence, confirmed what the law had always believed. He was the commander who gave the order on Sassafras Mountain, the general of the invisible army that had protected him for so long. All the red herrings, the false trails, and the whispers of conspiracy burned away in that moment, leaving only the stark truth of the man standing before them. But the unmasking also revealed his true motive, which was far more complex than that of a simple killer. He had not orchestrated Duckworth's death for money or out of personal malice. It was an act of sovereignty. In his mind, he was a king defending his territory, a leader protecting his people from an invading force. It was a desperate, violent act of defiance against a world that was closing in on him and the way of life he represented. The federal government would call it murder, but in the unwritten laws of the mountains, it was war. And Lewis Redmond, now a captured, broken man, was its most famous soldier. Let us now travel back in time, not as historians, but as silent witnesses. Let us stand on that steep, narrow trail on Sassafras Mountain in 1876. The air is cool and thin. Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth leads his men upward, their boots crunching on fallen leaves and loose stone. They move with the caution of experienced lawmen, their eyes scanning the dense, almost claustrophobic walls of mountain laurel on either side. The forest is quiet, unnaturally so. It feels as though the mountain itself is holding its breath, waiting. Then, the world tore open. It began not with a warning shout, but with a single, shattering crack of a rifle from the high ridge above. Before the echo could even register, it was answered by a dozen more. A deafening roar of gunfire erupted from the unseen enemy, a sound so sudden and violent it seemed to strip the leaves from the trees. Angry orange blossoms of muzzle flash bloomed and vanished within the dark green thickets, spitting death down upon the trail. For the men in the posse, the world dissolved into pure, terrifying chaos. They dove for cover behind rocks and fallen logs, the air around them alive with the angry buzz of lead. They heard the sharp splintering of bark as bullets slammed into the trees around them, inches from their heads. They returned fire, but their shots were blind, aimed at ghosts they could not see. They were caught in a perfect killing ground, a turkey shoot, and they were the prey. Through the smoke and confusion, one of the deputies saw it happen. He saw Marshal Duckworth standing his ground, raising his revolver to fire back at the invisible foe. Then the marshal grunted, a sharp sound of surprise, as if he'd been shoved hard from behind by an invisible hand. He stumbled forward 2 steps, his body suddenly limp. His hat flew from his head and tumbled down the path, and then he collapsed, face down into the dirt he had come to claim in the name of the law. And as quickly as it began, it was over. The thunderous volley ceased. A ringing silence rushed back in to fill the void, a silence made heavier by the lingering smell of sulfur and the sight of the unmoving form on the trail. The surviving lawmen, hearts hammering against their ribs, slowly rose from their cover, their rifles still pointed at the empty ridge. There were no victory cries from above. There was no sound of men crashing through the underbrush in retreat. There was nothing. Lewis Redmond's men had fired their volley, and then, like the morning mist, they had simply vanished back into the heart of the mountains. They left behind no bodies, no clues, only a dead federal officer and a chilling message. This was not a battle, it was a verdict, handed down from the high ridge by the king of the moonshiners. The trial of Lewis Redmond was a national spectacle. He was no longer in his kingdom of misty hollows and laurel thickets, but in a cage of polished wood and federal law. The courtroom was packed to the rafters every day. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago squeezed onto the benches, eager to get a look at the infamous king of the moonshiners. Local folk stood in the back, silent and watchful, their faces a mixture of awe and sorrow. This wasn't just a trial, it was a reckoning between two Americas, the wild, defiant mountains and the ordered, unyielding nation-state. In the center of it all sat Lewis Redmond. He was a shadow of the mountain ghost the law had chased for 5 years. The sickness had ravaged him, leaving him pale and thin, his body racked by coughing fits that echoed in the silent courtroom. Yet, he was not entirely broken. He faced the proceedings with a quiet, stoic dignity. His blue eyes, though clouded by illness, still held a spark of unyielding pride. He offered no dramatic outbursts, no pleas for mercy. He showed no remorse, only a weary acceptance of his fate. He was a captured general, not a repentant criminal, and he faced his enemies with the silent defiance of a man who still believed his war was just. The prosecution painted a picture of a ruthless crime lord, a cold-blooded killer who had murdered a federal officer in the execution of his duty. They presented him as the mastermind of a vast criminal enterprise that had terrorized the region and defied the laws of the United States. His defense, in turn, tried to tell the story of a man forged by poverty and oppression, a protector of his people who was forced into a corner by a tyrannical government. They argued that he was a product of his time and place, a man living by a different code. But in a federal courtroom, the code of the mountains was not an admissible defense. The evidence was overwhelming, the outcome almost a foregone conclusion. The jury's deliberation was short. The verdict, when it came, was delivered to a hushed and expectant room. Guilty on all counts, including the murder of Alfred Duckworth. The sentence was severe. 10 years in a federal prison in Albany, New York. The words fell like stones, a death sentence for a man of the mountains. To be caged in a northern city, far from the sight of the Blue Ridge, was a fate worse than a hangman's noose. For the government, it was a triumphant victory, the final closing of a chapter of rebellion. Justice had been served. But for the thousands of people who had followed his story, who saw him not as a killer, but as a folk hero, it was a tragedy. The king had been dethroned, and the verdict sparked a controversy that would echo far beyond the courthouse walls, asking a question that still hangs in the Appalachian air. Whose justice was it, really? The guilty verdict and prison sentence were not the final chapter, but the beginning of a strange and winding epilogue that forever altered the lives of everyone touched by the saga. For Lewis Redmond, the cold stone walls of a New York penitentiary were a slow execution. The mountain air that had sustained him was replaced by the damp, disease-ridden chill of a cell. His health, already fragile, collapsed completely. The invincible king of the moonshiners was wasting away, a dying man thousands of miles from home. But the legend he had so carefully crafted in the mountains now became his salvation. The sympathetic newspaper stories, the public outcry, and the petitions signed by thousands of people created a groundswell of support. Politicians, sensing a popular cause, began to lobby on his behalf. The narrative had shifted. He was no longer seen as a cop killer, but as a romantic figure, a symbol of a vanishing frontier spirit, and a man who would surely die in prison.
in a stunning and politically calculated act of mercy.
President Chester A. Arthur granted Lewis Redmond a full pardon in 1884. He returned to the dark corner of South Carolina not as a conquering hero, but as a ghost of his former self. His health was shattered, his spirit seemingly broken. The world he had fought for was already disappearing, replaced by railroads and a more pervasive rule of law. He gave up moonshining, the fire of his rebellion extinguished, and tried to live a quiet life as a farmer. He was a king without a kingdom, a legend who had outlived his own myth. The lives of those who had hunted him were also forever changed. Marshal Bob Love, the man who finally captured him, became a celebrated figure in law enforcement, his name forever linked with the taming of the infamous moonshiner. Yet the victory was bittersweet. The manhunt had consumed years of his life and exposed the deep, unbridgeable chasm between the mountain people and the federal law he represented. And what of the man who betrayed him? History does not record his name for good reason. He collected his bounty, a fortune in silver, but in doing so, he became a pariah. He was a Judas in a land that valued loyalty above all else. He was forced to leave the mountains, forever looking over his shoulder, a man who had sold his soul and could never go home again. Their fates, from the president in the White House to the nameless informant, were now all intertwined, strands in a single, complex story of justice, betrayal, and a war fought in the shadows of the Blue Ridge. Lewis Redmond, the man, died in 1894, a shadow of his former self. He was buried in a small, unmarked grave in the dark corner of South Carolina, a quiet end for a man whose life had been a thunderclap. But while the man faded back into the mountain soil, his story refused to lie down and die with him. It lived on, becoming more potent and more romantic with each passing year, an echo that has never truly faded from these hills. You can go there today. You can drive the winding roads of Transylvania County or hike the steep trails of Sassafras Mountain. You can stand in the very places where Redmond ruled, where revenuers hunted, and where Alfred Duckworth drew his last breath. The landscape itself is the most enduring monument to his story. There is no grand stone marking his final resting place, no plaque commemorating his deeds. There is only a patch of earth, and the whispers that still cling to the rhododendron thickets and the high, lonely ridges. The mountains that protected him in life now guard his memory in death. His true memorial is not carved in stone, but in folklore. Around fires and on front porches, his name is still spoken with a mixture of reverence and excitement. They'll tell you he was a Robin Hood who stole from the government to feed the poor. They'll tell you he could shoot the buttons off a man's coat at 100 yards as a friendly warning. His legend has been sung into the memory of the mountains, carried on the strings of a fiddle in old ballads that tell of the brave outlaw who waged a war for his people. The world might forget the specifics of the Internal Revenue Act, but it remembers the story of a man who refused to bow. Lewis Redmond became more than a moonshiner. He became a symbol of the fierce, independent, and defiant spirit of Appalachia. His story has been etched into the landscape and the very soul of its people. And though the official records may lie gathering dust in some distant archive, the Blue Ridge remembers. The mountains always remember. So we return to the question that hung in the air on Sassafras Mountain amidst the lingering smoke of black powder. Who would dare to kill a federal marshal? The simple answer, the one written in the court records, is Lewis Redmond. But the truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is far more complex. The trigger was pulled not just by a man, but by an entire world, by a culture under siege. Redmond was simply the hand that held the rifle, the focal point of a generation of anger, pride, and a desperate will to survive on one's own terms. This is a story that teaches us how legends are forged. They are rarely born from pure goodness, but from the fiery collision of law and need, of history and memory. Lewis Redmond was a criminal. He was a tax evader, a distiller of illegal liquor, and ultimately responsible for a man's death. That is the truth written in law books. But he was also a provider, a protector, and a symbol of defiance against a power that his people saw as unjust and oppressive. That is the truth written in the hearts of the mountain folk. A man can be a villain in a courtroom and a saint in a ballad, and in the case of Lewis Redmond, he was undeniably both. His story is a testament to the enduring, unconquerable spirit of these mountains, a spirit that values loyalty over law and kinship over government. It's a reminder that beneath the surface of official history, there are other, deeper stories that belong to the people who live and die on the land. And as long as the mist still clings to the Blue Ridge Coves, his story will be one of them. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. They say the law came to Perry County, Kentucky on the back of a horse. But on a cold day in May of 1889, it died on the courthouse steps with a single rifle shot that echoed like a crack of doom. The man who fell was Judge Josiah Combs, a respected elder who believed the law was greater than any family's grudge. He was wrong. That single shot wasn't just a murder, it was the bloody climax of a war. How did a place like this descend into such savagery? What drove men to assassinate the very symbol of justice? Today, we trace the river of bad blood back to its source, to tell the ballad of the Perry County War. To understand the blood that was shed, you first have to understand the ground it soaked into. In the 1880s, Perry County wasn't just a place on a map. It was a world unto itself, walled in by the ancient, unblinking mountains of eastern Kentucky. The Kentucky River was its one slow artery to the outside, and news traveled up it on flatboats at a crawl. Life here was hard, carved out of the steep hillsides with an axe and a plow. A man's wealth was measured in the corn he grew, the hogs he raised, and the children who bore his name. In this isolation, a different kind of law took root. It wasn't written in any book, but every man, woman, and child knew it by heart. It was the mountain code. Family was everything. Your kin were your nation, your army, and your only true shield against a harsh world. An insult to your third cousin was an insult to you, and it had to be answered. A man's honor was his most sacred possession. It was a fragile thing, easily bruised by a stray word or a sideways glance, and once broken, it could only be mended with blood. The state government in Frankfurt was a distant rumor, and its laws were seen as suggestions at best, an unwelcome intrusion at worst. Justice was a personal matter, dispensed from the barrel of a Winchester rifle. Into this closed world, whispers of change began to drift. Men with strange accents and fancy surveying tools started appearing in the hollows. They were agents of the great northern corporations, geologists and timber scouts who saw something the local folk had taken for granted. They didn't see steep hillsides. They saw mountains of virgin hardwood. They didn't see rocky soil. They saw the richest seams of bituminous coal on God's green earth. The railroad, they promised, was coming. And with it would come a flood of money that would make the old ways of life seem like a dream. Suddenly, the prize wasn't just survival, it was a fortune. And the key to that fortune was locked inside a single building, the Hazard Courthouse. The men who held the offices of sheriff, county clerk, and judge didn't just keep records, they controlled the future. They oversaw the land deeds, they set the tax rates, and they enforced, or chose not to enforce, the law. Whichever clan controlled that courthouse would control who got rich and who got left behind when the coal boom hit. This was the Forge. It took the old mountain code of honor and family loyalty and superheated it with the coming fire of industrial greed. Every election became a battle, every political dispute a potential vendetta. The stage was being set for a war, fought not by soldiers in uniform, but by neighbors and cousins. They weren't just fighting for power anymore. They were fighting for the soul of the mountains, and they were willing to turn their home into a killing ground to win it. Before the shooting started, you could still see the men for who they were, not just the leaders of warring armies. Take Joe Eversole. He wasn't some wild-eyed mountain brawler. He was a man who fought with words, a lawyer who could tie a man in knots with a well-phrased argument in the Hazard courthouse. He'd sit with his family on his porch, not cleaning a rifle, but reading a newspaper from Lexington or Frankfurt, talking about the future. He spoke of railroads cutting through the mountains like steel rivers, of coal mines bringing payrolls and prosperity to families who had only ever known back-breaking farm work. His children would listen, and his wife would watch him, and they saw a man building a kingdom not of fear, but of progress. He was a Republican in a staunchly Democratic county, a man who saw the outside world not as a threat, but as an opportunity. He saw the coming corporations as partners, and he intended to be the man who brokered the deal, ensuring his family and his followers would be the first in line to reap the rewards. To his clan, Joe Eversole wasn't a warmonger. He was a visionary, the only man smart enough to guide them into the coming century. Then there was Benjamin Big Ben French. If Joe Eversole was the future, Big Ben was the living, breathing embodiment of the past. He was the sheriff, but his real power came from the sheer force of his presence. He was a massive man, built like one of the oak trees on his land, and his authority was absolute.
He didn't need a law book. His word was law. On a Saturday afternoon, you'd find him on the steps of his store, a benevolent titan settling a land dispute between two farmers with a quiet word and a look that promised there would be no more argument. He was the patriarch of his clan in every sense of the word. He was surrounded by a web of kin who looked to him not just for leadership, but for protection. He was suspicious of the foreign money and the smooth-talking lawyers like Eversole. To Big Ben and his people, the coal under the ground wasn't a commodity to be sold to the highest bidder from Philadelphia. It was their birthright, part of the land their grandfathers had fought and bled for. Protecting that land and the old way of life it supported was his sacred duty. He was the wall that stood between his people and a changing world they did not trust. A man's greatest strength is often just the other side of the coin from his deadliest weakness. For Joe Eversole, his sharp, educated mind was his greatest asset, but it was also his blind spot. He saw the world as a chessboard, a place of logic and calculated risks. He believed the old mountain ways, the fierce pride, the stubborn loyalty to the past were simply obstacles to be outmaneuvered. He couldn't understand that in Perry County, honor wasn't a piece on a board. It was the board itself. He once publicly debated an old farmer loyal to the French clan, systematically tearing apart the man's fears about the railroad with facts and figures, and ending by calling his concerns ignorant sentiment. Joe won the argument, but he lost the room. He had shown contempt for their code, and in the mountains, contempt is a sin that demands a heavy price. Big Ben French, on the other hand, was ruled by a pride as massive as his own frame. It was the source of his power, the reason men would follow him into a fight without a second thought. But it was a rigid, unbending thing. For him, there was no such thing as a strategic retreat or a minor compromise. Every challenge, no matter how small, was a test of his authority that had to be met with overwhelming force. They tell a story of how a minor land dispute that could have been settled with a handshake and a jug of whiskey was instead escalated by French into a public standoff, simply because the other party was a distant cousin of the Eversoles. He wasn't just defending his land, he was defending his name, and he was willing to risk blood over it. This was the crack in each man's armor. Joe Eversole's ambition made him believe he was smarter than the old code, that he could push and prod and modernize without consequence. He saw Ben French not as a man to be respected, but as a stubborn relic to be swept aside by the march of progress. And Big Ben French's pride made it impossible for him to ignore a single one of those prods. He saw every move Joe Eversole made not as a political calculation, but as a direct, personal insult to his family and his way of life. One man could not stop pushing, and the other could not bend. Their flaws were perfectly matched, a lit fuse reaching for a barrel of gunpowder. It was no longer a question of if the county would explode. But when? The final break, the moment the bad blood turned to poison, didn't happen in a courtroom or a political debate. The legend says it happened where so many mountain feuds begin, over a bottle of whiskey and a game of cards. In 1886, in a smoke-filled room in Hazard, Joe Eversole and Ben French sat across from each other. The air was already thick with tension, but the liquor loosened their tongues and sharpened their contempt. A dispute over the game, a simple accusation of cheating or a misplayed hand, quickly spiraled. It was no longer about cards. It was about everything. Joe Eversole, with his lawyer's wit, made a sharp, condescending remark about the old ways, a jab at the French clan's stubborn resistance to progress. It was a flick of the wrist, but it landed like a fist on Big Ben French's jaw. For a man like French, whose entire world was built on the rock of his personal authority and the honor of his name, this public insult from a man he saw as an upstart was intolerable. His pride, that massive, unbending thing, ignited. He rose from his chair, his shadow swallowing Eversole, and the threats he made were not vague. They were promises, spoken low and cold, of what happens to men who forget their place. In the mountains, a public threat is a debt that must be paid. To let it pass is to admit you are the weaker man, and weakness is a death sentence. The line had been crossed. The room fell silent as the two men stared each other down, and everyone present knew they had just witnessed the conception of a war. Joe Eversole had poked the bear, believing his intelligence was shield enough. Ben French had been challenged in his own kingdom, and his pride demanded a brutal, unforgettable lesson. The lesson came a short time later, not in the open, but from the shadows. Nicholas "Nick" Combs was Joe Eversole's uncle, a trusted friend and a respected man in his own right. He was ambushed on a quiet mountain road, shot from his saddle without a chance to draw his own weapon. It was a cold, calculated act of terror. There was no trial, no witnesses came forward, but everyone in Perry County knew. This was the French clan's answer. It was a message written in blood, sent directly to Joe Eversole. For Joe, this was the moment the chessboard was kicked over. The murder of his uncle was not a political move. It was an act of savagery that ripped through his modern worldview. The old code he had tried to outsmart had just reached out and torn a hole in his family. His grief was matched only by a cold, burning rage. There would be no more debates, no more legal maneuvering. Ben French had chosen the language of the gun. Now, Joe Eversole would answer in kind. The affront had been delivered, and the only acceptable response was vengeance. The blood of Nick Combs was a seed, and from it a forest of rifles began to grow. Joe Eversole's grief was a cold, sharp thing, and it pointed him down a path from which there was no turning back. Now, you might think the mountain code would demand a simple, brutal balance, a life for a life. A French loyalist, maybe the man who pulled the trigger, would be found dead in a creek bed, and the scales of honor would be level once more. That was the old way. That was the path of compromise. Elders from both clans, men with grey in their beards who had seen enough killing in their time, tried to steer the currents back to that old channel. They came to Joe Eversole, not as enemies, but as neighbors. They spoke of the cost of a wider war, of fields that would go unplowed and children who would grow up without fathers. They pleaded with him to seek a targeted revenge, to let the matter end there before it consumed them all. They warned him that turning Perry County into a battlefield would only serve the interests of the outside coal men who were watching from the hills like vultures. But Joe Eversole was deaf to their warnings. His calculating mind, now fueled by rage, saw this as a moment of opportunity. A simple revenge killing would just continue the endless cycle. He wanted to end it, permanently. He didn't want to just balance the scales, he wanted to smash them. He rejected the pleas for peace, framing his decision not as vengeance, but as a crusade. He would raise an army, march on Hazard, and tear the corrupt French regime out by its roots. He would bring, he claimed, a new kind of law to the mountains.
It was the perfect justification, wrapping his raw ambition and his thirst for retribution in the noble flag of progress. Across the county, Ben French watched Eversole's mobilization, and his own pride provided the equal and opposite reaction. He heard the same pleas for peace, the same warnings, and he threw them back in the faces of those who offered them. To him, backing down now, offering a sacrifice to appease Eversole, would be an admission of guilt and a show of weakness he could not abide. He saw Eversole gathering men and buying rifles, and it confirmed his deepest suspicions. This was never about an uncle's death. It was a coup. So French began to prepare for a siege. He was the High Sheriff, and he would turn the county seat into his personal fortress. He gathered his own loyalists, men who saw Eversole's progress as a threat to their very existence. He sent riders out, and the French clan answered the call. They barricaded windows in the courthouse and reinforced the doors of their homes. Each nail hammered into a board was another nail in the coffin of peace. Each new Winchester rifle that arrived in Hazard was another vote for war. The path of compromise was now completely overgrown, and the two factions were marching down separate parallel roads, destined to collide in the streets of the town they both claimed to be fighting for. On the night before the battle, a heavy silence fell over the hills around Hazard. It was a cold, clear November in 1887, and under a sky full of hard, distant stars, two armies lay waiting for the dawn. On the ridges outside of town, Joe Eversole's men huddled around small, smokeless fires, their Winchester rifles oiled and ready. Inside the town, Ben French's followers stood watch at the darkened windows of the courthouse, their own weapons loaded. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, knowing what the morning light would bring. Into this tense stillness, a single figure walked the lonely road between the two camps. It was an old circuit preacher, a man who belonged to no clan but God's. He had christened babies from both families and spoken the final words over their dead. He represented the last flickering candle flame of peace in a room reeking of gunpowder. He went first to Joe Eversole's camp. He found him staring into the darkness toward Hazard and made his plea, his voice low and urgent. He spoke not of politics, but of souls. He named the men on both sides who would be dead by the next sundown, men whose children he knew by name. "Is this the future you want to build, Joe?" he asked. "A county of widows and orphans?" For a moment, they say, Joe Eversole hesitated. He looked at the faces of his own men, young and old, farmers and loggers who had put their faith in him. He saw the terrible cost of his ambition laid bare. This was his final crossroads. He could call it off, accept the stalemate, and live with his uncle's death unavenged. But then he thought of Nick Combs lying dead on that lonely road, of Ben French's public insult, of the future he had promised his people. His fatal flaw, that cold, calculating logic, took over. To back down now would be to lose everything. He turned to the preacher and said, "Reverend, this isn't war. This is an extermination. The sickness is in that courthouse, and I am the cure." The old preacher then walked into the besieged town of Hazard, past French's armed sentries, and found Big Ben in the darkened sheriff's office. He made a different plea, an appeal to French's duty and his pride. "Ben," he said, "you are the sheriff. You are the law. Don't let your own town become a slaughterhouse. Show them you are the bigger man. Offer a truce." Ben French stood, a giant silhouette against the window, and looked out at the campfires of the Eversole army flickering on his hills like a disease. He too stood at a crossroads. He could offer a concession, perhaps hand over the man suspected of killing Nick Combs and spare the town. But his pride, that unbending mountain of a thing, would not allow it. To him, a truce was surrender. It was an admission that Joe Eversole had the right to march an army to his doorstep. He turned from the window, his face set like stone. "They are the ones who came for a war, Reverend," he said. "My only duty now is to see that they get one. You go and pray for their souls. I'll take care of their bodies." With those words, the final door to peace was slammed shut, and bolted. The last chance was gone, burned away by the pride of two men who had chosen the path of no compromise. The dawn came up grey and cold over Hazard, and with the first weak light came the sound that would define Perry County for years to come. It wasn't a single shot, but a volley, a deafening, ripping roar as 100 Winchester rifles opened fire from the hills. The Battle of Hazard had begun. For the people of the town, cowering in their homes, it was as if the sky itself was being torn apart. The sound was everywhere, a physical force that rattled windows and shook the very floorboards. The morning birds fell silent, replaced by the high-pitched whine of ricochets and the sharp, splintering crack of bullets chewing through wooden walls. From the ridge, Joe Eversole watched his plan unfold. The world narrowed to the objective, the county courthouse, now a stone fortress spitting fire. His men moved like shadows, darting from the cover of one house to the next, their rifles barking in short, angry bursts. But for every man who moved, a dozen puffs of smoke would erupt from the courthouse and the surrounding buildings. The air grew thick and acrid with the smell of burnt black powder. This wasn't the swift, surgical strike he had envisioned. This was a meat grinder. The logic and planning that had brought him here felt useless against the sheer, stubborn reality of stone walls and determined men. Inside that courthouse, Big Ben French was no longer a sheriff. He was a general in a siege. The cavernous rooms echoed with the thunder of his own men's rifles. The air was a haze of smoke, and the constant thud of Eversole's bullets against the thick stone walls was a drumbeat of impending doom. He would move from window to window, his massive frame a silhouette against the flashes of gunfire, directing his kin with a quiet word or a nod. His world was reduced to what he could see through those narrow, deadly rectangles of glass, the street below, where men he had known his whole life were now trying to end his. He felt the weight of his unbending pride, not as a burden, but as the foundation holding the building up. For the families of Hazard, the war was a terrifying, unseen monster living on the floor above them. Huddled in their root cellars, they could only listen. They heard the frantic running of booted feet on the boardwalks, the desperate shouted commands, and the ceaseless, terrifying percussion of the rifles. A woman clutched her children as the jars of canned beans on the shelf rattled from the concussions overhead. An old man pressed his ear to the dirt floor, trying to discern the sounds of friend from foe. The battle wasn't just in the streets, it was in their homes, a violation so profound it would leave a scar on their memory forever. For 2 full days, the town was a war zone. The fighting would lull, creating a tense, ringing silence where the only sound was a dog barking in the distance, and then it would erupt again in a furious crescendo of violence. A man who rose from behind a stone wall to take a shot might suddenly disappear from view. A figure running across an open street would stumble and lie still. The argument that had begun over a card table was now being settled with lead, and its costs were written in the still forms that dotted the muddy streets. Finally, as the second day bled into a weary dusk, the firing from the hills began to slacken. Joe Eversole had to accept the truth. The courthouse would not fall. His army, battered and low on ammunition, began to melt back into the mountains from which it had come. The retreat was slow, sullen, and bitter. A great, profound silence descended upon Hazard, a silence that felt heavier and more menacing than the noise it replaced. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a town that looked like it had been savaged by a great beast. Windows were shattered, doors were splintered, and the courthouse stood defiant, pockmarked but unbroken. The Battle of Hazard was over, but the war had just begun. No ground had been gained, no decisive victory won. But a terrible line had been crossed. The men of Perry County had proven they were willing to turn their own home into a battlefield. They had fired on their neighbors, their cousins, their kin. The courthouse still belonged to Ben French, but the town and the soul of the county now belonged to the feud. As the last shots faded, Joe Eversole's grand army was gone. It had dissolved, melting back into the hollows like a dirty spring snow. The retreat was a grim, silent affair. There was no order given, just a shared, unspoken understanding that the battle was lost. Men carried their wounded on makeshift litters, their faces grim with exhaustion and defeat. Joe Eversole rode with them, his visionary's fire banked to a cold, hard ember of humiliation. He had promised his people a swift victory, a new order. Instead, he had led them into a bloody stalemate and left his dead in the streets of Hazard. In the cold twilight of the mountains, he could feel the weight of his failure and the burning need for a different kind of war. The road of the open soldier had ended. The path of the assassin was just beginning. Back in Hazard, Ben French walked out of the pockmarked courthouse into the ruins of his town. He was the victor, but there was no triumph in his eyes. He stood on the steps and surveyed the damage. The sour smell of gunpowder and fresh splintered pine hung heavy in the air. A dead horse lay in the street, and further down, a shape under a blanket told a story he didn't need to hear. Doors creaked open, and the faces of the townspeople peered out, their eyes full of a new kind of fear. They weren't looking at a sheriff who had saved them, but at a warlord who had made their home a battlefield. He walked the muddy streets, his boots crunching on shattered glass. He saw the bullet holes that stitched across the front of the general store, the gouges in the church steeple. He had held his ground. He had beaten back the usurper. His pride was intact. But the cost was written on every building, on every frightened face. This victory tasted like ash and gunpowder. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that this was not the end. Joe Eversole would not simply accept this defeat. The war would not be fought with armies anymore. It would be fought in the dark, on lonely roads, with a single shot from a hidden rifle. He had won the battle, but in doing so, he had sentenced his county and himself to a long, slow bleed. The road hadn't ended. It had just become a darker and more treacherous path for everyone. The silence that followed the Battle of Hazard wasn't peace. It was the sound of a held breath. The Eversole army had retreated, but the war had spread, seeping like a fever into every cabin and hollow in Perry County. Before the battle, you could be a man who was friendly with both sides. After, there was no middle ground. The fighting had drawn a line of blood and gunpowder through the heart of the community, and every single person was now forced to stand on one side or the other. A nod that wasn't returned, a glance held a second too long. These were now potential death sentences. You have to understand what this did to the people. The feud was now a poison in the well water, and everyone had to drink. Men who had hunted together since they were boys now watched each other through the sights of a rifle. Corn rotted on the stalk because the man who planted it was afraid to walk his own fields without a guard. Travel on the county roads, once a simple trip to the grist mill, became a deadly gamble. Every rustle in the trees, every shadow that fell across the path, could be an ambush. The doors that had always been open to neighbors were now barred at night, and men slept with their Winchesters not just by their beds, but in them. And the wreckage wasn't just measured in the dead. Think of the families left behind. For the wife of a man killed in the fighting, his death was just the beginning. Her grief was compounded by shame, by the poverty that followed, and by the terrible knowledge that her sons were now expected to inherit their father's rifle and his list of enemies. The war wasn't just killing the men of Perry County. It was mortgaging the souls of their children, baptizing them in a legacy of hatred that they had no part in creating. The community, that fragile web of trust and mutual support that allows life to function in such an isolated place, was shredded. Friendships that had spanned generations were severed overnight. Business partnerships dissolved into bitter accusations. Even church on Sunday became a tense affair, with French loyalists sitting on one side of the aisle and Eversole sympathizers on the other, the preacher's words about forgiveness falling like seeds on barren stone. The feud had become a cancer, and it was eating the county alive from the inside out. The tragedy no longer belonged to Joe Eversole or Ben French. It now belonged to everyone. The murder of a judge on the courthouse steps was an act of blasphemy against the state. It was a message sent in powder and lead that the feudists believed their law was the only law that mattered. They were wrong. The news of Judge Josiah Combs' assassination reached the governor's mansion in Frankfurt, and the reaction was swift and furious. Governor Simon Bolivar Buckner was an old soldier, and he saw this not as a crime, but as an insurrection. He sent the state militia back into Perry County, but this time their orders were different. They weren't there to keep the peace. They were there to hunt. The state put a price on the head of the man everyone believed was the killer, Bad Tom Smith. And his trial, when they finally captured him, was a spectacle. It was more than the trial of one man. It was the trial of the Mountain Code itself, put in the dock to be judged by the outside world. Imagine the scene. A formal courtroom, with a judge in a black robe, lawyers with stacks of books and witnesses sworn in on a Bible. And in the defendant's chair sat Tom Smith, a man whose entire life had been governed by a different Bible, the simple, brutal creed of loyalty and retribution. The clash of cultures was palpable. The prosecution built its case with evidence, timelines, and legal arguments. They spoke of malice aforethought and conspiracy to commit murder. But the testimony from the mountain folk spoke a different language. They talked of who was kin to whom, of old insults, of debts of honor that had to be paid. The state's lawyers asked, "Did you see the defendant break the law of Kentucky?" But the silent question in the eyes of the local people was, did he betray his clan? Was he a loyal soldier? The court was trying to prove a crime. The feudists were trying to understand a move in their war. The community was torn in two. To the Eversoles and their allies, and to the growing number of people simply sick of the bloodshed, Tom Smith was a monster, the devil himself, and the trial was long overdue justice. They saw the law as a savior, the only force strong enough to break the cycle of killing. But to the French faction and those who clung to the old ways, he was a soldier captured by a foreign power. They saw him as a scapegoat, a man taking the fall for a war that everyone had a hand in. To them, the trial was a sham, an act of conquest by the state government in Frankfurt, which had never cared about their lives until a man wearing one of its robes was killed. He was a criminal to the state, but a martyr to his cause. The verdict was never truly in doubt. The state of Kentucky had to make an example of Bad Tom Smith. It had to prove that its authority was absolute, that its law reached into the deepest, darkest hollows, and that it was stronger than any clan's code of honor. He was found guilty and sentenced to hang. Was it justice? For the family of Judge Combs, yes. But for Perry County, it was something else entirely. It was a declaration. The old world was over. The state was here to stay, and its judgment didn't come from a quiet word between patriarchs. It came at the end of a rope. You might think the story ends there, with the snap of a rope and the fall of the feud's most fearsome soldier. You might think justice, however brutal, had finally tidied up the mess in Perry County. But the truth of the mountains is never that clean. The law that had been so absolute with a hired gun like Tom Smith suddenly became very flexible when it came to the powerful men who had started the war. What became of Big Ben French, the patriarch who had turned the courthouse into his personal fortress? He was indicted, yes, but the charges were eventually dropped in a quiet political truce. There was no grand trial for him, no final judgment. The state, having made its point by hanging Tom Smith, seemed to lose its appetite for the fight. But Ben French didn't win. He had watched his world burn, his power broken not by Joe Eversole's army, but by the chaos they had mutually created. The fire in him simply went out. He lived out his days a diminished figure, a ghost in his own county, a relic of an age that had ended in blood and smoke. And Joe Eversole, the man of progress who had unleashed the storm, he seemed to have won. His chief rival was broken, and the state had crushed the heart of the French faction's enforcers. A few years after the war sputtered out, he was living in Virginia, a successful man who had seemingly escaped the consequences of his own bloody ambition. But the mountain code he had tried to outmaneuver had a longer reach than he ever imagined. The feud found him. He was assassinated, shot down far from the Kentucky hills, a final bloody postscript proving that the hatred he had helped create was a debt that would eventually be paid in full. But the true antagonists, the ones who had provoked the entire conflict without ever firing a shot, faced no consequences at all. While the French and Eversole clans were busy digging graves for their sons, the agents of the Northern Coal and Timber Corporations were busy drawing lines on maps. They had watched patiently as the local leadership bled each other dry. In the ruin and poverty that followed the war, they swept in. They bought up the mineral rights and the land titles for pennies on the dollar from the very widows and broken men the feud had created. The clans had fought a savage war for control of the kingdom, and in the process they had burned the kingdom to the ground, leaving the keys to the ashes for the quiet men in suits to come and pick them up. The killing stopped, but the war wasn't over. It just went on inside the people, a quiet, smoldering fire passed down from one generation to the next. To be an Eversole or a French in Perry County after the war was to carry a ghost on your back. For decades, the names themselves were like a brand, marking you as part of a story that everyone knew, but no one wanted to tell. Some descendants fled the mountains entirely, changing their names and trying to outrun the bloody shadow of their past. Others stayed, living under a constant weight of expectation or suspicion, forever defined by the actions of a grandfather they had never even met. The community healed itself in the only way it knew how, by burying the memory alive. A deep and profound silence fell over the history of the feud. It became the great, unspoken trouble. Men who had shot at each other in the streets of Hazard now passed each other at the general store with a quiet, stiff nod. They had to. To survive, they had to pretend it never happened. But the ghost of it was always there. At weddings, people would watch to see which families sat on which side of the church. At funerals, they would remember how the deceased's father had died. The war became a part of the landscape, an invisible mountain that everyone had to live under. And into the vacuum of power left by the shattered clans, a new king came to the mountains. This king didn't carry a rifle. It carried a ledger book and a surveyor's chain. The coal companies, the patient vultures who had watched the battle from afar, now descended. With the old patriarchal system broken, there was no one left with the power to resist them. The Hazard Courthouse, the very building the clans had bled for, slowly became just another office for processing the company's land deeds and enforcing its will. The new sheriff wasn't the head of a clan. He was a man who understood his main job was to protect the company payroll and break up union talk. The final bitter legacy of the Perry County War was written on the faces of the next generation. The sons of the men who had fought and died for control of the mountains didn't inherit a kingdom. They inherited a job. They traded their rifles for pickaxes and went to work for the same foreign corporations their fathers had either courted or resisted. They swapped their fierce, violent independence for a company paycheck, a house in a company town, and a debt at the company store. The war for the soul of Perry County was finally over, and the soul had been sold for a train car full of coal. If you go to Hazard today, you won't find the same courthouse that Ben French defended. It's been replaced by a more modern building. But you can stand on the very spot where Judge Josiah Combs fell, the threshold of justice where the feud reached its bloody climax. And if you know where to look, out in the old family cemeteries tucked away in the hollows, you can find the graves. You can run your hand over the weathered tombstones of Eversoles and Frenches, their names and dates being slowly erased by a century of wind and rain. These stones are the last physical witnesses, the silent, moss-covered proof that these men lived and fought and died here. But the memory of the war doesn't live in the stone. It lives in the stories. And no name from that time echoes with more chilling power than Bad Tom Smith. He has become more than a man. He's the boogeyman of Perry County. For generations, his story was a cautionary tale told to children on dark nights. his supposed pact with the devil, his cold, dead eyes, and most of all, his final defiant words from the gallows, "Hell is my destination, and I'm not afraid to go," have transformed him from a historical figure into a genuine folk legend. He is the ghost of the feud made flesh, a permanent reminder of how dark a man's soul can get. The war itself has become a ballad, sung not with music, but in the quiet conversations on front porches and in the back of old country stores. It's a story told to explain why things are the way they are. It's a warning about what happens when pride is allowed to run hotter than reason, a lesson in how neighbors can tear each other apart over a prize, only to let a silent stranger walk away with it in the end. It's the foundational myth of modern Perry County, the bloody birth of the coal camp world that would follow. And the ghost of a name is more than just a memory. The names are still there. You can find French and Eversole and Combs in the phone book today. The descendants of these men are now neighbors. Their children go to the same schools, and they live in a world that was built on the ashes of their ancestors' war. The feud is over, buried under layers of silence and time. But the spirit of it, that fierce, stubborn mountain pride, that deep suspicion of outsiders, that lingering memory of a time when a man's honor was worth more than his life, that hasn't vanished. It still haunts these hills, an echo that has never truly faded away. So we come to the end of the road, and the question we started with still hangs in the air. Was Joe Eversole a hero or a villain? Was Ben French a protector or a tyrant? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, lies in the muddy grey between. Eversole was a visionary who saw the future, but his ambition was so great he was willing to pave the road to it with the bodies of his neighbors. French was a patriarch defending his people, but his pride was so rigid he would rather see his kingdom burn than bend an inch. They were not good men or bad men. They were hard men, forged by a hard place, and their flaws were the sparks that lit the world on fire. In the end, this isn't just a story about a feud. It is a timeless, brutal lesson in how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness. Ben French's unshakable honor was the bedrock of his power until it became a stone that drowned him. Joe Eversole's sharp, modern mind was his greatest weapon until it blinded him to the ancient, bloody truths of the human heart. They were two sides of the same coin, destined to destroy each other, and in their destruction, they cleared the path for the very forces they were fighting to control. The Perry County War stands as a dark monument in the heart of Appalachia. It's a story of how a community can be led to tear its own heart out, fighting a savage war for control of a prize, only to wake up from the slaughter and find that a silent, patient stranger has walked away with it all. The clans fought for the land, but the corporations got the coal. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Perry County War, a story of how mountain men fought like kings for a kingdom, and in the end, lost everything but their graves. Imagine 10,000 American coal miners, rifles in hand, marching to wage war in the mountains of West Virginia. They faced a private army armed with machine guns and even airplanes that dropped makeshift bombs from the sky. This wasn't a riot. This was the largest armed uprising in United States history since the Civil War. The question that hangs in the air, thick as coal dust, is why? What could push thousands of ordinary men to the absolute breaking point to aim their guns not at a foreign enemy, but at their own countrymen? The official story is one of labor unrest. But those who lived it knew the truth. It was a war for the very soul of a man. Before the valleys echoed with the rattle of machine guns, there was a different sound. It was the rhythm of a world carved into the ancient mountains of West Virginia, a world of sharp ridges and deep shadowed hollows where the mist clung to the creeks like a shroud. These mountains were a paradox. They were breathtakingly beautiful, a fortress of nature that had long sheltered a proud and independent people. But deep within their rock, They held a treasure that had become a curse: coal. And for the men who mined that coal, the mountains were no longer a sanctuary. They were a cage. A miner's day began and ended in darkness. He would rise before the sun, his wife packing his dinner bucket, and walk to the mine mouth, a black wound in the side of the mountain. He would spend 10, sometimes 12 hours on his hands and knees in a cramped seam of earth, the weight of the whole world pressing down on him. His work was a constant gamble with death from rockfalls, gas explosions, and the slow, suffocating disease of black lung. He did this not for wealth, but for survival, to feed the family waiting for him in a flimsy house he didn't own. That house, you see, belonged to the coal company. So did the church where he prayed, the school his children attended, and the doctor who treated his injuries. Most importantly, the company owned the store. A man wasn't paid in the currency of the United States. He was paid in scrip, a private money printed by his boss, worthless anywhere but the single company store. Prices there were set so high that by the end of the week, his entire wage was swallowed back into the operator's pocket. It was a system of modern-day serfdom, a cradle-to-grave bondage designed to keep a man in perpetual debt. And this kingdom, built on black rock and broken backs, was ruled by force. The coal operators employed private armies of guards, most notoriously the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These weren't security men. They were gun thugs, mercenaries in fine suits who patrolled the coal camps with rifles cradled in their arms. They were there to enforce the company's law. Their job was to crush any whisper of dissent, to beat any man who spoke of organizing, and to evict his family from their home at a moment's notice, dumping their belongings in the muddy street. This was the calm before the storm, not a peaceful calm, but an oppressive one. It was the heavy, watchful silence of a people pushed to the very edge of their endurance. It was a silence filled with unspoken fears, quiet prayers, and a deep, simmering rage. But change was coming, carried on the wind like a distant rumble of thunder. It came in the form of a simple four-letter word, whispered in the dark of the mines and behind closed doors: union. And that one word was about to set these mountains on fire. To understand the fire in the miners' hearts, you have to dig deeper than a coal seam. You have to go back to the very bedrock of these mountains, to the men who first settled this land. They were Scots-Irish, German, and English pioneers, soldiers who had been paid for their service in the Revolutionary War with land grants. They weren't looking for riches. They were looking for freedom. They carved their homesteads out of the wilderness with an axe and a long rifle, wanting nothing more than a piece of ground to call their own, far from the reach of kings and landlords. Their deed was written in sweat and blood, and their law was self-reliance. But then, the outside world discovered the treasure hidden beneath their feet. The railroad snaked its way up the river valleys, and with it came a new kind of king, industrialists and financiers from New York and Philadelphia. They saw the mountains not as a home, but as a vault to be plundered. They came with smooth words and complex legal documents, buying up mineral rights for pennies on the dollar from folks who could barely read or write. It was the greatest swindle in Appalachian history. The descendants of the pioneers who owned the surface of the land suddenly found themselves trespassers on the wealth that lay beneath it. This land already bore the scars of old divisions. West Virginia itself was born from the Civil War, a state torn from a state because its people refused to follow the Confederacy. That conflict had pitted neighbor against neighbor, brother against brother. It had burned into the mountain psyche a deep suspicion of outside authority and a hardened belief that some fights could only be settled at the end of a rifle barrel. A man's loyalty was to his kin and his hollow, not to some distant government or, God forbid, some company from out of state. And so, the stage was set for a new war, a clash not between North and South, but between two irreconcilable worlds. On one side was the mountaineer, a man whose name was his bond, whose pride was rooted in his independence. On the other was the coal operator, a man who saw land as a commodity and people as an expense on a ledger. This wasn't just a fight over wages, it was a fight over a way of life. It was a battle between the spirit of the pioneer and the ghost of the feudal lord, fought on the very land the pioneers had once bled for. In the claustrophobic world of a company town, there were no secrets, only whispers. The mine foreman was the company's eyes and ears, a man who had often worked his way up from the coal face and now stood between his old friends and his new masters. His reports could get a man fired, or worse, blacklisted, a word that struck terror in the hearts of miners. A man on the blacklist was a ghost. His name was circulated to every mine in the region, ensuring he and his family would starve before he ever found work again. Everyone knew a family that had been broken on the anvil of the blacklist. The air itself was thick with suspicion. The company-paid preacher delivered sermons on the sin of discontent, weaving the words of God into a defense of the operator's greed. At the company store, men would gather on the porch after their shifts, their faces still grey with coal dust, but their conversations were guarded. A friendly question from a stranger could be a trap. The Baldwin Felts guards, who seemed to be everywhere at once, would lean against the porch posts, their presence a silent threat, turning men's conversations to weather and trifles. Trust eroded faster than a slate roof in a hailstorm. Old wounds festered just beneath the surface. Men still spoke in hushed tones of the strike at Staniford a few years back, where armed guards had fired into a crowd of miners, killing 6. They remembered the Holly Grove strike, where families had been evicted in the dead of winter, their belongings piled up in the snow. These weren't just stories, they were warnings. They were the ghosts of past failures that haunted every secret union meeting, held deep in the woods by the light of a kerosene lamp. This constant pressure cooker of fear and resentment turned minor slights into major grievances. A dispute over the weight of a coal car, a foreman's insult, a family getting better housing because they were loyal to the company. These were the sparks in the powder room. Rumors spread like wildfire through the camps. The union organizers were branded as Reds and Bolsheviks, foreign agitators sent to destroy the American way of life. In turn, the miners whispered that certain foremen were pocketing money by cheating them at the scales, or that the Baldwin Felts men were responsible for the mysterious disappearance of a union sympathizer. The community was no longer a community. It was a fractured landscape of loyalties and hatreds. Families were divided, old friendships soured. Every man had to choose a side, even if that choice was silence. But in the West Virginia coalfields, silence was a luxury no one could afford for long. The ground was saturated with gasoline, and everyone was just waiting for the match to fall. That year, the mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath. The summer was long and brutally hot, the air so thick with coal dust and humidity it felt like you were breathing wool. The creeks ran low and warm. Old-timers, sitting on their porches, noted that the birds had gone quiet in the woods, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. On moonless nights, a panther would scream from the high ridges, a sound that folk tradition said was a sure omen of death. It was a cry that slid under a man's door and coiled in the pit of his stomach. A feeling was growing in the hollows, a sense that the fragile peace was rotting from within. Then, the human omen arrived. He wasn't a railroad man or a lawyer in a fancy suit. He was a union organizer, a man who came not with a bang, but like a shadow slipping between the company houses after dark. He didn't speak on street corners. He spoke in hushed, urgent tones around kitchen tables to men whose faces were grim in the lamplight. He spoke of dignity, of fairness, of a brotherhood of miners standing together. His words were more dangerous than dynamite because they planted a seed of hope in ground that had long been barren. His presence was an immediate challenge. The Baldwin Felts guards, who had always been a threat, now walked with their hands resting on their pistols, their eyes sweeping over the miners with open contempt. The unspoken tension in the camps became a living thing, a coiled snake ready to strike. A miner's wife didn't need to hear the panther's cry to know what was coming. She saw it in her husband's eyes when he came home from a secret meeting deep in the woods. The exhaustion was still there, etched into his face. But something else had replaced the old resignation. It was a hard, cold resolve, a look that told her he had crossed a line in his own heart. She watched him one evening, cleaning his old hunting rifle with a slow, deliberate care he hadn't shown in years. He wasn't getting ready for deer season. In that quiet, domestic moment, she felt a cold certainty settle over her. The world they knew, with all its hardship and its small, fierce joys, was already dead. All that was left was to wait for the sound of the first gunshot. The company's answer came not in words, but in the splintering of doors. The Stone Mountain Coal Company decided to make an example of the Mingo County strikers, and they brought in their favorite instrument of terror, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. A dozen agents, led by the infamous Albert Felts himself, stepped off the train in Matewan. They were professionals, dressed in sharp city suits that looked alien against the dusty backdrop of the town. Their mission was simple and brutal: throw the striking miners and their families out of their company-owned homes. All day, they moved through the camp, kicking in doors, hauling furniture into the street, and leaving women and children weeping in the rain beside their meager possessions. It was a cold, calculated act of humiliation designed to break the men's spirit. But the operators had made a fatal miscalculation. They hadn't accounted for Sid Hatfield. The sheriff of Matewan was not a company man. He was a local, born and raised in the Hollows, a man the miners saw as one of their own. When he heard what was happening, he walked down to the camp alone. He didn't shout or draw his gun. He simply stood before Albert Felts and his armed thugs and told them that what they were doing was illegal. He informed them that in his town, evictions required a court order, which they did not have. For the first time in their lives, the miners saw a lawman stand up not for the company, but for them. The agents, bristling with arrogance and used to having their way, were stunned. They finished their day's dirty work, but a shadow now hung over them. As they prepared to leave on the 5 o'clock train, they walked through the center of town, their path blocked by Sid Hatfield and the town's mayor, Cable Testaman. The entire town seemed to be watching from windows and doorways, a silent, grim-faced jury. Felts, enraged at being challenged by a hillbilly sheriff, made a fatal error. He produced a warrant for Sid Hatfield's arrest, a flimsy charge cooked up by the company. It was a blatant power play, an attempt to publicly humiliate and remove the one man who stood in their way. Sid Hatfield just looked at the warrant, then looked into Albert Felts's eyes. He didn't see a lawman. He saw a hired gun trying to impose a foreign tyranny on his home. The mayor declared the warrant was fraudulent. The air grew thick and heavy. Decades of resentment. The memory of every beaten miner, every cheated paycheck, every starving child. It all came to a head in that single supercharged moment on a dusty street in Matewan. The time for talking was over. The insults had been traded, the lines had been drawn. This was the point of no return. It was no longer a dispute over wages or a conflict between a company and its workers. It had become a raw, personal battle between two kinds of law: the cold, corporate law of the gun thug and the fierce, protective law of the mountains. And in the mountains, when a man's honor and his home are threatened, there is only one way to settle the matter. Hands slowly, deliberately, moved towards pistols holstered under coats. The first drops of blood were about to be spilled. No one agrees on who fired first. Maybe it was a nervous agent, maybe a defiant miner hidden in a doorway. In the end, it doesn't matter. A single sharp crack of a pistol shattered the afternoon stillness, and in that instant, the street in Matewan, West Virginia, became a slaughterhouse. That first shot was not an answer, it was a question, and the answer was a deafening, rolling thunder of gunfire from all sides. It wasn't a duel, it was an ambush, a spontaneous volcanic eruption of hate. For the townsfolk peering through their windows, the scene dissolved into a nightmare of smoke and noise. They saw the flash of muzzles, the blur of men dropping behind barrels and ducking into doorways. They saw a man in a fine suit suddenly jerk backward, his hat flying from his head and tumbling into the dust. They saw another man simply crumple, his legs giving way beneath him as if his strings had been cut. The air filled with the screams of men and the hornet swarm of ricocheting bullets. Splinters flew from the doorframes of the hardware store and little puffs of brick dust appeared on the walls of the bank. The chaos lasted less than a minute, but it stretched into an eternity. It was a whirlwind of motion and death, a storm of lead that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air grew thick and heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder, a fog that momentarily obscured the awful tableau on the ground. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The last shot echoed off the buildings and faded, leaving a silence that was more shocking than the noise it replaced. It was a dead, ringing silence, broken only by the low moan of a wounded man. Slowly, the gun smoke began to clear, revealing the terrible price of that single minute. 10 men lay dead or dying on the ground. Among them was the town's mayor, Cable Testaman, cut down in the first volley. And scattered around him, like fallen chess pieces, were the bodies of 7 Baldwin Felts agents. The invincible gun thugs, the company's private army, had been utterly decimated. Albert Felts, the man who had come to break Matewan, lay dead. His brother Lee lay dead beside him. And from the center of that swirling smoke, one man emerged, seemingly untouched by the hailstorm of bullets. It was Sheriff Sid Hatfield. He stood steady, the pistol still warm in his hand, looking out at the carnage he had unleashed. In the eyes of the miners, he was no longer just a lawman. He was an avenger. He was the man who had faced down the devil and won. It's easy to paint the Baldwin Felts men as monsters, as pure evil stepping off a train. But to truly understand the terror they represented, you have to climb inside their heads for a moment. In his own mind, Albert Felts was not a villain. He was a surgeon, and the union was a cancer growing in the body of American industry. He saw the miners not as men, but as a problem to be solved. They were ignorant, ungrateful children at best, or dangerous foreign Bolsheviks at worst, incapable of understanding what was good for them. He saw himself as the hand of order, a necessary force protecting property and progress from chaos. The violence he dealt was, in his twisted logic, a form of medicine, harsh but essential for the health of the system. The transformation from professional enforcer to killer happened in the space of a heartbeat on that Matewan street. When Sid Hatfield, a local sheriff with mud on his boots, stood up to him, it wasn't just a legal challenge, it was a profound insult to Felts's entire world. His authority, his reputation, and the very foundation of the company's power were being defied by a man he considered his inferior. In that moment, Hatfield ceased to be a lawman in Felts's eyes. He became a symbol of the rebellion, the head of the snake that had to be cut off. The decision to draw a gun wasn't born from a sudden rage, but from a cold, calculated belief that this was the only language these people understood. It was pest control. But the men who pulled the triggers were not the true architects of this tragedy. Miles away, in comfortable offices in Charleston and Philadelphia, the coal operators who had hired Felts received the news by telegraph. For them, there was no remorse, no pang of conscience for the men who lay dead on both sides. There was only shock and a cold, burning fury. Their primary tool of intimidation, the weapon they had used for years to keep the miners in line, had been shattered. They hadn't just lost a dozen employees, they had lost control. The aftermath in their minds was not a feeling of guilt, but a simple, terrifying calculation. The miners had fought back, and they had won. This could not be allowed to stand. Their response wouldn't be to seek peace, it would be to unleash hell. The beast wasn't dead, it had just been wounded, and a wounded beast is the most dangerous kind of all. The silence that fell over Matewan was heavier than any tombstone. For a long moment, the only movement was the lazy curl of gun smoke in the still afternoon air, and the slow, dark spread of stains on the dusty street. Then, doors creaked open. Faces, pale with shock, peered out. The people of Matewan stepped cautiously from their homes and businesses, drawn to the carnage with a mixture of horror and a grim, unspoken awe. They saw their mayor lying dead, but they also saw the bodies of the Baldwin Felts men, the hated agents who had been the face of their oppression for so long. And in that moment, fear was eclipsed by a fierce, dangerous pride. They had fought back. Sheriff Sid Hatfield didn't stand admiring his work. The adrenaline of the fight was replaced by the cold reality of his duty. He was still the law in Mingo County. He began giving orders, his voice steady, directing men to secure the weapons of the dead agents and to tend to the wounded. For the miners who had fired alongside him, the world had been turned upside down. They were no longer just striking workers. They were killers in the eyes of the state, but heroes in the eyes of their own people. They had crossed a river of blood, and they knew there was no going back. The story of the shootout didn't just spread, it exploded. The telegraph wires hummed with the news. In coal camps up and down the Tug Fork River, the tale was told and retold, growing with each telling. Sid Hatfield's name became a legend overnight, a whispered prayer of defiance. He was the lawman who couldn't be bought, the gunman who couldn't be beaten. He was their David who had slain Goliath. The massacre, intended to break the Union, had instead become its most powerful recruiting tool. Men who had been afraid to even speak the word Union now proudly pinned on the badge of the UMWA. But while the miners celebrated their champion, a different kind of storm was gathering in the state capital. The coal operators, enraged and humiliated, demanded vengeance. The governor declared Mingo County to be in a state of insurrection. State police were dispatched not to keep the peace, but to crush the rebellion. A grand jury, stacked with company loyalists, handed down indictments for murder, not just against Sid Hatfield, but against dozens of miners. The full weight of the law, which had always been a tool of the operators, was about to be brought down like a hammer. The hunt was on. The coal companies plastered the state with wanted posters, offering thousands of dollars for the capture of Sid Hatfield, dead or alive. The surviving Baldwin Felts agents, burning with a desire for revenge, poured back into the region, their badges now giving them the legal authority to kill. The fight was no longer confined to one bloody street in Matewan. It had spilled out into the surrounding hills and hollows. The war for Mingo County had begun. The gunsmoke from Matewan settled not just on the ground, but in the hearts of the people of Mingo County, leaving a residue of fear and suspicion that poisoned everything. The county, already scarred by the conflict, split wide open, the crack running through every church, every store, and every family. The lines were drawn not in the dirt, but in glances across a room. At the company store, loyal company men and strikebreakers shopped in the morning, while union families would wait for the afternoon, the two sides refusing to even breathe the same air. In the saloons, a man's choice of whiskey was less important than the side of the room he chose to drink it on. This was a war fought with whispers as much as with bullets. The company held the power of life and death over the towns. A word from the mine foreman could get a man a better house, an easier job above ground, or it could get him blacklisted forever. Men who had once been friends now looked at each other with distrust, wondering if their neighbor was an informant, trading secrets for a few extra dollars in scrip to feed his hungry children. The pressure was immense, a daily test of loyalty that frayed the very fabric of the community. A suffocating conspiracy of silence descended upon the hollows. When the state police and company lawyers came asking questions about the Matewan shootout, they were met with a wall of amnesia. Men who had watched the whole thing unfold from 20 feet away suddenly remembered they were in another room, or that the sun was in their eyes. This silence was born of both loyalty and terror. They were protecting Sid Hatfield, their hero, but they were also protecting themselves. They knew the Baldwin Felts agency was not gone, merely regrouping. and its agents were now hunting for witnesses as much as for killers. To speak to the law was to paint a target on your own door. Yet, in this darkness, there were small, defiant acts of courage that burned like candles in a storm. A farmer from up the creek, who was not a miner, would leave a sack of potatoes on the porch of a striking family in the dead of night and never speak of it. A doctor's wife would organize the church women to secretly collect clothes and food for the evicted families living in tent colonies. These were not grand gestures, but they were acts of rebellion that carried the risk of ruin, a quiet testament that the company could own the mines, but it couldn't own everyone's soul. And for every act of courage, there was an act of quiet desperation that looked like cowardice. A man with a sick wife and 6 children, who had been a staunch Union supporter, took a job as a company guard. His old friends spat on the ground as he passed, calling him a traitor and a scab. They didn't see a villain, they saw a man broken by a terrible choice. Mingo County was no longer a community of neighbors. It was a hunting ground, where every man was both the hunter and the hunted, a place at war not just with the coal company, but with itself. The hunt for Sid Hatfield was not a posse of local men riding for justice. It was a corporate invasion force. The Baldwin Felts Agency, its ranks refilled with hardened men eager to avenge their fallen comrades, descended on Mingo County with the full authority of the state behind them. They were no longer just private guards, they were state-sanctioned manhunters. Backed by the governor, they set up machine gun nests on the hillsides overlooking the miners' tent colonies, their sole purpose to intimidate and terrorize. The coal operators' money flowed freely, paying for guns, ammunition, and a network of spies. A handsome reward was placed on Sid Hatfield's head, a sum that could turn a desperate, hungry man against his own neighbor. But Sid wasn't running. In an incredible act of defiance, he continued to walk the streets of Matewan, serving as its sheriff, a pistol on his hip and a calm certainty in his eyes. He was not a fugitive cowering in the woods. He was a king defending his territory, and the mountains and their people were his fortress. Union miners, many of them skilled hunters and Great War veterans, became his unofficial bodyguards. They set up a sophisticated intelligence network, a grapevine telegraph that passed messages from hollow to hollow faster than any telephone. The arrival of any stranger, the movement of any state police patrol was noted and relayed to Sid within minutes. The hunt became a brutal, low-grade guerrilla war fought in the tangled wilderness. Baldwin Felts agents, used to city streets, found themselves clumsy and exposed in the dense Appalachian forest. They would march up a creek bed, only to have a single, unseen rifle crack from the ridgeline, sending them diving for cover. The mountains themselves became a weapon against them. The miners, who had known these woods since they were boys, moved like ghosts through the trees, striking and melting away, leaving the agents frustrated, paranoid, and increasingly vicious. The hunters had become the hunted. It became chillingly clear to the coal operators that they could not capture or kill Sid Hatfield in Mingo County. He was too well protected, too loved, and too at home in the terrain. As long as he was there, he was untouchable. They realized that if the mountain wouldn't come to them, they would have to lure him away from the mountain. They shifted their strategy from brute force to legal trickery, using the very system of law they so often ignored. The trap was set. Phony charges, unrelated to the Matewan shootout, were filed against Sid Hatfield and his friend and deputy, Ed Chambers, in Welch, the county seat of neighboring McDowell County. This was enemy territory, a county completely controlled by anti-union operators, where the sheriff was a company man. Sid was summoned to stand trial. He was faced with a terrible choice: ignore the summons and become a true fugitive, confirming the operator's claims that he was an outlaw, or walk willingly into a den of wolves, trusting a justice system he knew was corrupt. Believing in his own innocence and perhaps in the power of his own legend, he chose to face the law. On August 1st, 1921, Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers, deliberately unarmed to show they came in peace, walked with their wives up the steps of the McDowell County Courthouse. They were not met by deputies with handcuffs. They were met by a group of Baldwin Felts agents waiting for them at the top of the stairs. The hunt in the shadows was over. The ambush, in the full light of day, was about to begin. There was no trial for Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers. There was only a verdict, delivered by a volley of pistol fire on the courthouse steps. As their wives watched in horror, the Baldwin Felts agents opened fire. The men never had a chance to speak, to plead, to even raise a hand in their own defense. They were shot down in cold blood, their bodies tumbling down the stone steps of the very building that was meant to represent justice. The assassins, their work done, didn't flee. They calmly turned and surrendered their weapons to the local sheriff, a company man with the confident smirks of men who knew they were above the law. The trial that followed was not for the murder of Sid Hatfield, but a trial of the system itself. The assassins were charged, of course. A trial was a necessary piece of theatre. But the courtroom in Welch was not a house of justice. It was a stage set for a farce. The coal operators' money paid for a team of the state's most cunning lawyers. Witnesses for the prosecution were threatened, their families intimidated into silence. The defense's argument was a breathtaking piece of fiction, that the dozen armed agents had acted in self-defense against two unarmed men who were accompanied by their wives. The atmosphere in the courtroom was thick with menace. Armed company guards stood along the walls, their gazes fixed on the jury box. The jury, made up of men who either worked for the company or lived in fear of it, heard the testimony under a cloud of unspoken threat. The outcome was never in doubt. It was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The verdict came as no surprise to anyone in West Virginia. Every single one of the Baldwin Felts agents was found not guilty. They walked out of the courtroom free men, their actions legally sanctioned, their message to the miners now crystal clear. There is no law but our law. There is no justice but our justice. The system hadn't just failed, it had actively looked the other way. It had placed its stamp of approval on a cold-blooded assassination. This was the verdict that broke the miners' faith in the law of men. If their hero could be gunned down on the courthouse steps with impunity, what hope was there for any of them? If the courts were just another tool of the operators, then what was left? The answer was simple and terrifying. All that was left was the justice of the mountains. All that was left was war. The assassins of Sid Hatfield did not go to prison. They walked out of the McDowell County Courthouse as free men, and legend says went to a local saloon to celebrate their victory. In the eyes of the law, they were exonerated. But in the eyes of the mountains, they were cursed. Their acquittal bought them their freedom, but it cost them their names. They became ghosts, bogeymen in the stories told to children in the coal camps, a living embodiment of a justice system so broken it could call an execution self-defense. They may have escaped a hangman's noose, but they would forever be hunted by the memory of the man they killed and the hatred of the people who loved him. For the widows of Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers, there was no life to rebuild. There was only a duty to bear witness. They returned to Mingo County not as grieving wives, but as living symbols of the ultimate betrayal. Their presence was a constant, silent accusation, a reminder that their husband's blood was still fresh on the courthouse steps. They had seen the law of men, and it was a lie. They had no home to return to, because the idea of a peaceful home had been murdered along with their husbands. The community did not try to move on. You don't move on from an amputation, you learn to live with the wound. The story of the assassination and the farcical trial wasn't buried under a blanket of silence. It became a gospel of rage. The news traveled by telegraph and by word of mouth, a hot cinder landing on the dry forest floor of the miners' patience. In coal camps along the Kanawha River, men heard the news, and a quiet, chilling transformation took place. The talk of strikes and negotiations stopped. The talk turned to rifles. This was the final, unforgivable insult. The system had not only allowed their hero to be murdered, it had applauded the murderers. The miners understood then that they were on their own. If the law would not protect them, they would have to become their own law. If the courts would not give them justice, they would have to take it themselves. There would be no atonement for the killers in this life. There would only be a reckoning. In the days following the verdict, men began to gather. They came out of the mines and down from the hollows, their faces set like stone. They were no longer just miners. They were an army, gathering to deliver a verdict of their own. For decades, the state of West Virginia tried to bury the story of the Coal Wars. It was treated as a shameful secret, an embarrassment to be scrubbed from the history books. But you can't kill a story like this. It seeps into the ground and comes back up in unexpected ways, a ghost that refuses to rest. The family names, Hatfield, Chaffin, Testament, still echo in those hollows, carrying the weight of that bloody history. But the proudest and most misunderstood legacy is a single word: redneck. Today, it's often used as an insult. But for the men who marched on Blair Mountain, it was a badge of honor taken from the red bandanas they tied around their necks. It meant you were a Union man. It meant you stood up and fought. The physical traces of this war are still there if you know where to look. Go to Welch today and you can stand on the very courthouse steps where Sid Hatfield was murdered. The stone is worn, but the memory is sharp and cold. In Matewan, the buildings that witnessed the shootout still line the street, silent witnesses to that minute of thunder. You can almost feel the ghosts. But the greatest monument, and the most haunted, is Blair Mountain itself. For years, historians and archaeologists have fought a new battle there, a battle to save the mountain from the very same force the miners fought, the coal companies, who want to destroy it with mountaintop removal mining. And in that fight, the mountain has begun to give up its secrets. Walking those ridges, they found the evidence the state tried to forget. Thousands of spent shell casings from rifles and machine guns, the faint outlines of trenches the miners dug, even the rusted shrapnel from the homemade bombs dropped from the sky. The men who fought there are long dead. Their voices have faded. The state tried to erase their memory from the history books and tell a simpler, cleaner story. But the mountains remember. They hold the rust and the lead deep in their soil. They keep the score. So we come back to the question that started it all, the question that hangs in the gunsmoke of history. Why did 10,000 American men take up arms against their own government? The answer is now clear. It was never just about a few more cents per ton of coal. It wasn't a riot over a paycheck. It was a war for a single simple idea, that a man has a right to stand up straight and that his soul does not belong to the company that owns his house. They marched on Blair Mountain because every other avenue of justice had been slammed shut in their faces. The ballot box was stuffed. The courts were bought. The lawmen were assassins. When the system itself becomes the weapon of the oppressor, the last and most terrible resort is the rifle. This is a story of brutality, of corporate greed so profound it saw human beings as nothing more than an expendable resource. But to leave it there would be a disservice to the men who fought and died. This is also a story of incredible courage, of the unbreakable Appalachian spirit. It's a testament to the fact that you can push a man, you can cheat him, you can beat him, but there is a line that you cannot cross. The miners lost the Battle of Blair Mountain, but their fight lit a fire that could not be extinguished. The blood they spilled on that ridge watered the seeds of the New Deal, which finally guaranteed the rights they had been fighting for. The lesson that echoes down from these mountains is a chilling and timeless one. It's a warning about what happens when power becomes absolute and when people are left with no hope and no voice. It is the story of ordinary men who were pushed into an extraordinary war, fighting for the very soul of America in the hollows of West Virginia. Their story was almost forgotten, almost buried beneath the weight of shame and silence. But the mountains remembered. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Imagine waking one morning to find a bundle of freshly cut willow branches tied to your front door. In the lawless hills of 19th century Kentucky, this wasn't a gift. It was an ultimatum, a final warning from a secret army that judged you in the dead of night. They called themselves the White Caps, angels of justice who promised to bring order to a land drowning in chaos. But the whispers that still echo through these hollers tell a different story. A story of how saviors became monsters and how the quest for justice turned into a thirst for blood and power. How did a committee of concerned farmers become a hooded terror that ruled by the whip and the rope? Today, we separate the legend from the brutal truth and uncover the story of the Whitehead clan. To understand the White Caps, you first have to understand their world. Picture the mountains of eastern Kentucky in the years after the Civil War. This wasn't just a place, it was a world apart, a labyrinth of fog-shrouded hollows and impassable ridges that kept the modern world at bay. Life here was governed not by clocks or calendars, but by the rising of the sun and the turning of the seasons. Families lived on isolated farmsteads, miles from their nearest neighbor, carving out a life from the stubborn, rocky soil. The creek was their water, the forest their larder, and the Bible their law. The people who called these mountains home were a proud and fiercely independent stock. They were veterans of a bitter war, farmers and blacksmiths who asked for little and expected even less from outsiders. Their lives were hard, a constant struggle against the elements and the land itself, but there was an honesty to it. A man's worth was measured by the strength of his hands and the truth of his word. They wanted nothing more than to raise their children, work their land, and be left in peace under the watchful eye of God. But a shadow was falling over this simple life. In the dark corners of this isolated world, a rot had begun to set in. With no effective law to speak of, the worst of human nature was allowed to fester. There were the drunks who would trade their family's last bit of flour for a jug of corn liquor. There were the petty thieves who would steal a neighbor's livestock in the dead of night, knowing there would be no consequences. And there were the family tyrants, men who ruled their homes with a fist, whose wives and children suffered in terrified silence. For these people, justice was a distant rumor, a story told about faraway cities. The local sheriff was often a man who either lacked the courage to enforce the law or was corrupt enough to ignore it for a price. To take a grievance to the county court was an expensive days-long journey that most couldn't afford, and even then, a mountain man's word meant little to a flatland judge. Honest, hard-working families felt powerless, watching as the fabric of their community was torn apart by men who feared neither God nor government. A quiet desperation began to settle over the valleys. It was a feeling shared in hushed conversations around the pot-bellied stove at the general store and in prayers whispered in small clapboard churches. People felt abandoned, left to fend for themselves against the growing chaos. And in that fertile ground of fear and frustration, a dangerous seed was planted. It was the old mountain idea that when the law fails, men must make their own. They didn't know it yet, but they weren't just seeking justice. They were about to unleash a terror far worse than anything they had ever known. The change didn't happen overnight. It didn't start with a gunshot or a hanging, but with a whisper. A whisper that traveled from farm to farm, a shared frustration that finally found a voice in a secret meeting in an old barn. They were respected men, farmers, veterans, even a preacher or two, men who had simply had enough. They decided that if the law wouldn't protect their families, they would become the law. They took a name for themselves, the White Caps, and for their uniform, they chose the simplest, most terrifying disguise imaginable, a plain white sack with holes cut for eyes. Their first target was a man known throughout the valley for his drunken cruelty, a man who beat his wife and starved his children while he spent his days in a stupor. One morning, he awoke to find that silent message on his door.
a bundle of willow switches. It was a clear ultimatum, understood by everyone in the mountains. Straighten up or face the consequences. The man, arrogant in his belief that no one would dare challenge him, laughed it off. He threw the branches into his fire and went back to his bottle. It was the last mistake he would ever make in that county. A few nights later, the community learned what happened when a warning was ignored. A procession of silent riders, their faces hidden beneath those stark white hoods, descended on the man's cabin. There were no shouts, no threats. They moved with a chilling purpose, pulling the terrified man from his bed. They dragged him out into the cold night air, his wife's pleas echoing unanswered in the darkness. They tied him to a tree and one by one took up the same kind of willow switches he had burned and delivered their brutal judgment. It wasn't just a beating, it was a ritual of public shaming, a message delivered not only to him, but to everyone. When it was over, they gave him a new ultimatum: be gone by sunrise, or they would return. The next morning, the man, broken and bleeding, gathered his few belongings and left the county forever. And a strange quiet fell over the valley. The theft stopped. The town drunkard stayed home. For the first time in years, there was a sense of order. The Whitecaps had proven that their methods worked. They had tasted power, the absolute power to inspire fear and enforce their will. And in that moment of victory, without realizing it, they had crossed a line from which there was no return. The first drops of blood had been spilled not to kill, but to correct. Yet they had watered a seed that would soon grow into a monstrous tree. The taste of power is a poison, and it didn't take long for it to blacken the souls of the Whitecaps. The original mission of punishing drunks and thieves was forgotten, replaced by a much more profitable enterprise: fear for hire. Now, a man could pay the clan to settle a land dispute in his favor. A jealous husband could arrange a visit for a rival. The White Hood was no longer a symbol of justice. It had become a mask for greed, revenge, and pure, unadulterated terror. The willow switch was no longer enough. The lessons they taught now were final. Their new reign was cemented not by punishing the guilty, but by making an example of the innocent. Consider the story of a farmer, a man respected for his honesty and hard work. His only crime was courage. He had stood up in a public place and called the Whitecaps what they had become: a gang of cowardly bandits who hid their faces. He refused to join them, refused to be silent. He knew the risk, but his mountain pride would not let him bow to them. The Whitecaps heard his words, and a death sentence was passed in the shadows. One moonless night, the family's dogs, usually fierce protectors, let out a single terrified yelp before falling silent. A moment later, the cabin door didn't just open, it exploded inward, splintering off its leather hinges. Silent figures, more like ghosts than men in their white hoods, filled the small room. They said nothing. They simply pointed a finger at the father of the house, who had just sat up in his bed. The children, frozen in terror in their small cots, could only see flickering shadows and hear the sounds of a nightmare that would be seared into their memory forever. His wife threw herself at the intruders, begging, pleading, but she was thrown aside like a rag doll. They dragged the man from his home, his bare feet scraping on the cold, hard-packed dirt of the yard. His family was forced to remain inside the cabin, captives in their own home, made to watch through the shattered doorway. They saw the torchlight glinting on a rope as it was thrown over the thick branch of an old oak tree. They were being made to bear witness. This wasn't just a murder, it was a lesson, and his family were the first pupils. The children covered their ears, but it did no good. The night was filled with the sounds of a brief, desperate struggle, a man's choked gasps for air, and then a sickening, heavy snap that echoed through the hollow. After that, nothing. Just the creak of the rope and the chirping of the crickets, who seemed entirely indifferent to the horror that had just unfolded.
The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing, absolute silence that was somehow even worse. The hooded figures didn't linger. They melted back into the woods as silently as they had come, leaving the torch sputtering in the dirt. They left behind a grieving family and a dark shape twisting gently in the night breeze. When the first grey light of dawn touched the mountain, the neighbors would find the scene. They would see the unspeakable trophy hanging from that oak tree, and they would understand the Whitecap's new gospel. Keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, because in these mountains, speaking the truth was a sin punishable by death. When the sun finally rose, its light did little to chase away the darkness. It only served to illuminate the horror. The first neighbor to pass by stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't run for the sheriff. He didn't cry out in alarm. He simply turned his wagon around and went to fetch other men, speaking in low, grim whispers. There was no question of who had done this. The sight of the body, a terrible monument to the price of defiance, was a signature left by the Whitecaps. Quietly, with grim reverence, the men cut him down and carried him back to his grieving family, their faces hard masks of fear and fury they dared not express. For the widow and her children, the world had ended. Their home was no longer a sanctuary, but a tomb haunted by the final moments of a man they loved. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside was a fresh wave of terror. They couldn't stay. There was no justice to be found here, only the constant, suffocating presence of the murderers, who could be any of the men they saw every day. Their fight was not for justice, but for survival. Within a week, they packed what little they could carry, abandoned the farm their family had worked for generations, and disappeared, becoming refugees from their own home. Their departure sent a clear message to the entire county. The Whitecaps had won. A thick, suffocating blanket of silence fell over the hills and hollows. No one spoke of the murder above a whisper, and never to an outsider. The code of silence was now absolute. A new, more insidious fear took root, a paranoia that turned neighbor against neighbor. Who was hiding beneath those hoods? The man who sold you flour at the general store? The blacksmith who shod your horse? Even the preacher who spoke of God's law on Sunday? You could trust no one. An invisible empire was being built, and its mortar was the blood of good men. The local sheriff eventually rode out to the abandoned farmstead. He looked at the rope burns on the oak branch, asked a few half-hearted questions to neighbors who suddenly couldn't remember a thing, and wrote a report he knew would lead nowhere. Perhaps he was a coward, too afraid of the hooded men to conduct a real investigation. Or perhaps, and this was the most chilling thought of all, he was one of them, his badge just another mask he wore during the day. His visit was a formality, a hollow gesture that only proved one thing: the law of men had no power here anymore. The hunt for the culprits never began. How could it? You can't arrest a ghost, and the Whitecaps had become something more than men in the terrified minds of the people. They were specters of vengeance, ghost riders who emerged from the night fog to enforce their own brutal commandments. The story of the murdered farmer became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a local legend born from a truth too terrible to confront directly. The ashes of his life had fertilized the soil of their fear, and from it, the Whitecaps' reign of terror would grow unopposed, casting a long, dark shadow over the mountains. Terror cannot last forever. Eventually, a monster will devour itself. The Whitecaps grew too bold, too greedy, and their violence became indiscriminate. When they murdered the family of a state legislator over a petty land dispute, they finally crossed a line that even the cowed local authorities couldn't ignore. The outside world came flooding into the mountains, not with sheriffs this time, but with stone-faced U.S. Marshals and companies of the National Guard, men who didn't know the local families and who weren't scared of shadows in the night. Arrests were finally made, and the stage was set for a trial that would pit the law of the state against the law of the clan. The county courthouse became the center of a storm. The small town swelled with newspaper reporters from as far away as Cincinnati, with curious onlookers who wanted a glimpse of the monsters, and with the grim-faced families of both the victims and the accused. Armed guards stood on the courthouse roof, their rifles glinting in the sun, a clear sign that this was not ordinary justice. It was a war being fought in a courtroom. Inside, the air was thick with tension and sweat. Every man on the jury knew his decision would follow him home. They knew that no matter what the verdict, they would have to live with the consequences in a land where memories are long and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The prosecution's case seemed impossible. How could you convict men when every witness was paralyzed by fear? The answer came in the form of a captured white cap, a young man facing the gallows who was offered a deal, his life for his testimony. The dam of silence finally broke. He was brought into the courtroom in chains, and with a trembling hand, he pointed out his former brothers. He named the leaders, described the secret oaths, and recounted the grim details of their night rides. You can just imagine the scene. A man confessing his sins, his voice cracking, while across the room, the men he condemned stared at him with a look of pure, cold hatred that promised a retribution beyond any courtroom's power. The defendants themselves were a portrait of mountain defiance. They weren't cowering criminals. Many of them, particularly the leaders, sat with a quiet, arrogant dignity. They stared back at the jury, not with remorse, but with contempt, as if they were the true judges in the room. In their eyes, they weren't murderers. They were soldiers who had brought order to a lawless land. And this trial was nothing more than a betrayal by the Flatlanders who didn't understand their ways. Their leader, a man known for his cunning and ruthlessness, barely paid attention, projecting an unnerving calm, confident that the web of fear he had spun for years would hold firm. Finally, the jury delivered its verdict. The room held its breath. For the men who were merely followers, the enforcers who carried out the orders, the verdict was guilty. Sentences of life in prison and the hangman's noose were handed down. A quiet wave of relief and victory washed over the prosecution and the families of the victims. But then the jury foreman came to the last name, the mastermind, the man who had orchestrated the entire reign of terror. After a long pause, the words echoed in the stunned silence. Not guilty. A collective gasp filled the room. The architect of it all, protected by intimidated witnesses and a terrified jury, stood up, gave a slight nod to his lawyer, and walked out of the courtroom, a free man, disappearing into the same mountains he had terrorized. Was this justice? A few branches of the poisoned tree had been lopped off, but the root was left untouched, allowed to burrow back into the dark soil. The trial had proven that the law of men could reach into the mountains, but it also showed its limits. It could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the king. For the people who had to go back to their isolated farms, the fear didn't end that day. It just took on a new, more patient form. The Whitecaps were broken as an organization, but their shadow remained, a permanent reminder of a time when justice wore a white hood and innocence was no protection at all. The trials that broke the Whitecaps are now just faded ink in dusty courthouse ledgers. The men who were sent to the gallows have long since turned to dust, their names a footnote in a violent chapter of Kentucky's history. But what of the leader, the man who walked free? He returned to his mountain home and lived out the rest of his days. Officially, he died a peaceful old man in his own bed. But the old-timers in these mountains tell a different story. They say that while the law of men couldn't touch him, the justice of the mountains is patient. They whisper that his final years were haunted by the faces of those he condemned, and that his name, once spoken with fear, is now spoken with a quiet, knowing curse. The scars left by the Whitecaps run deeper than a single generation. To this day, there are family names in those hollows that carry the weight of that time. Descendants of the Whitecaps live alongside the descendants of their victims. The story is a ghost that sits at their dinner tables. For some, it's a source of quiet shame, a dark secret to be kept buried. For others, it's a painful heirloom, a reminder of a resilience forged in terror and loss. The blood feuds may be over, but the memory lingers in the bloodline, a quiet rift that separates neighbor from neighbor even now. You can still find the physical traces of that time if you know where to look. The old county courthouse still stands, its brick walls a silent witness to the drama that unfolded within. On a quiet afternoon, you can almost hear the echoes of the prosecutor's accusations and feel the weight of the jury's fear. Not far from there, in a small, overgrown cemetery, you can find the tombstones of the men the Whitecaps murdered. The weathered inscriptions are simple and direct, telling you the day they were born and the day they died, but they leave out the most important part of the story: how they died and why. The oak tree where the farmer was hanged may or may not still stand, but its legend does, a dark landmark in the collective memory of the community. Most people have forgotten this story. The world has moved on, and the violent nights of the Whitecaps seem like a tale from another world. But the mountains remember. They hold these stories in the deep shadows of their hollows and in the rustle of the leaves on a moonless night. The official histories may have been written, but the true story, the human story of terror, courage, and survival, is preserved in the oral tradition passed down from one generation to the next. It has become a part of the landscape itself, a ghost that walks these hills, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting in the silence to be heard. So we come back to the question we started with, the one that hangs over this entire story like a mountain fog. How did a group of men who only wanted to protect their families become the very monsters they sought to destroy? The answer is as simple as it is terrifying. The Whitecaps weren't born evil. They were created by a vacuum, a space where law and order had died, and something had to take its place. They set out to be the cure, but without any checks on their power, the cure became a poison far deadlier than the disease. They learned that the power to punish is the power to control, and the power to control is the most addictive drug on earth. This isn't just a story about a band of hooded night riders from a bygone era. It's a timeless warning about the darkness that lies dormant in the human heart, waiting for the right circumstances to be unleashed. It's a testament to the fact that the road to hell is truly paved with good intentions. The Whitecaps are a brutal lesson in how easily the thirst for justice can curdle into a lust for blood, and how the hero who slays the dragon can, in time, grow scales of his own. It's a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, yes, but it reveals the dark side of that spirit, a fierce, unforgiving independence that, when twisted, respects no law but its own. The men who wore those white hoods are long gone. The ropes have rotted, and the willow trees they used for their warnings have grown old and died. But the story remains. It's been passed down, whispered from father to son, a chilling bedtime story that just happens to be true. It serves as a permanent reminder, etched into the very soul of these mountains, that the most dangerous men are often those who believe they are doing God's work. They teach us that fear is the cruelest of masters, and that true justice can never, ever be found hiding behind a mask. The rope creaked in the cold February dark, a sound swallowed by the Missouri woods. The body of Ben Bolin swung from the limb of a white oak, a grim pendulum marking the end of a bloody Ozark chapter. To the men who put him there, he was a monster, a tyrant who terrorized the hills under the guise of justice. But just a few years earlier, many of those same men, or their neighbors, would have called him a savior, a dark angel sent to deliver them from chaos. So which was he? A righteous crusader who lost his way? Or a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? Today, we're not just telling the story of a vigilante's death. We're peeling back over 100 years of rumor and legend to find the man himself, to understand how the iron fist of the bald knobbers became a ghost, forever riding the haunted backroads of the Ozarks. To understand the firestorm that was the bald knobbers, you must first walk through the world they burned down. Imagine the Ozarks in the 1880s. This wasn't a land of gentle hills and quaint cabins. It was a fortress built by nature. Light struggled to pierce the dense canopy of oak and hickory, leaving the hollows in a state of perpetual twilight. Creeks cut through limestone like silver knives, their waters running cold and clear. A man could get lost a mile from his own home and never be found. The land was beautiful, but it was a hard, unforgiving beauty that demanded respect and bred a deep sense of isolation. The people were as rugged as the land they worked. They were farmers, loggers, and hunters, their hands calloused and their faces etched by sun and hardship. Their lives were governed by the rhythm of the seasons, ploughing the rocky soil in the spring, enduring the suffocating humidity of summer, harvesting their meager crops in the fall, and hunkering down for the long, cold winter. Their world was small, often no larger than the valley where they were born. A trip to the county seat in Forsyth was a major event. The law, headquartered in some far-off city like Springfield, was less than a rumor. It was a ghost, a thing that had no power here. But beneath this quiet surface of toil and survival, the poison of the past was still at work. The Civil War had never truly ended in these hills. It had simply shattered into 1,000 personal feuds. Neighbor had fought neighbor as bushwhackers and jayhawkers, and the memories of burned-out farms and midnight raids were passed down from father to son like a cursed inheritance. Trust was a rare commodity, usually reserved for immediate kin. At night, heavy wooden bars were dropped across cabin doors, and the sound of an unfamiliar horse was enough to make a man reach for the rifle he kept over the mantel. This simmering fear created a vacuum, and into that vacuum crept a new kind of evil. Gangs of thieves and cutthroats, like the notorious Taylor brothers, roamed the countryside, preying on the very people the law was supposed to protect. They stole livestock, burned barns, and terrorized families, knowing there would be no consequences. Decent folk felt helpless, trapped between the ghosts of old hatreds and the very real threat of modern outlaws. They were good people pushed to the edge, praying for a savior. And in the smoky corners of general stores and under the shade of churchyard oaks, a dangerous idea began to take root. It was whispered at first, a desperate question passed between men who were tired of being afraid. If the law wouldn't protect them, who would? If justice was blind or simply too far away, then perhaps it was time for them to create their own. They didn't know it yet, but they were laying the foundation for a movement that would offer them salvation with one hand and deliver damnation with the other. The storm was gathering, and its name was justice. The Ozarks weren't settled, they were conquered. Not from some foreign power, but from the wilderness itself. The families that put down roots here in the generations before the war were mostly Scots-Irish, a people known for their fierce independence and a deep-seated suspicion of any authority they didn't create themselves. They weren't given land grants from a distant king. They earned their homesteads with an axe, a plow, and a rifle. Every field cleared of rocks, every cabin raised log by log, was a testament to their grit. This land wasn't just property to them, it was a part of their identity, paid for in sweat and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his very soul. Then came the Civil War, and it fell on these hills not like a conventional war, but like a plague. Missouri was a border state, and that border ran straight through the heart of every family and every town. This wasn't a war of blue and gray armies marching in formation. It was the war of the torch and the rope. It was a war of neighbors. Confederate sympathizers formed guerrilla bands known as bushwhackers, while Union men became jayhawkers. They didn't fight over grand strategy. They fought over livestock, loyalties, and long-held grudges. A midnight raid could leave a family homeless, or worse. The violence was intimate, personal.
and it left scars that wouldn't heal for a century. When the war officially ended in 1865, the fighting in the Ozarks didn't stop. It just lost its flag. The men who had spent 4 years living by the gun found they couldn't simply go back to the plow. Some of the most brutal bushwhackers and jayhawkers simply became outlaws, continuing their reign of terror without the thin veil of military corps. They knew the secret paths, the hidden hollows, and the fear in people's hearts. They were the war's bitter harvest, and they choked the life out of the fragile peace. This is where the weight of a name became a life or death matter. A family name in Taney County wasn't just a label, it was a history. It told people where your father stood in the war. It whispered of old debts and unsettled scores. To be a Taylor was to carry the reputation of Confederate defiance and post-war banditry. To be a Kinney suggested a history of staunch unionism. Long before the bald knobbers ever pulled on their masks, the battle lines were already drawn, etched into the landscape by the ghosts of the war. The conflict to come wasn't new. It was simply the old feud, waiting for a spark to set the hills ablaze once more. In the center of this simmering pot was Nat Kinney. He wasn't a vigilante by nature. He was a Union veteran, a respected farmer, and the Sunday school superintendent. People listened when he spoke. He saw the moral decay, the fear in his neighbor's eyes, and it offended his sense of order. On the other side were men like the Taylor brothers, who swaggered through the county as if they owned it. They and their associates were the festering wound, a constant source of trouble, known for their love of whiskey, brawling, and taking whatever they pleased. They were the embodiment of the lawlessness that Kinney and other decent folk were growing to despise. The conflict didn't start with a gunshot, but with 1,000 smaller cuts. An old farmer's fence would be cut in the night, his cattle scattered for miles. A man who spoke too loudly against the outlaws in the Kirbyville saloon would find his corn crib burned to the ground a week later. These weren't random acts, they were messages. One of the most galling incidents involved a public fistfight where one of the Taylors brutally beat a younger man over a perceived slight, all while the local constable conveniently looked the other way. The message was clear. There is no law here but us. Fear is a patient poison, and it spreads through whispers. In the general store, while weighing out flour and salt, men would speak in low tones. Heard the Taylors were seen near John Green's place, right before his best mule went missing. At church socials, women would exchange worried glances, sharing stories of strange riders seen on the road after dusk. Every unsolved theft, every act of vandalism was laid at the feet of the same handful of families. Rumor hardened into fact, and suspicion curdled into a collective certainty. This constant drip of intimidation and gossip created a siege mentality. The community wasn't just being attacked from the outside, it was rotting from within. The outlaws were emboldened by the lack of consequences, and the law-abiding majority felt increasingly isolated and powerless. The air in Taney County grew thick with a toxic mix of fear and resentment. It wasn't just about stolen property anymore. It was about honor, dignity, and the terrifying realization that if they didn't draw a line in the dirt themselves, the tide of violence and chaos would soon wash away their homes, their families, and their entire way of life. The winter of 1884 bled into the spring of 1885 with a strange and heavy feeling in the air. The old folks, who read the land like a book, saw bad signs everywhere. They said the woods themselves seemed to hold their breath. Panthers screamed from the high ridges with an unusual frequency, their cries sounding almost human. The screech owl, the death bird of Ozark lore, was heard calling from the eaves of more than one cabin, a sound believed to foretell a coming tragedy. A sudden violent hailstorm in late March flattened the first green shoots of corn, and men looked at the bruised sky and muttered that it was a sign of God's displeasure. But the true omen wasn't in the sky or the woods. It walked on two legs and reeked of cheap whiskey. The Taylor gang and their ilk grew bolder, their crimes escalating from nighttime thievery to brazen daylight intimidation.
The final straw came when one of their crew publicly horsewhipped a well-respected farmer in front of his own family over a disputed line fence. They didn't just injure the man, they humiliated him, stripping him of his dignity in the eyes of his children and neighbors. The act was a declaration: "We are the law, and your honor means nothing to us." It sent a shockwave of rage and fear through the county. This was the moment the dread became a living thing. You could see it in the eyes of men like Nat Kinney. He felt the immense pressure from his community to do something, to lead them out of the darkness. But as he looked at the hard, desperate faces of his friends and neighbors, he felt a chilling premonition. It was a gut-wrenching feeling that in order to fight the monsters who plagued their hills, they would have to become monstrous themselves. He knew that the path they were about to choose was a one-way road, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it led straight into a darkness from which none of them would ever truly return. The public humiliation of a good man was the spark that finally lit the fuse. For Nat Kinney, the time for talk was over. Word was sent out, not by letter, but by quiet visits after dark. A trusted friend would ride to a neighbor's cabin, speak a few hushed words on the porch, and then melt back into the night. The message was simple: be on the Bald Knob, east of town, after midnight. Come alone and come armed. There was no need to explain what it was about. Every man who received the summons knew in his bones that the time for choosing a side had arrived. They gathered under a cold, star-dusted sky on a treeless hill that would give them their name. They were ghosts in the moonlight, emerging from the woods in twos and threes, rifles cradled in their arms. These were not criminals. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and church-going men, their faces grim and set. At the center of the clearing, a small bonfire crackled, casting their long, dancing shadows across the barren ground. The only sounds were the whisper of the wind and the nervous shuffling of boots on stone. Nat Kinney stood before them, his large frame silhouetted against the flames. His voice, when he spoke, was not a shout, but a low, steady rumble that carried a weight of cold fury. He spoke of the law that had abandoned them, of the thugs who terrorized their wives and children, and of the honor that was being stripped from them, piece by painful piece. "The law won't protect us," he declared, his words cutting through the night air. "So we will become the law. We will be the answer to our own prayers. We will sweep this county clean of the filth that infests it, or we will die trying." A low murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. This was what they had been waiting for: a leader, a plan, a cause. Kinney had them raise their right hands, and there, in the flickering firelight, they swore a solemn oath. They swore secrecy upon pain of death. They swore loyalty to one another, and they swore to mete out justice with rope and switch to any man who threatened their homes and their peace. In that moment, they ceased to be individual farmers. They became a single entity, a phantom army born of desperation and rage. They were the Bald Knobbers, and as the men dispersed, melting back into the darkness from which they came, a new and terrible power was unleashed upon the Ozarks. They had a name, an oath, and a list of targets. Among them stood men like Ben Bolin, his hands still tingling from the oath, his mind already turning to the work ahead. He and his brothers were not thinkers like Kinney. They were doers. The first drops of blood had not yet been spilt, but the promise had been made. The hunt was about to begin, and the hills would soon echo with the sounds of their swift, brutal justice. Their justice was a terrifying ritual, repeated in dozens of darkened hollows. It always began with the sound, a low thunder that started far off and grew steadily closer. It was the sound of shod hooves, dozens of them, moving as one through the night. To the family huddled inside their cabin, it was the sound of a coming judgment. The dogs would bark themselves into a frenzy, then fall eerily silent as the phantom army surrounded the home. And then, the waiting. A silence so heavy you could feel it pressing in on the log walls. From the darkness would come a single commanding voice, often rough and distorted by the flannel mask. "Come out. or we're coming in." Inside, a man would have to make a choice that was no choice at all. To surrender was to face the switch, the tar, the rope. To resist was to invite something far worse. This ritual of fear was the bald knobber's true weapon, and for a time, it worked. They drove out the worst of the outlaws and brought a fragile, terror-enforced peace to the hills. But the night they rode on William Edens, the ritual changed. Edens was not a notorious outlaw. He was just a man who had defied them, who had spoken out against their methods. He refused to be intimidated. When the thunder of hooves surrounded his cabin and the voice called out, Edens refused to open his door. He would not surrender his home to masked men. From inside, his family heard him shout his defiance into the darkness. What happened next was not justice, it was an execution. The night didn't just splinter with the sound of a kicked-in door. It exploded in a blinding, deafening roar. A volley of rifle and shotgun fire ripped through the thin wooden walls of the cabin. To the children cowering on the floor, the world became nothing but the flash of muzzles painting terrifying momentary pictures in the dark, the scream of lead tearing through wood, and the smell of gunpowder filling their lungs. The air itself seemed to shred around them. When the shooting stopped, the silence that rushed back in was profound and absolute. Heavy boots stomped onto the porch. The remnants of the door were torn from its hinges. Through the smoke and darkness, the family saw only hulking shapes, demonic silhouettes against the moonlight, as their father was dragged from the home he had tried to defend. There was a final, terrible struggle in the yard, a woman's desperate plea cut short. Another shot rang out, sharp and final, and its echo was the only eulogy William Edens would receive. The next morning, when the neighbors arrived, they found a scene of unimaginable horror. They didn't need to see the body to understand what had happened. The cabin itself was the testament. It looked as if it had been clawed by some great furious beast. The log walls were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the chaos. This was not a whipping. This was not a warning. This was murder, cold and brutal. On that night, the bald knobbers crossed a line, and in the blood of William Edens, their righteous crusade was drowned forever. The saviors had become the monsters. To understand what happened at the Edens cabin, you have to try for a moment to look through Ben Bolin's eyes. In his mind, he wasn't a murderer. He was a surgeon, and the Ozarks were his patient, riddled with the cancer of lawlessness. A tumor doesn't have rights. You don't reason with it. You cut it out, cauterize the wound, and move on. The tailors and their kind were the primary tumor, but men like William Edens, men who defied the cure, who obstructed the surgery, were part of the disease too. In Bolin's brutally simple logic, if you weren't actively helping to save the patient, you were helping the sickness spread. The switch didn't flip for Ben Bolin on the night of the Edens murder. It had been welded into position the moment he took the oath on that bald knob. While other men, perhaps even Kinney, saw their night riding as a temporary necessary evil, Bolin saw it as a righteous calling. He was the hammer, and it was not the hammer's place to question the nail. Each whipping, each threat, each act of terror was simply a tool for the job. He likely felt contempt for the weakness he saw in others, for the men who flinched at the sound of a switch on bare skin. They didn't have his clarity. They didn't understand that to fight monsters, you must be more terrifying than any monster. So when William Edens shouted his defiance from behind that door, Bolin didn't hear a brave man defending his home. He heard the sickness talking back. He heard a direct challenge to the new order, the only order that could save them. The hail of gunfire that shredded the cabin wasn't a moment of lost control. It was a calculated, overwhelming response to that challenge. It was a message, written in lead and smoke, not just for Edens, but for anyone else who thought they could stand in the way. This was the cold calculus of his crusade. After the final shot echoed into silence, as the other masked men stood in the shocked aftermath, Ben Bolin likely felt no remorse. He wouldn't have felt the thrill of a killer, nor the chilling emptiness of a man who has lost his soul. He would have felt the quiet, grim satisfaction of a job well done. A problem had been solved, a lesson had been taught. He was the iron fist of the bald nobbers, and that night the fist had come down hard. In his own mind, he hadn't committed a crime. He had enforced the only law that mattered. Dawn broke over the Edens homestead, but the light brought no comfort. It only served to illuminate the full scope of the horror. The silence that had followed the final gunshot was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The first neighbors to arrive walked onto the property as if treading on cursed ground. They saw the cabin first, its log walls looking like they had contracted some terrible disease, a pox of dark bullet holes. On the porch, a shattered butter churn lay on its side, a mundane casualty in a night of unimaginable violence. Inside, they found what was left of the Edens family. The widow sat on a low stool, not weeping, but staring into a space beyond the walls, her mind shattered by the events she had been forced to witness. The children were huddled together in a corner, their faces pale and streaked with soot, their eyes wide with a terror that might never leave them. But it was in the yard, lying in the cold, dew-covered dirt, that the finality of the act was laid bare. William Edens was dead, and the bald nobbers had killed him. But they had made a fatal mistake. In their furious volley, they had also shot Charles Green, Edens' son-in-law. They had left him for dead, but he wasn't. He had survived. Wounded and bleeding, he was a living witness to the slaughter. And more importantly, he had recognized some of the men behind their crude flannel masks. He knew their voices. He knew their names. His survival was a ticking clock, and with every breath he took, the bald nobber's reign of terror was 1 second closer to its end. The news of the murder didn't spread as a whisper. It tore through the Ozark Hills on a current of shock and rage. This was different from the stories of whippings and warnings. This was a line crossed in blood. The story reached the courthouse in Forsyth, and from there it traveled by telegraph to the state capitol. The tale of the bullet-riddled cabin and the defiant man murdered in front of his family was so brutal, so brazen, that the state of Missouri could no longer afford to look the other way. The law, which had been a distant rumor for so long, finally awoke with a vengeance. The governor authorized the militia. Warrants were drawn up, bearing the names of the most prominent bald nobbers, including Nat Kinney and the Bolin brothers. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The official documents went up on posts and walls in every town, turning the masked riders from a secret society into a list of wanted men. The hunters had become the hunted. The murder of William Edens split Taney County down the middle like an axe splitting a log. There was no more middle ground, no room for quiet neutrality. You were either for the nobbers or against them, and you had to choose a side right now. The pot-bellied stove at the general store, once a place for shared stories and friendly gossip, now radiated a cold silence. Men who had known each other since childhood would now pass on the road with a curt nod, their eyes hard, each wondering if the other had been among the masked riders that night. The church itself was divided, with some praying for the souls of the vigilantes and others praying for their swift damnation. From the ashes of this division, an opposing force rose up, calling themselves the anti-bald nobbers. They were not lawmen. They were the friends and family of men who had been wronged by the nobbers, joined by those who were simply horrified by the Edens killing. They armed themselves and swore their own oaths, promising to hunt down the vigilantes and deliver a justice of their own. The old Civil War feud was reborn, but this time without uniforms. It was neighbor against neighbor once more, and the hills became a checkerboard of loyalty and hate, where taking the wrong path or trusting the wrong person could get a man killed. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the county, creating a conspiracy of silence. Many people knew the truth. They had seen the riders gather, heard the boasts in a saloon, or recognized a man's horse tied up outside the Edens place. But the bald nobbers' power, even when they were fugitives, was immense. Their kin were everywhere, and the threat of a burning barn or a midnight visit was far more immediate than the protection of a distant law. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, men would suddenly suffer from bad memories, their eyes cast down to the floorboards. To speak the truth was an act of incredible courage, because everyone knew the Nobbers had a very simple law for informants. Amidst this climate of fear, small acts of profound courage and startling cowardice played out in the shadows. One neighbor, at great risk to his own family, would leave a basket of bread and salted pork on the Eden's widow's porch before dawn, a silent gesture of support. But another man, bound by blood or fear, would stand before a magistrate and provide a false alibi for his cousin, swearing he was playing cards with him on the night of the murder. The community was tearing itself apart at the seams, its moral fabric tested and frayed. It was in this fractured, paranoid landscape that the real hunt for Ben Bolin and his brothers would have to begin. While the official law, the state militia, and the county sheriff made a great show of organizing and searching, they were outsiders. They knew the main roads, but they didn't know the hollows. But the real hunters, the men who moved with a purpose that was colder and sharper than any legal duty, were the anti-bald Nobbers. These were men who had lived in the shadow of the Nobbers' terror. They weren't hunting for a reward, they were hunting for revenge. And they knew the mountains just as well as the men they were chasing. For months, Ben Bolin and his brothers were ghosts. They slipped through the deep woods and limestone caves they had known since childhood, a landscape that was now both their sanctuary and their cage. They reverted to a primal existence, living off poached deer and foraged nuts, their clothes turning to rags. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the wind sent a jolt of adrenaline through them. They tasted paranoia in every bite of squirrel meat and felt it in the cold dampness of the caves where they slept. The familiar woods, the kingdom they once ruled with masked terror, had become a labyrinthine prison. The hunt was a slow, methodical strangulation. The anti-bald Nobbers were patient. They had men among them who could track a single man across solid rock and read a broken twig like a page in a book. They moved in small, quiet groups, checking the remote cabins of known sympathizers, finding the faint traces of a recent campfire, and slowly, painstakingly, tightening the net. A farmer who gave the Bolins a slice of cornbread might find his fence cut the next week, a quiet message that help was no longer an option. The fugitive's world shrank with every passing day. The end for Ben Bolin came not in a hail of bullets, but in a moment of exhaustion. It was February 1889, and the cold had gnawed at him for months. He had risked getting close to his brother's cabin, perhaps seeking a moment of warmth, a real meal, a sliver of the life he had lost. It was a fatal mistake. A tracker for the anti-bald Nobber posse had found his trail in the thin layer of snow. They didn't storm the cabin. They simply waited, melting into the grey woods, becoming part of the landscape. When Bolin stepped outside, perhaps to fetch water or check the perimeter, he was allowed to walk 20 yards into the clearing. Then, a single voice cut through the cold air. "That's far enough, Ben." He froze. From behind every large oak and limestone outcrop, a man rose, rifle already at his shoulder. There was no shouting, no chaos, just the quiet final click of a dozen rifle hammers being pulled back. In that instant, Ben Bolin, the enforcer, the Iron Fist, saw the faces of his neighbors, his enemies, and knew that his war was over. He didn't reach for a weapon. He just stood there, a gaunt, tired man surrounded by the cold, unforgiving justice of the hills he once ruled. There would be no judge in a black robe for Ben Bolin. There would be no clever lawyers arguing points of law, no jury of his peers weighing evidence in a dusty box. The men who captured him, the anti-bald Nobbers, had seen what passed for justice in the Ozarks. They had seen how a well-connected man could intimidate witnesses, how a sympathetic jury could ignore facts, how the slow, clumsy machine of the law could let a monster slip through its gears. They didn't trust it. They believed that to bring a man like Ben Bolin into a courtroom would be to mock the memory of William Edens. They had decided in the cold silence of the woods that Bolin would face a different kind of court. His trial was the long, grim ride from the place of his capture to a sturdy white oak tree on the side of a lonely road. The woods were his courtroom, the pale moonlight his only illumination. The jury was the silent procession of armed men on horseback who rode beside and behind him, their faces set like stone. There was no testimony offered, no evidence presented, because in their minds the case had been proven long ago, in the bullet holes of the Edens cabin, in the terrorized eyes of his family, and in the arrogance of the masked crusade Bolin had helped lead. Through it all, Ben Bolin remained unbroken. He did not beg for his life or plead for mercy. Accounts passed down through the generations say he sat tall in the saddle, his hands bound tight behind him, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His silence was his final act of defiance. He had lived his life by a code of brutal, unforgiving strength, and he would not abandon it in the face of death. He looked at the hard faces of his captors, not with fear, but with a quiet, burning contempt. He was a wolf cornered by hounds, and he would grant them no satisfaction. The verdict was delivered without a single word being spoken. When the posse stopped under the thick, bare limbs of the oak tree, the judgment was clear. They didn't grant him a final prayer or a chance for last words. The justice they dispensed was as swift and impersonal as the justice he had once delivered with a hickory switch. The rough hemp of the rope was thrown over a branch. The noose, tied with an efficient knot, was slipped over his head and cinched tight against his neck. A sharp slap on the rump of his horse, and it was over. Ben Bolin, the iron fist of the bald nobbers, was executed by the very vigilante justice he had championed. The question that hangs in the air, even to this day, is a chilling one. Was this justice? Or was it just another murder, another link in an endless chain of Ozark violence? The anti-bald nobbers had rid the world of a man they saw as a tyrant, but in doing so, they had become a mob, acting as their own judge, jury, and executioner. For the other captured bald nobbers, the official law would have its day in the Forsyth courthouse. But for Ben Bolin, the verdict had already been rendered, not by the law of men, but by the cold, hard law of the mountains. Ben Bolin's death was not the end of the story. It was merely the end of a chapter written in rope and vengeance. The consequences of the Bald Nobber War continued to ripple through the hills for years, leaving behind a landscape of broken lives and bitter silence. For the survivors of the Edens family, the mountains that had been their home became a prison of memory. Every creek, every ridge, every shadow held a piece of the horror they had endured. They could not rebuild their lives on ground soaked with their own blood and grief. Sometime after the trials, they packed what little they had left, turned their backs on Taney County, and vanished, seeking a place where the name Edens didn't echo with tragedy. For the other captured bald nobbers, the law of men finally arrived in Forsyth. The trial was a spectacle, the biggest in the county's history. And in May of 1889, 3 men, Dave Walker, his son William, and John Matthews, were led to a specially built gallows in the courthouse square. Before a crowd of thousands, they paid the ultimate price, their public execution serving as the state's final, brutal statement that the reign of the masked riders was over. But for the dozens of other nobbers who were acquitted or never charged, their freedom was a curse of its own. They walked out of the courtroom not into the arms of a grateful community, but into a life sentence of suspicion and contempt. These men, who had once been the secret kings of the night, now lived as pariahs in the daylight. Neighbors who had once feared them now simply shunned them. Their businesses failed, their crops seemed to wither on the vine, and they were met with the justice of cold shoulders and closed doors. They were haunted men, forever looking over their shoulders, wondering if every stranger on the road was a relative of someone they had wronged. Some stories say a few of them met quiet, untimely ends years later. A hunting accident, a fall from a bluff, accidents that no one ever questioned too closely. They had escaped the hangman's noose, only to find a slower, colder justice waiting for them in the unforgiving memory of their neighbors. And so, the community, exhausted by hate and bloodshed, made a collective, unspoken decision to forget. The name Bald Knobber became a curse, a word not to be spoken aloud. The grotesque horned masks were burned in secret, the records of their meetings buried or destroyed. Parents stopped telling their children the full bloody story, opting instead for a vague tale of troubles in the old days. They tried to plow over the history, to plant a new crop of peace and pretend the soil beneath wasn't filled with bones. They wrapped the entire saga in a thick blanket of silence, hoping that if they didn't speak its name, the monster they had created would finally die. The forced silence that fell over Taney County could never last. A story this soaked in blood has a way of seeping back up through the ground. Walk through the Ozark Hills today, and you will still find the old names, Bolin, Kinney, Taylor, on mailboxes and in the phone book. The descendants of the riders and their enemies now share pews in the same churches and shop in the same stores. The blood feud is long over, the wounds scabbed over by generations of peace. But the echo remains. To carry one of those names is to carry a piece of that violent history, a faint whisper of a time when your great-grandfather might have been either the masked man on the horse or the one bolting his door in fear. The physical scars on the land have faded more slowly. For decades, the white oak where Ben Bolin was lynched stood as a dark monument on the side of the road. Locals knew it as the Bolin tree, and it became a place of dread, a landmark to be passed quickly, especially after dark. It was said that nothing would grow in its shadow. Eventually, time and nature did what the community could not. The old tree withered, died, and was cut down, its wood likely burned to ash. But even today, the old-timers can still point to the exact spot where it stood. The tree is gone, but the ground remembers. In the town of Forsyth, the old courthouse where the other knobbers were tried is gone, replaced by a new one. But in the local cemetery, you can find the graves of the 3 men who were legally hanged. Their tombstones are simple, weathered by 100 Missouri winters, giving no hint of the spectacle of their deaths. They are quiet, stone reminders of a time when the law finally brought its terrible, formal power to bear on the chaos. But the most powerful remnant of Ben Bolin isn't made of wood or stone, it is the ghost story. As the facts were buried under the community's silence, the man was replaced by the myth. History became folklore. To this day, on the dark roads around where he was killed, people still tell stories of the Phantom Rider, a lone, gaunt figure on horseback, seen on moonless nights, forever repeating his last fatal ride. Ben Bolin the man is dead and gone, but Ben Bolin the spectre became immortal, a cautionary tale whispered to children to keep them from straying too far into the woods after dark. The people tried to forget, but the story simply refused to die. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question that has haunted these hills for over a century. Was Ben Bolin a righteous crusader who lost his way? Or was he a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? The honest truth, buried under years of myth and silence, is that he was both. He was the inevitable and terrible answer to the chaos that surrounded him. He was a man forged in the crucible of a lawless land, and he became the very thing he sought to destroy. The story of Ben Bolin is the story of a cure that becomes its own disease. This is more than just a tale of Ozark vigilantes. It is a timeless warning about the desperate hunger for order and the terrible price that is sometimes paid to achieve it. It is the story of what happens when good, frightened men, abandoned by the law, decide to walk the razor's edge between justice and vengeance, only to lose their balance and fall into the abyss. The bald knobbers rose from the dirt to give their community hope. but their legacy is a stark reminder that a society's saviors can all too easily become its tyrants, and that a revolution born of righteousness will almost always end by eating its own. And so the story returns to the darkness, to a lonely road and the sound of a single horse. The ghost of Ben Bolin isn't just a campfire tale meant to scare children. He is the restless spirit of this lesson. He is a permanent warning, etched into the very landscape, a silent testament to a brutal truth. In a land without law, the man who promises to save you from the monsters is often the first one to become a monster himself. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Im standing on the banks of a slow-moving creek in the heart of Clay County, Kentucky. It's quiet here, peaceful. The only sounds are the rustle of leaves in the poplar trees and the gentle murmur of water flowing over smooth gray stones. But this place holds a violent secret. If you stand here long enough and you listen past the wind, you can almost hear a different sound. The echo of a quiet morning being torn apart by a dozen rifles firing all at once. It was right here, on this ground, that one of the most feared men in Appalachian history drew his last breath. His name was Thomas Baker, but no one called him that. They called him Bad Tom. For years, he was a ghost in these hills, a peerless marksman who seemed untouchable. Today, we're going to piece together the lost story of how a man like that ended up here, ambushed and alone, with nothing in his hand but a bar of soap. We're here to listen to the whispers from the past. To understand the man, you have to understand the world that forged him. Let's wind the clock back, long before that morning at the creek, to the years after the Civil War. Clay County wasn't a peaceful place then. It was a hornet's nest. The war between the states hadn't washed this land clean. It had just given old grudges a new flag to hide behind. Neighbor had fought neighbor in brutal guerrilla bands, and when the official armies went home, the bitterness remained, thick and suffocating as the summer fog in these hollows. In this world, the law from the state capital was a distant rumor. The real law was kinship. Your family name was your shield, your jury, and your executioner. A man's honor wasn't just a word. It was the most valuable thing he owned, and an insult was a debt that could only be paid in blood. This was a land of hard men, where disputes were settled not with lawsuits, but with long rifles and steady hands. At the center of this world stood the Howard clan. They were a powerful family, deeply rooted in the soil of Clay County, their influence tied to the wealth of the Goose Creek salt works. They were proud, numerous, and saw themselves as the rightful leaders of the region. They were men who expected respect and were quick to answer any perceived challenge to their authority. To them, the county had a natural order, and they were at the top of it. And then there was Thomas Baker. He was a different kind of force, a Union veteran who had walked through the fire of the war and come out the other side harder than mountain stone. He wasn't loud or boastful. He was a man of few words, with what people called a cold, glittering eye that seemed to look right through you. He was a hunter, and his time in the army had perfected his aim to a terrifying degree. He moved with a quiet confidence that some saw as arrogance, a challenge to the old ways. You could feel the tension crackle in the air on court days in Manchester. The Howards and their kin would stand on one side of the dusty street, and Tom Baker and his family would stand on the other. They were like two storm fronts gathering on opposite sides of a valley, dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Everyone knew it wasn't a matter of if the storm would break, but when. All it would take was a single spark to ignite an inferno that would consume them all. Feuds like this don't just appear out of thin air. They start with a single moment, a single choice. But the real reason, the human reason, often gets buried under decades of hearsay and legend. To find the truth, you have to dig. So I went to the local archives, to the place where old stories go to be forgotten, and I started scrolling through the ghosts of old newspapers on a dusty microfilm reader.
After hours of searching, I found it. It's not much to look at. A faded column in an 1888 edition of a local paper, the text blurry at the edges. The headline is simple, almost sterile. Man shot and killed at logging camp. There's no picture, just a few short paragraphs. But this small, forgotten piece of newsprint is the Rosetta Stone of the Baker-Howard feud. The article reports that a man named Abner Eversole was killed by Thomas Baker following a dispute. It mentions cards and it mentions liquor. But the key detail, the one that tells you this wasn't just some drunken brawl, is Eversole's family name. He was a Howard kinsman. This wasn't a murder, it was an assassination. This small article is the official declaration of war, printed in black and white for all the world to see. But this yellowed paper, for all its facts, leaves the most important question unanswered. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. What was the argument really about? The paper just says a dispute, but a dispute doesn't start a war that will last for over a decade and claim dozens of lives. To find that answer, we have to go back to the logging camp itself and listen to what the official record left out. Let's travel back to that logging camp in 1888. Picture a rough-hewn bunkhouse, smelling of pine sap, sweat, and cheap whiskey. A game of cards is underway by lantern light, a circle of hard men who worked with their hands all day and gambled with their pay at night. On one side of the table sat Tom Baker, on the other, Abner Eversole and a few of his Howard cousins. The air was already thick with a tension that had little to do with the cards being dealt. The game got heated, as it always did when liquor and pride were on the table. An argument started over a disputed pot. Eversole, maybe feeling brave with his kinsman beside him, pointed a finger at Baker and accused him of cheating. The other men fell silent. It was a dangerous accusation to level against any man in that camp, but to say it to Tom Baker was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. But it wasn't just about the cards. A darker rumor had been festering in the county for weeks, a whisper that Tom Baker had stolen a pig from a Howard family homestead. In a place where livestock was a family's wealth and a man's reputation was everything, this was the gravest of insults. It branded him a common thief. And now, in the middle of the tense bunkhouse, Eversole made the fatal mistake of saying the quiet part out loud. He threw the accusation of the stolen pig right in Baker's face. The room went dead still. This was the moment, the point of no return. Tom Baker didn't shout. He didn't curse. He simply pushed his chair back and stood up. In a voice that was low and steady, a voice colder than a winter creek, he looked Eversole in the eye, denied the charge, and demanded he take it back. For a long second, Abner Eversole had a choice: swallow his pride and live, or stand his ground and die. Emboldened by his friends and the whiskey burning in his gut, he made his choice. He refused to apologize, and his hand went for the pistol at his belt. He never cleared the holster. Baker's draw was a single fluid motion, a flash of steel and a deafening roar that shook the tiny bunkhouse. Abner Eversole crumpled to the floor. The card game was over, and the story behind that brief newspaper article was written in blood. Paper records and newspaper clippings can only tell you so much. They give you the bones of a story, but not the heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. I found James Baker sitting on the front porch of his small house, tucked away on a ridge overlooking the same hills his infamous ancestor once roamed. He's a man in his 80s now, with his great-grandfather's clear, steady eyes and hands weathered by a lifetime of working this land. He offered me a seat and listened patiently as I explained what I was doing. He'd heard it all before, from reporters, from authors, from curious outsiders. He nodded slowly, a tired smile playing on his lips. "You've been reading the books," he said, his voice a low Appalachian drawl. "They all talk about a stolen pig. They make my great-grandfather out to be a common thief who killed a man over a card game. That's the story the Howards wanted everyone to believe. It's cleaner that way." Then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that spanned a century.
But the story my father told me, the one his father told him, is different. There was no stolen pig. That was a lie, a slander cooked up by the Howards because Tom was becoming too well respected, and they couldn't stand it. They wanted to tear down his name. My great-grandfather, he continued, his voice dropping, was not a man who started fights, but he was damn sure a man who finished them. In that logging camp, Abner Eversole didn't just accuse him of stealing. He'd been drinking, and he got mean. He looked Tom square in the face, and he said something vile about his wife, Mary. An insult so foul that in those days, for a man to say that about another man's wife, there was only one possible answer. It wasn't a choice, it was a duty. Hearing him say that, the whole story shifted. The dusty newspaper article felt hollow, incomplete. This wasn't a feud over property or a card game. According to the Baker family, this was about a sacred line being crossed. A husband defending his wife's honor in the only way his world understood. Suddenly, Tom Baker wasn't just a killer. He was an avenger. Let's go back inside that cramped, smoky bunkhouse. The argument over the cards and the stolen pig was just the kindling. Abner Eversole, full of liquor and backed by his kin, decided to throw gasoline on the fire. He looked Tom Baker dead in the eye, and the words that came out of his mouth were not about cheating or theft. They were a vile personal attack aimed squarely at Tom's wife, Mary. It was a poisoned dart of an insult designed to strip a man of his dignity in front of his peers, to stain the one thing in his life he held sacred. The air in the room was sucked out in an instant. The other men froze, their eyes wide. This was no longer a squabble. This was a line being crossed, a taboo violated. In the code of the mountains, you could challenge a man's strength, his word, even his life. But you did not speak ill of his wife. To do so was to invite death to your door. Everyone in that room knew that Abner Eversole had just signed his own death warrant. Tom Baker's reaction was terrifying in its stillness. There was no explosion of rage, no shouted curses. A deep, cold calm settled over him. He slowly pushed his chair back from the rough plank table and rose to his full height. His face was a mask of stone, and that glittering eye of his was fixed on Eversole, not with anger, but with a kind of finality, like a judge who has already passed sentence. In a voice that cut through the silence, he said, "Take it back." It wasn't a request, it was an order. One last chance to step back from the abyss. But Eversole was trapped. His pride, the whiskey, and the watching eyes of his cousins had him in a corner. To back down now would be to live with the shame forever. He likely let out a sneer, a drunken laugh, and doubled down on his insult. His hand, clumsy and slow, dropped to the butt of his pistol. It was the last mistake he would ever make. Before Eversole's fingers could even get a proper grip, Tom Baker's hand moved. It wasn't a frantic motion. It was a blur of practiced economy, a movement he had honed in the chaos of war and the solitude of the hunt. The gunshot wasn't just a sound. It was a physical blow that slammed into the walls of the small room. Abner Eversole was thrown backward, the look of shock permanently etched on his face as he hit the floor. Tom Baker stood for a moment in the ringing silence, the smoke curling from the barrel of his revolver. He didn't look at the other men. He simply holstered his weapon, turned, and walked out into the night. He knew what he had just done. He hadn't just ended a man's life. He had sounded the first trumpet of a long and bloody war. From that moment on, there would be no apologies, no truces, and no peace. There would only be the feud. The killing of Abner Eversole lit the fuse. What followed was an explosion of violence that turned Clay County into a war zone. The feud spilled out of the isolated hollers and into the streets, and the epicenter of it all was right here, where I'm standing now, the town square in Manchester. Today, it's a peaceful place. Cars pass by, people go in and out of the shops. It's hard to imagine it as anything else.
But if you walk with me over to the old courthouse, a proud red brick building that has seen more history than any person alive, and you run your hand along the wall facing the street, you'll feel it. The surface isn't smooth. It's dotted with small dark pockmarks, little craters where the brick has been chipped away. Most people probably walk past these scars every day and never give them a second thought. But these aren't from weather or age. Right here. This is where it happened. Each of these marks is a silent testament to the chaos, a bullet hole left from a day when this town square was a free fire zone. This place, the very symbol of law and order in the county, became a hunting ground. The courthouse steps were turned into a fortress, and men used wagons and street corners as cover while they waged their private war in public, with no regard for who was caught in the crossfire. We're about to go back to one of those days, to a moment when the gunfire was so intense its echoes are still trapped in this very brick. Imagine a stiflingly hot court day in Manchester. The town square is crowded, but it's a tense, watchful crowd. The unwritten rule on these days was that the town itself was neutral ground, but nobody believed it. Men with rifles leaned against porch posts, their eyes never still. The Bakers and their allies gathered near the livery stable. The Howards and their faction stood in a tight knot on the courthouse steps, a clear claim to the seat of power. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The spark came in the most ordinary way. A Howard man coming down the steps bumped hard into a Baker cousin going up. Words were exchanged, a curse muttered under the breath. A hand moved instinctively toward a pistol grip, not to draw, but as a warning. It was a fatal gesture. A sharp crack echoed off the brick facade, and the first man stumbled backward, a look of disbelief on his face. In a heartbeat, the square erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a maelstrom of chaos, the deep boom of rifles mixed with the sharp bark of revolvers. Men who had been neighbors dove for cover behind horse troughs and wooden wagons, which offered little protection. Wood splintered, and the high-pitched whine of ricochets filled the air. Puffs of red dust exploded from the courthouse wall as stray bullets found their mark, carving the very scars we can still see today. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder and fear. From the center of it all, Wilson Howard, the patriarch of his clan, tried to bring order to the chaos, shouting directions to his men. He was a commanding figure, a rock in the middle of a violent storm. He stood his ground, a symbol of his family's defiance and power, directing the fire from the top of the stone steps. It made him a leader. It also made him a target. Across the square, from the relative safety of a doorway, Tom Baker raised his long rifle. He was not a man for chaotic firefights. He was a hunter, a marksman. For him, this wasn't a brawl. It was a series of calculations. He rested the barrel, took a breath to steady his hands, and squeezed the trigger. There was no wasted motion. A single, heavier crack cut through the din. Wilson Howard, who a moment before had been a pillar of command, suddenly stiffened. His rifle slipped from his grasp, clattering on the stone steps. He didn't cry out. He simply looked down at his own chest with a look of profound surprise before he folded, collapsing in a heap at the feet of his kin. The sight of their fallen leader broke the Howards' charge. A stunned silence fell over their side of the fight. The firing sputtered and died out as they rushed to drag his body out of the line of fire, their retreat a panicked scramble. The Bakers held their ground, watching them go. The fight was over as suddenly as it had begun. All that was left was the thick blue haze of smoke hanging in the silent air, the glint of brass casings on the dusty ground, and the new dark holes in the courthouse wall. After a storm of violence like the one that swept through Manchester, the official machinery of the law begins to grind, slowly and often ineffectively. And it leaves behind a paper trail. I'm holding a copy of the coroner's inquest into the death of Wilson Howard. It's a formal document, written in a looping bureaucratic script that tries to impose order on a day of pure chaos. You read through the dry, legalistic language, and it feels like it's describing a different event entirely. It lists the deceased, Wilson Howard. It notes the location, the town square. Then you get to the most important part, the cause of death. It simply says, "Deceased came to his end by means of a gunshot wound." That's it. A few simple words to sanitize a brutal public execution. There's no mention of the dozens of other shots fired, of the terror, of the fact that the town's main street was turned into a battlefield. Then you look at the indictments that were handed down by the grand jury in the following weeks. And there, among a list of names from the Baker clan, is the one that mattered most. Thomas Baker. On this piece of paper, he's just another name, a defendant in a murder case. The document doesn't tell you that he was a legend, that his single calculated shot had decapitated the rival clan in broad daylight. It reduces the most dramatic moment of the entire feud to a line of ink on a page. This is the official truth, the version of the story that's written down in the county archives. But it's a sterile, bloodless truth. It's a lie by omission. Because in the mountains of Clay County, an indictment from a courthouse in Manchester was one thing. Getting a man like Tom Baker to stand for trial was another thing entirely. The law had pointed its finger at him, and now it had to come into the hills and get him. That piece of paper, the indictment, was a challenge. And so the law, slow and uncertain, sent a posse into the hills to retrieve Tom Baker. But this was not their world. They were men of the town, sent into a labyrinth of creeks and hollers where every tree could hide a rifleman and every shadow felt like a threat. They were hunting a legend in his own kingdom, and they knew it. Tom Baker wasn't hiding. He was simply gone, absorbed back into the landscape that had made him. The posse would ride for days, finding nothing but cold campfires and tracks that vanished on stony ground. The locals they questioned would meet their eyes with a vacant, unhelpful stare. No one had seen Tom Baker. No one knew anything. But the posse felt his presence everywhere. They felt it in the snap of a twig in the woods just beyond their camp at night, in the unnerving silence of the forest. They weren't the hunters here. They were the hunted, trespassing in a land that answered to a different authority. The manhunt was a failure before it even began. Then, just as the law was about to give up, Tom Baker did the last thing anyone expected. He walked out of the hills on his own. He strode into the center of Manchester, his rifle held loosely in the crook of his arm, and turned himself in to the sheriff. It wasn't a surrender, it was a strategic move. He knew he couldn't be caught, but living as a fugitive put his family in constant danger. By facing the court, he was taking control of the narrative, daring the system to try and hold him. The trial was a spectacle of fear. The small courthouse was packed, but it was divided down the middle like a church at a funeral. On one side sat the Baker clan, their faces hard and unreadable, their hands never far from the pistols concealed beneath their coats. On the other side sat the Howards, their eyes burning with a cold fire of hatred and grief. Between them sat a terrified judge and a jury of 12 local men who knew with absolute certainty that their decision would have consequences far beyond the courtroom walls. Witnesses mumbled, their memories suddenly foggy. Evidence seemed to disappear. The prosecution's case, so clear on paper, began to fall apart under the crushing weight of unspoken threats. The jury didn't deliberate for long. They were farmers and merchants, not martyrs. They had to live in this county. When they filed back in, the foreman wouldn't look at the Howard family. In a quiet, nervous voice, he delivered the verdict: not guilty. The shooting of Wilson Howard was ruled an act of self-defense. A low murmur went through the room. Tom Baker stood, nodded once to the jury, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, his legal innocence now as much a part of his legend as his marksmanship. The Howards were left with nothing but rage. The law had failed them. Their patriarch was dead, and his killer had walked away without consequence. They knew then that if they wanted justice, they would have to get it themselves, not with indictments, but with bullets. Every story eventually ends in the same place.
I'm standing in a quiet cemetery on a hillside just outside Manchester. The wind whispers through the cedar trees, and the old tombstones lean at odd angles, their inscriptions softened and blurred by a century of rain and sun. This is where the old names of Clay County come to rest. The names of farmers, merchants, mothers, children, and the names of feuding warriors. Over here, beneath a thick, respectable slab of granite, lies Wilson Howard. The stone is weathered, but it was clearly expensive for its time, a final statement of his status as the patriarch of a powerful clan. It speaks of a man of substance, a leader of the community. There's an air of tragic dignity to it, the resting place of a man whose death was never truly avenged by the law. And then, if you walk just 50 yards down the slope, you'll find another stone. It's simpler, more rugged, cut from local stone. The name carved into it is clear and deep: Thomas Baker, 1845 to 1899. Seeing them here so close together is a profound and bitter irony. They lie just 100 yards apart now, these mortal enemies, closer in death than they ever were in life. They fought a war for control of these hills, and in the end, they each got a small, quiet piece of them forever. But standing here, looking at Tom Baker's grave, a critical question hangs in the air. The trial for Wilson Howard's death was years before 1899. He walked out of that courthouse a free man, legally untouchable. So why is this his final resting place? What happened in those intervening years that drove the Howards' hatred to a point where a courtroom acquittal meant nothing, and the only verdict they would accept was one delivered from the barrel of a gun? Tom Baker walked out of that courthouse a free man, but he wasn't free. The verdict was just a piece of paper. The real sentence had been passed in the hearts of the Howard family. For them, the trial wasn't an acquittal. It was a final, bitter confirmation that the law of the state was useless. Their patriarch was gone, and the man who killed him now walked the streets of Manchester with the government's blessing. Their rage didn't cool. It settled into something harder and colder, a patient hatred that would wait years for its moment. The feud entered a new grinding phase. It was no longer a war of open battles in the town square, but a war of shadows. The Howards set ambushes for Tom, but he seemed to possess a sixth sense for danger, an almost animal instinct that would make him change his path at the last second or melt back into the woods just as a trap was about to be sprung. His legend grew even larger. They said he was protected by something unnatural, that he had made a pact with the devil. But the truth was likely simpler. He was a man who had survived a war, and he knew how to live as if death was always a single step behind him. But even the most vigilant man can be worn down by time. The years passed. The open violence subsided into a tense, watchful peace. Tom Baker was still the most feared man in Clay County, but he was also a man trying to live a life. He had a home, he had a family, he was getting older. The constant threat became a part of the background noise of his life, a danger so familiar that it almost ceased to feel like danger at all. Perhaps he began to believe the worst was over, that the Howards, having failed so many times, had finally accepted that he was untouchable. He started to fall into routines, the small, daily habits that make up a normal life. And one of those routines was to walk down the familiar path from his cabin each morning to the creek, to wash the sleep from his eyes in the cool, clear water. It was a small act of peace in a life defined by violence. It was this routine, this small piece of normal life he reclaimed for himself, that would ultimately be his undoing. The Howards were watching, and they were patient. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the story of this feud is a living thing in Clay County. And like any living thing, it changes depending on the light you see it in. If you bring up the name Bad Tom Baker today, the answer you get depends entirely on who you ask. The war may be over, but the battle for the story continues. To the Baker family and their sympathizers, Tom is a figure of tragic frontier honor. He is the Union veteran who came home and refused to bow to the old powers of the county. He was a man who defended his wife's honor, who killed Wilson Howard in self-defense during a chaotic firefight, and who was ultimately the victim of a coward's ambush, shot down when he was unarmed and vulnerable. In their story, he is a folk hero, a testament to the mountain spirit of defiance. But if you talk to those whose families were allied with the Howards, you hear a much darker tale. In that version, Tom Baker wasn't a hero, he was a menace. A cold-blooded killer with ice in his veins and a hair-trigger temper who used his reputation to intimidate the whole county. They believe he murdered Abner Eversole over a card game, assassinated their leader in a calculated shot, and then used fear to cheat the law. To them, the final act at the creek wasn't a murder. It was an execution, the only form of justice left to them when the courts had failed. It was the necessary brutal act of putting down a mad dog to bring peace to the community. So which story is the truth? Was he a righteous avenger or a ruthless killer? A protector of his family or a predator who terrorized his rivals? The honest answer is that the real Tom Baker is likely buried somewhere in the grey space between those two extremes, lost to time and loyalties. The facts are set in stone. The men who died, the trial, the ambush. But the meaning of those facts is still at war with itself, a conflict of memory passed down from one generation to the next. When a story is this big, this soaked in blood and pride, it doesn't stay history for long. As it gets passed down around kitchen tables and late-night campfires, it starts to shed its inconvenient facts, like a snake shedding its skin. What's left behind is something harder, smoother, and far more powerful: a legend. The feud between the Bakers and the Howards is no longer just a series of events. It's a foundational myth of Clay County. The character of Bad Tom Baker, in particular, grew larger than life. People needed a way to explain how one man could be so deadly, so seemingly untouchable for so long. And so, they whispered that his skill wasn't natural. The story of his rifle was born, the one that claimed he'd had a gunsmith inlay a silver coin into the front sight. They said the silver gave it an unholy accuracy, that it guided his bullets to their targets. The gun itself became a cursed object, and to this day, people speculate about where it might be, buried with him perhaps, to keep its dark magic from the world. And it wasn't just the man who became a legend. The feud itself took on a life of its own, seeping into the folklore of the mountains. A dark superstition took root in the community, a whisper that before every killing, a hoot owl would cry near the victim's cabin the night before. People claimed it was a death omen, the voice of the mountains themselves passing judgment. It was the community's way of processing the relentless, unpredictable violence by turning it into a supernatural force, a dark fate that could be read in the signs and sounds of the night. These tales are how a community makes sense of a trauma it can't forget. They are the final stage of a story's life, the moment it dissolves from hard history into the misty realm of legend. They serve as a warning, a ghost story to tell children about the price of pride and the darkness that can rise up between neighbors. The facts may fade, but the legend of Bad Tom Baker, his silver-sighted rifle, and the crying owl of death still haunts these hills. And so, we find ourselves back where we started, on the banks of this quiet creek. The water still murmurs over these smooth grey stones, just as it did on that morning in 1899. But the silence here feels different now. It's heavier. We came here hearing only the faint echo of a rifle volley, but we've followed that sound back through time, through courthouse shootouts and smoky bunkhouses, through conflicting memories and whispered legends. This spot is no longer just a peaceful place in the woods. It's the final page of a brutal chapter in this county's history. It's a testament to a world where a man's honor was worth more than his life, and a reminder that when people feel the law has abandoned them, they will make their own with fire and lead. The story of Tom Baker shows us that history is never a simple matter of heroes and villains. He was a man forged by a hard land and a violent time, and the truth of his life lies somewhere in the shadows between the legend and the reality. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or a simple weathered tombstone on a quiet hillside, remember this place. Remember that it's not just a collection of stones or a patch of earth. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the terrible choices that can define a generation. You just have to be willing to stop and to listen to the whispers. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. On September 14, 2007, a clerk in the Douglas County Courthouse in Nebraska stamped a document that would send a shockwave through the entire legal world. It was a lawsuit, like thousands of others, but the name listed for the defendant wasn't a person or a corporation. It was God. The newspapers called it the act of a madman, a joke taken too far. But the man who filed it was no fool. He was one of the most powerful politicians in the state. Today, we push past the laughter and the headlines to ask a question that strikes at the very heart of law and faith. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? To understand the lawsuit, you first have to understand the man. Ernie Chambers wasn't some crackpot off the street. He was a living legend in Nebraska politics. For nearly 4 decades, he was a senator in the state's unique one-house legislature. He was a lion, a civil rights champion whose voice boomed through the marble halls of the Capitol, fighting for the poor, the forgotten, and the marginalized. He was known for his razor-sharp mind, his unmatched eloquence, and a stubborn refusal to back down from any fight he believed was just. He was a master of the law. He didn't just know the rules. He knew their spirit, their history, and most importantly, their weaknesses. He had spent a lifetime watching the gears of justice turn, sometimes with agonizing slowness, sometimes with breathtaking fairness. He believed in the system, or at least he believed in what it was supposed to be, a shield for the innocent and a sword against the powerful. But in the mid-2000s, Senator Chambers saw a sickness creeping into the courts he so respected. He saw lawsuits that seemed to defy common sense, clogging the dockets and turning halls of justice into a circus. People suing for anything and everything, using the sacred process of the law to settle petty grievances or chase easy money. To a man like Chambers, this wasn't just inefficient. It was a perversion, a mockery of the very idea of justice. He felt the system was becoming a parody of itself. He could have given a fiery speech on the Senate floor. He could have written a scathing newspaper column. But Ernie Chambers wasn't a man who settled for small gestures. He believed that to expose an absurdity, you had to meet it with an even greater absurdity. An idea began to form in his mind, an idea so radical, so audacious, it could only come from a man who knew the law so well he was willing to break its unwritten rules. He decided he would file a lawsuit of his own. But his target wouldn't be a person or a company. He would aim higher. He would take the logic of the frivolous lawsuit and push it to its absolute metaphysical limit. He was about to demonstrate the flaw in the system by creating a case so perfectly logical and yet so utterly impossible that no one would ever be able to forget it. The calm of the Nebraska judicial system was about to be shattered. And so, on a Friday in September, Ernie Chambers walked into the Douglas County Courthouse and fired his shot. The document he filed read not like a legal complaint, but like an indictment against the cosmos itself. With the cold, precise language of the law, he laid out his case against the defendant, God. He accused the Almighty of being directly responsible for untold suffering, for unleashing deadly floods, terrifying hurricanes, and violent tornadoes upon the world. The lawsuit went further. It charged God with making terroristic threats on a global scale, promising death, destruction, and eternal damnation to billions of people, including Senator Chambers and his constituents in Nebraska. It claimed the defendants' actions sowed fear, incited hatred, and led directly to wars, oppression, and genocide. And what did the plaintiff demand? Not money. He demanded a permanent injunction. He asked a human judge to issue a legal order telling God to stop. You can just imagine the silence in the clerk's office as they read the defendant's name. But it was a legally filed document, and they had no choice but to accept it. The news spread like a prairie fire. First, it was a local curiosity, then a statewide joke. Within days, it was international news. The courthouse was flooded with calls from journalists around the world. Was it real? Was the senator serious? To anyone who thought it was a prank, Chambers had a chillingly simple and logical response. He argued that if the courthouse doors were open to any citizen with a grievance, no matter how frivolous it seemed, then they had to be open to him too. He was a citizen. He had a grievance. He had identified the responsible party. The system, he was saying, had to either hear his case or admit that its doors were not, in fact, open to all. The trap had been set. The court had no choice but to respond. The case landed on the desk of Judge Marlon Polk, a man who had dedicated his life to the clear, predictable order of the law. And with that, the entire judicial system of Douglas County, a place built on evidence and procedure, found itself staring into a black hole of its own making. The machinery of justice, designed to handle earthly disputes, had just been tasked with judging heaven. You see, for the wheels of justice to even begin to turn, a fundamental step must be taken. The defendant must be officially notified. A summons must be served. It is the cornerstone of due process, a right so sacred that without it, no case can proceed. And that single simple rule became the entire battlefield. The lawsuit's central question wasn't about floods or tornadoes. It was this: how do you hand a piece of paper to a being who is everywhere and nowhere at once? In the courtroom, Senator Chambers stood before Judge Polk, his face a mask of solemn purpose. He argued with brilliant, infuriating logic. He stated that since the defendant, God, is by definition omniscient, he must already know about the lawsuit. Therefore, a formal summons was an unnecessary piece of human bureaucracy. The court was in a bind. To agree with Chambers would be to make a theological ruling. To disagree would be to ignore the plaintiff's point. Imagine being Judge Marlon Polk, sitting on that bench, the weight of centuries of legal precedent resting on your shoulders. The courtroom wasn't filled with the sounds of chaos. There were no shouts, no struggle. There was only a profound, suffocating silence. It was the sound of a system encountering a problem it was never designed to solve. The air was thick with the tension of an impossible choice. The world's media watched, waiting for the verdict, but the judge was trapped. This wasn't a slaughter of men, but a slaughter of certainty. The weapon wasn't a rifle, but a paradox. Every path the judge could take led to a contradiction. If he dismissed the case as frivolous, he would be violating the principle of open courts that Chambers was so cleverly exploiting. If he allowed it to proceed, he would be throwing the rulebook out the window. The case became a ghost in the machine of justice. It couldn't move forward. It couldn't be dismissed on its merits. The court, an institution of immense power, was rendered utterly impotent. The legal process was bleeding out on the courtroom floor, not from a wound of violence, but from a single, unanswerable question. The mighty sword of the law had struck against the infinite, and it simply stopped. For weeks, the lawsuit hung in the air over Douglas County, a question mark suspended in the halls of justice. The initial shock had given way to a tense, expectant silence. In his chambers, Judge Marlon Polk found himself in a legal no-man's land.
He couldn't simply laugh the case out of court. Ernie Chambers was a respected senator, and his legal argument, however bizarre its premise, was technically sound. He was exploiting a loophole in the system's own philosophy of open access. The judge was a man of the book. He searched through volumes of case law, looking for precedent, for any case in history that could offer a sliver of guidance. But there was none. He was searching for a map in a country that didn't exist. The choice before him was monumental. Either he would break the court's own procedural rules, or he would allow a case against God to proceed. Either option would create a legal earthquake. Outside the courthouse walls, the story had become a global phenomenon. Legal scholars debated the jurisdictional paradox on television. Theologians argued the implications of a court even considering the matter. Late-night comedians told jokes, but beneath the laughter was a genuine fascination. Ernie Chambers had done more than file a lawsuit. He had posed a philosophical riddle that caught the imagination of the entire world. And what of Senator Chambers himself? He was the calm at the center of the storm. He gave interviews, not with the triumphant smirk of a prankster, but with the measured tone of a professor. He calmly and patiently explained his reasoning to anyone who asked. He wasn't trying to win, he was trying to teach. He had laid the trap, and now he simply watched as the entire legal world wrestled with it, exposing the very absurdity he had set out to demonstrate. The community wasn't in fear, but in a state of captivated disbelief. The courthouse, normally a place of quiet, everyday dramas, had become the stage for a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Everyone was waiting. The silence from the judge's chambers stretched on, but it wasn't an empty silence. It was the silence of a system thinking, of a man wrestling with an impossible problem, preparing to render a judgment that would be remembered for decades to come. And then, the day came. Judge Marlon Polk entered the courtroom, the weight of his decision palpable in the silent, crowded room. This wasn't a trial in the traditional sense. There were no witnesses called to the stand, no dramatic cross-examinations. The battle was fought entirely on the sterile landscape of legal procedure. The world's media held their breath, waiting to see how a small county court would solve a problem that had stumped philosophers for millennia. Judge Polk didn't try to answer the unanswerable. He didn't rule on whether God was responsible for hurricanes or whether the lawsuit had merit. He did something far more clever. He found his answer not in theology, but in the mundane, practical rules of civil procedure. He found the one thread that could unravel the entire case without touching the explosive questions at its core. He dismissed the case. But the reason he gave was a masterpiece of judicial logic. He stated that for the court to hear a case, it must first have jurisdiction over the defendant. And to establish that jurisdiction, the defendant must be properly served a summons. Since the defendant, God, had no fixed address and could not be served notice, the court simply had no power to proceed. The case was thrown out not because it was absurd, but because in the eyes of the law, the Almighty couldn't be found. It was a brilliant legal escape. The judge didn't try to slay the dragon. He simply declared that there was no address to send the challenge to. But Ernie Chambers didn't see it as a defeat. He stood before the reporters, a slight, knowing smile on his face. He argued that the judge's ruling was, in its own way, a profound victory for his cause. For the court to declare that it couldn't find God's address, he reasoned, it first had to implicitly acknowledge that there was someone to find. The verdict was in. The law of men had been applied. The system had protected itself by retreating behind its own procedural walls. But was it justice? Or was it the most elegant sidestep in legal history, a moment where the human system of rules looked into the infinite and chose, wisely, to look away? The gavel had fallen, but the real questions were left hanging, unanswered, in the quiet air of the courtroom. The television cameras eventually left Omaha. The reporters filed their last stories, and the world's attention moved on to the next spectacle. But the case of Chambers versus God never truly disappeared.
It simply sank into the bedrock of legal history, becoming something of a legend. Today, it's a story told in law school classrooms, a famous case study used to teach the dry-as-dust concept of jurisdiction. It's a ghost story that lawyers tell, a cautionary tale about the absolute limits of the law. As for Senator Ernie Chambers, he didn't fade into obscurity. He went right back to the Capitol building and continued his life's work. He remained that lion of the Nebraska legislature for years, a fierce, unapologetic voice for his constituents, a constant thorn in the side of the establishment. When he finally left office, he was the longest-serving state senator in Nebraska's history. His legacy is one of fighting for the powerless, and this lawsuit was just his most famous weapon in a long and storied career. And the lawsuit itself? That document is still there, filed away in the archives of the Douglas County Courthouse. It's just a few pages of typed words in a manila folder, a humble physical artifact of a metaphysical battle. It bears no special markings. It isn't framed on a wall, but it is a silent witness, a tangible piece of a story that seems too absurd to be true. It's proof that once, a man walked into a courthouse and tried to hold the creator of the universe accountable under the laws of Nebraska. Most people have forgotten the headlines, and the name Marlon Polk is just another name on a long list of judges. But the system remembers. The archives remember. The story of that impossible lawsuit has become a permanent, if strange, part of American legal folklore, an echo in the halls of justice that serves as a quiet reminder of the day a mortal man used human rules to challenge the divine. So we come back to the question we started with. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? The simple answer is, the court finds a way out. The system protects itself. But that's not the real lesson here. Ernie Chambers never expected to win an injunction against God. He wasn't trying to stop the rain. He was trying to make a point. This story isn't really about a battle between a man and his maker. It's a story about a brilliant mind using the logic of the law against itself to ask an eternal question. Who is truly responsible for the suffering in the world? And where are the limits of our own systems of justice? He held a mirror up to the court and forced it to admit that there are some problems, some defendants, that are simply too big for its rules to handle. It's a story of protest in its purest, most creative form. It teaches us that sometimes, to expose an absurdity, you must become an even greater one. Ernie Chambers was willing to look like a fool to the entire world to prove a point about the sanctity of justice. He never got a response from the defendant, but he forced a worldwide conversation, and in doing so, he achieved a far greater victory. In the autumn of 1806, a stunning proclamation from President Thomas Jefferson sent a shockwave across the young United States. It warned of a conspiracy, a secret expedition of armed men forming on the western rivers with a purpose unfriendly to the peace of the Union. It called for the immediate arrest of the plot's ringleader, a man whose name was known in every household from the drawing rooms of Philadelphia to the log cabins of the frontier, former Vice President Aaron Burr. The news was unthinkable. This was a man who had stood just one heartbeat from the presidency, a hero of the revolution, a founder of the nation. Now he was a fugitive, accused of the ultimate crime, treason. What had happened? What dark ambition could drive a man of such stature to raise a private army in the Appalachian wilderness? Was he a patriot preparing for a secret war against Spain, or a would-be emperor plotting to shatter the fragile American Republic and carve out his own kingdom in the West? Today, we will become detectives of the past, sifting through the forgotten clues of this grand and shadowy plot to finally answer the question, who was the real Aaron Burr? To understand the tragedy that unfolded, you first have to understand the world that was at risk. Not just the lives of a few men, but the very soul of a young nation. In 1805, the United States was less a single unified country and more a fragile alliance between the settled, powerful East and the wild, restless West. The Appalachian Mountains were the great dividing line, and the people who lived in their shadow felt like a nation unto themselves. They were veterans paid in land they had to fight for, Scots-Irish settlers who bowed to no authority but their own, and pioneers who saw the federal government not as a protector, but as a distant collection of politicians who neither understood nor cared about their struggles. Their lifeline, the mighty Mississippi River, was choked off at its mouth by the Spanish, who held New Orleans. To them, the Union felt like a promise broken. At the heart of this volatile frontier, there was a literal paradise, a place that symbolized everything that stood to be lost. On an island in the Ohio River, a wealthy Irish aristocrat named Harmon Blennerhassett had built a dream. Fleeing scandal in Europe, he and his brilliant wife, Margaret, had constructed a stunning white mansion, a beacon of European culture in the American wilderness. It was filled with telescopes, lavish libraries, and fine art. From its portico, one could hear music and scientific debate instead of the cry of the panther. Blennerhassett was a dreamer, a romantic, a man more at home with a chemistry experiment than a rifle. He sought a life of refined intellectual peace, far from the intrigues of the old world. His wife, Margaret, was his equal in every way, a poet, an accomplished horsewoman, and a gracious host who made their island a legendary oasis of hospitality. They had 2 young sons and a fortune they believed was secure. Their world was one of beauty, science, and domestic tranquility, an idyllic existence carved right out of the rugged frontier. They were not the only ones with a stake in the future. All along the river valleys, thousands of families had gambled everything on this new land. They had cleared the forests, fought off disease, and planted their hopes in the rich, dark soil. Their lives were hard, their dreams simple: to own their land, to provide for their children, and to have a say in their own destiny. They were a proud, tough, and deeply dissatisfied people, their hearts filled with a simmering resentment against the East and a burning hunger for the opportunities they believed lay just beyond the horizon. This, then, was the world that existed before the serpent entered the garden. A fragile nation, a perfect island paradise, and a populace of hardy frontiersmen, all vulnerable in their own ways. They were a collection of dreamers, idealists, and fighters, unknowingly waiting for a charismatic leader to ignite their passions and lead them toward a new destiny or toward their own destruction. The crime, in this case, was not discovered with a single gunshot or a body in a ravine. It was discovered in pieces, a slow dawning horror that spread through the Appalachian territories like a fever. The crime scene was the entire Ohio River Valley, and the clues were not stains of blood, but the sounds of hammers and the whispers of restless men. The epicenter of it all was Harmon Blennerhassett's idyllic island. The once peaceful estate had been transformed. The music and philosophical debates were replaced by the ring of blacksmiths' anvils and the thud of axes. Locals paddling past the island in their skiffs saw things that made no sense. A fleet of 15 massive keelboats was being constructed, far more than any group of simple settlers would need. Harmon Blennerhassett, the gentle scholar, had turned the grand halls of his mansion into a workshop, using his fireplaces to kiln dry the wood for the boats. Huge quantities of supplies were being stockpiled: barrels of pork, sacks of flour, and casks of whiskey, enough to sustain an army, not a handful of families heading to a new farm. The most unsettling clues were the men themselves. Young, rootless, and ambitious men from Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Kentucky began to gather on the island. They weren't farmers. They carried new rifles and spoke not of planting seasons, but of adventure and glory. When questioned, they were evasive, offering a sly grin and a vague promise of riches to be won in the South. The story changed depending on who was telling it. Some said they were off to settle the Bastrop Tract, a massive land grant in Texas. Others winked and spoke of a secret government mission to fight the Spanish. The scene spoke of a grand conspiracy unfolding in plain sight, yet its true purpose remained maddeningly obscure. Was this an elaborate land speculation, as Burr publicly claimed? Or was it the secret mobilization of a patriot army waiting for the president's signal to march on Spanish territory? Or was it something far darker, the birth of a rebel force preparing to turn its guns on its own country? The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions that grew louder with every plank nailed into place. At the center of this storm of rumor and preparation stood one man, the obvious and immediate suspect, Aaron Burr. This was not some backwoods rabble-rouser. This was a political giant, a fallen angel of the Republic. By 1805, Burr was a political ghost, a man whose career had been immolated in the fires of scandal. As vice president, he had been sidelined and distrusted by Thomas Jefferson. Then came the final, fatal blow, his duel with Alexander Hamilton. By killing his great rival, Burr had made himself a pariah in the East, a man reviled in the very halls of power he had once commanded. His motive, whispered from the taverns of Pittsburgh to the halls of Congress, was not simple greed, but something far more potent, a burning desire for revenge. This entire Western enterprise was seen as a grand and audacious act of personal vengeance against the nation and the man who had cast him out. Burr felt betrayed by the American political system, and his ambition was to build a new empire in the West, so powerful and glorious that it would dwarf the United States. He would show Jefferson, he would show all of them, what a mistake they had made. To the people in the East, his actions weren't about settling land. They were about settling a score. The initial evidence was Burr himself, and the godlike manner in which he traveled through the wilderness. He journeyed down the Ohio not in a humble canoe, but on a magnificent 60-foot barge, a floating mansion complete with a dining hall and wine cellar. Imagine the spectacle, this vessel of Eastern luxury gliding past the rough log cabins of the frontier. It was a statement of power and intent, the procession of a king, not the humble transport of a pioneer. Whispers followed him everywhere, born of his almost hypnotic personal charm. Witnesses described a man with piercing dark eyes who could hold a room captive with his words. He didn't just ask for support, he seduced men into his vision. He made every farmer, every militia captain, every wealthy planter feel as though they were the single most important person to the success of his grand and secret enterprise. The sheer number of influential men who flocked to his banner was damning evidence in itself. From the moment his grand barge appeared on the river, there was no doubt who the leader was. Every rifle purchased, every boat built, every secret oath sworn in the dead of night pointed directly back to one man, the disgraced Vice President, Aaron Burr. But as grand as Burr's ambition was, he wasn't acting alone. He couldn't be. To seize New Orleans and control the West, he needed more than a few dozen frontiersmen in keelboats. He needed a military man on the inside, a powerful ally who could deliver the U.S. Army itself into his hands. He had such a partner, a man whose position made the entire scheme seem not just possible, but destined for success. General James Wilkinson, the commanding general of the entire United States Army and the governor of the Louisiana Territory. He was Burr's most trusted confidant, his co-conspirator, the sword that would carve out their new empire. And here, my friends, is where the story twists from a simple tale of ambition into a shadowy labyrinth of deceit. For what no one in Burr's inner circle knew, what the frontiersmen flocking to his banner could never have imagined, was that General Wilkinson, the highest-ranking soldier in the United States, was living a lie. For years, he had been a secret agent on the payroll of the Spanish government, known to his handlers only as Agent 13. Wilkinson's loyalty was not to Aaron Burr, nor was it to President Jefferson. His true master was himself, and his motive was a toxic cocktail of greed and a desperate instinct for self-preservation. He was playing the most dangerous game imaginable, promising support to Burr's conspiracy while feeding information to his Spanish masters, all while maintaining his position as America's top general. With this horrifying truth in mind, all of Wilkinson's actions snap into a darker focus. His letters to Burr, filled with encouragement and bold promises of delivering New Orleans, were not the communications of a loyal partner. They were the calculated words of a master manipulator, luring Burr deeper and deeper into the trap. He fanned the flames of Burr's ambition, assuring him that the army was ready, that the Creole population of New Orleans would welcome him as a liberator. Each promise was another thread in the web he was weaving around his supposed friend. His apparent support was pure theater, a performance for an audience of one. Re-examined, every action reeks of a darker truth. Wilkinson was not helping Burr build an empire. He was helping him build a gallows. He waited, letting Burr invest his money, his reputation, and the lives of his followers. He let the conspiracy grow just large enough to be a credible threat, all the while holding an axe over its neck, positioning himself to be the hero who would eventually save the very nation he was helping to endanger. The greatest threat to Aaron Burr wasn't the president in Washington, but the trusted brother-in-arms standing right beside him. But the conspiracy wasn't just a drama between American titans. The Appalachian frontier was not some isolated stage. It was the explosive friction point between competing empires, a grand chessboard where the players were not just ambitious individuals, but entire nations. Beyond the personal vendettas and internal betrayals, there was a third looming force at play, the shadowy hand of foreign powers, particularly Great Britain and Spain. They were the external threat, the silent partners whose interests stood to be served by chaos on the American frontier. Their motives were as cold and impersonal as they were powerful. Great Britain, still stinging from its defeat in the Revolution, saw in Burr's plan a golden opportunity to fracture and weaken its upstart rival. A new, independent Western republic, hostile to the United States and friendly to the Crown, would be a strategic masterstroke. It would halt American expansion and give Britain effective control over the Mississippi River and the heart of the continent. The British minister in Washington, Anthony Merry, listened with great interest to Burr's proposals, seeing a chance to undo the results of the war. Spain, on the other hand, was a crumbling empire motivated by pure fear. They looked at the aggressive, land-hungry American frontiersmen pouring over the Appalachians and saw an existential threat to their most valuable colonial possession, silver-rich Mexico. For the Spanish, Burr's plot was both a terrifying danger and a potential solution. A successful invasion would be a catastrophe, but a civil war that turned Americans against each other could keep them occupied for decades, protecting the Spanish border through mutual destruction. This foreign meddling created a poisonous paranoia that seeped into every settlement along the river. Who could be trusted? Locals spoke of well-dressed strangers with European accents appearing in frontier taverns, men with heavy coin purses and too many questions. Rumors spread that the incredible sums of money funding Burr's expedition were not coming from his own ruined fortune, but from the coffers of a foreign king. This wasn't just a domestic rebellion anymore. It was an international intrigue, and the hardy folk of Appalachia were being courted, manipulated, and used as pawns in a game whose rules they didn't understand, by forces whose ultimate loyalty was to a distant throne. The initial pursuit of Aaron Burr was not a chase through the mountains, but a maddening hunt through a wilderness of lies. Burr, a master of political intrigue, had constructed a labyrinth of false trails and red herrings so brilliant that it paralyzed his enemies and confused his friends. The investigation, led from a distance by a deeply worried President Jefferson, repeatedly crashed against the wall of Burr's plausible deniability. The most powerful of these false trails was the public and seemingly legitimate one, the settlement of the Bastrop Tract. Burr had purchased a massive disputed land claim on the Ouachita River in what is now Louisiana. To the world, he was simply the leader of a land company, gathering brave pioneers to build a new life in the West. It was the perfect cover. Every boat built, every barrel of flour purchased, every man recruited could be explained away as a necessary preparation for this grand, legal settlement. When local officials came snooping, they were shown land deeds and contracts. Burr would greet them with the disarming charm of a respectable businessman, asking, "Gentlemen, is it now a crime in this republic to seek one's fortune?" The lead would go cold. For those who weren't satisfied by the simple story of a land venture, Burr had a more intoxicating bait: the patriot's cloak. He would take a man like Andrew Jackson aside and in a low, confidential tone hint that this entire expedition was a secret plan, tacitly approved by the administration in Washington. War with Spain was imminent, he'd suggest, and his force of hardy frontiersmen was meant to be the vanguard of the American army, ready to seize Texas or even Mexico the moment hostilities began. This masterstroke of misdirection turned potential accusers into enthusiastic allies. How could you arrest a man who was carrying out the president's secret orders? Back in Washington, Thomas Jefferson was wrestling with shadows. The reports that reached him were a maddening torrent of contradictions. One letter would paint Burr as a traitorous madman, the next as a misunderstood patriot. The vastness of the Appalachian frontier swallowed the truth. Messengers took weeks to travel, and by the time Jefferson could act on a piece of intelligence, the situation on the ground had already changed. He dispatched agents to the Ohio, but they too became lost in the fog of rumor. The investigation was dying a death of 1,000 dead ends. The posse would gather, ready to act on a damning rumor, only to find Burr had already sailed downriver, leaving behind a camp of men who swore they were just simple farmers. Promising leads evaporated in the Appalachian mist. This growing frustration in Washington and the rising confusion on the frontier was exactly what Burr intended. His campaign of misdirection was his greatest weapon, allowing his conspiracy to grow in plain sight, shielded by a brilliant wilderness of lies. President Jefferson's agents quickly discovered they were not just fighting against Aaron Burr, they were fighting against the entire culture of the Appalachian frontier. When they arrived in the bustling river towns and isolated homesteads to ask questions, they were met with a wall of silence, as thick and impenetrable as the mountain laurel. Doors were politely shut in their faces. Men in taverns would suddenly fall quiet, turning to stare into their mugs of ale. Neighbors who saw everything suddenly saw nothing. Those who heard the feverish preparations heard only the wind in the trees. You see, this was not the silence of simple ignorance. It was a deliberate collective act of defiance born from a deep and abiding distrust of the federal government. To these people, the men from Washington were the outsiders, the tax collectors, the agents of Eastern bankers who held their land titles. Aaron Burr, by contrast, was one of them. He was a war hero, a man of action, an enemy of the very Eastern elite they despised. Asking a Kentucky farmer to betray Aaron Burr to a federal agent was like asking him to side with the fox against his own hounds. It went against the grain of his very soul. This silence was also rooted in a shared dream. Burr wasn't just selling a conspiracy, he was selling hope. His vision of a Western empire, of conquering the riches of Mexico, became their vision. Their sons and brothers were the young men signing up for the expedition. Their crops were feeding the recruits, their whiskey filling the barrels on the boats. The entire region was complicit, bound together by a web of kinship, commerce, and a mutual gamble on a glorious future. To speak against Burr was to speak against their own community, against their own aspirations, and against the prospect of a better life that felt, for the first time, within their grasp. The psychological toll on anyone who considered breaking the code was immense. A man who voiced his doubts about Burr at the local store might find himself ostracized, his credit suddenly no good. A ferryman who reported the movement of armed men might find his boat mysteriously cut adrift in the night. There was no need for overt threats.
The fear of retribution was a cold, unspoken understanding. In a land where a man's survival depended on his neighbors, isolation was a death sentence. And so, the people saw nothing, heard nothing, and said nothing, creating a perfect, silent incubator where treason could grow in the open air. For months, the conspiracy had been protected by Burr's masterful deceptions and the frontier's code of silence. But the turning point, the clue that finally broke the case wide open, did not come from a dusty attic or a deathbed confession. It came in a sealed dispatch, carried by military courier across hundreds of miles of wilderness, penned by the hand of the conspiracy's most important architect. The clue was a letter, and the man who wrote it was General James Wilkinson. Stationed in Louisiana, far from the prying eyes of the East, Wilkinson played his double game as long as he could. But by the late autumn of 1806, he realized the plot was faltering. The expected money from Britain hadn't arrived, recruitment was slower than hoped, and President Jefferson was growing more suspicious by the day. Wilkinson saw that the ship was sinking, and he decided his best move was not just to jump, but to set the entire vessel on fire and claim the reward for sounding the alarm. He chose a side, and it was his own. The letter that arrived on President Jefferson's desk was a masterpiece of calculated treachery. To save himself, Wilkinson had to portray Burr as the greatest villain the Republic had ever known, and himself as the loyal soldier who had uncovered the plot. He laid out the conspiracy in the most terrifying terms imaginable. He spoke of a plan to seize New Orleans, rob the banks, incite a civil war, and create a Western empire with Burr on the throne. He painted Burr not as a mere adventurer, but as an American Napoleon, a devil whose ambition threatened the very existence of the United States. This letter was the forgotten clue that had been hiding in plain sight all along, the word of a traitor. For Jefferson, it was the moment of horrifying clarity. The fog of rumor was instantly burned away. The contradictory reports, the whispers, the vague warnings, they were all replaced by this one damning account from the highest-ranking general in the army. The labyrinth of lies that Burr had so carefully constructed collapsed in an instant. The letter changed everything. There was no more room for doubt, no more need for cautious investigation. The threat was real, it was imminent, and its full, treasonous scope was finally laid bare. A renewed and terrible urgency seized the capital. The time for waiting was over. The time for action was now. The moment Jefferson broke the seal on that letter, the game was over, and the manhunt was about to begin. With Wilkinson's damning letter in hand, President Thomas Jefferson acted. He issued a presidential proclamation that swept down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers like a flood, a single sheet of paper that tore away the web of lies and unmasked Aaron Burr before the entire nation. The proclamation ordered all civil and military officers to seize the illegal expedition, its boats, its supplies, and its leader. There was no more ambiguity, no more talk of secret government plans or peaceful settlement. The President of the United States had officially branded Aaron Burr a traitor. The news shattered the conspiracy. For the young men gathered on Blennerhassett Island and in camps along the river, the unmasking was a moment of brutal awakening. The dream of Mexican silver and grand adventure evaporated, replaced by the cold, stark reality of treason. They weren't patriots in waiting. They were outlaws, fugitives in their own country. The cause they had pledged their lives to was revealed as a criminal enterprise. And what was the true plot? The one hidden beneath all the layers of deceit. The forgotten clues, the letters between the conspirators, and Wilkinson's own self-serving confession finally revealed the chilling truth. Burr's plan was a masterpiece of flexible ambition. The first step was to lead his army of frontiersmen to New Orleans. He would seize the city, its federal arsenal, and its treasury. From there, his options would open up. If the moment was right,
He would persuade the western states, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, to secede from the Union and form a new Western empire with himself as its head. If secession proved difficult, he would use the captured funds and weapons to launch his own private invasion of Spanish Mexico, conquering its silver mines and crowning himself Emperor Aaron I. His motive was a volcanic mixture of personal revenge and grandiose destiny. Scorned by the nation he had helped to build, he sought to create a new one in his own image, a vigorous, martial empire free from the constraints of Jeffersonian democracy. He saw himself not as a traitor, but as a new Napoleon, a man of action destined to forge a continent. But as Burr was unmasked as a traitor to his country, a second, more profound unmasking was taking place in the shadows of history. The man who brought him down, General James Wilkinson, was revealed to be a traitor of a different order. He was a man who betrayed everyone. He betrayed Spain by plotting with Burr. He betrayed Burr by exposing him to Jefferson. And he betrayed the United States by serving as a paid foreign agent while commanding its armies. The Great Burr Conspiracy was not ultimately foiled by loyal patriots. It was cannibalized from within, brought down by the successful treachery of its second-in-command, a man whose only motive was his own survival and profit. This was the final, ugly truth. The plot to create a new empire was destroyed by an even deeper, more personal betrayal. The president's words fell upon the frontier not like rain, but like shards of ice. The proclamation, spreading from rider to rider, shattered the grand conspiracy in 1,000 pieces. On Blennerhassett Island, the heart of the enterprise, the dream died in a single night of chaos. The Virginia militia descended not upon a disciplined military camp, but upon a confused and terrified group of men who now understood they had been betrayed. With Burr and Blennerhassett already downriver, the abandoned recruits, their hopes of glory and riches turned to ash, unleashed their fury on the paradise that had lured them in. Through the eyes of Margaret Blennerhassett, who had been left behind, paradise was lost in a symphony of destruction. She didn't see a battle, she heard the end of a world. She heard the splintering crash of fine cherrywood as elegant furniture was broken apart. The air filled with the sharp, sickening sound of shattering Venetian glass and the reek of whiskey spilled on priceless Persian rugs. She heard the drunken shouts of men she had once fed at her own table, their voices no longer filled with hope, but with a bitter, aimless rage. In the main hall, dark, ragged holes began to appear in the fine linen draperies, the silent witnesses of a dream being shot to pieces. Forced to flee with her children into the freezing December night, her only transport was an open riverboat. As it was pushed out into the icy current, she looked back at her magnificent home, its windows blazing with light, not from a joyous party, but from the fires set within by the rampaging men. The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing silence as her home, her dream, and her future were consumed by the darkness. Miles downriver, Aaron Burr himself heard the news of Wilkinson's betrayal and Jefferson's proclamation. The unmasking was absolute. In an instant, his grand design crumbled. The man who dreamed of an emperor's throne was now forced into the disguise of a common boatman, hoping to slip through the net that was closing around him. He became a fugitive, his flight a desperate scramble toward the Spanish territory in Florida. The end came not in a blaze of glory on a battlefield, but in a muddy swamp in the backwoods of what is now Alabama. He was not cornered in a heroic last stand. He was simply recognized by his aristocratic bearing and his fine, elegant boots, mired in the filth. The would-be emperor was captured without a single shot being fired. The grand Western army was no more. The boats were impounded, the men scattered to the winds, and the beautiful mansion on the island stood silent and ravaged, a monument to a spectacular failure. The conspiracy was over, ending not with a bang, but with the hollow echo of a dream breaking. Aaron Burr was brought to Richmond, Virginia, to stand trial for treason, and what followed was not merely a legal proceeding, but a political war waged in a courtroom. It was a spectacle that gripped the entire nation. In one corner stood President Thomas Jefferson, consumed with a burning, almost personal need to see his old rival hanged. In the other corner sat the judge, the formidable Chief Justice John Marshall, a man who was not only Jefferson's political enemy, but also his cousin. And at the center of it all was Aaron Burr, who, far from being a broken-down prisoner, acted as his own lead counsel, his brilliant legal mind as sharp and dangerous as ever. The atmosphere in Richmond was electric. The city swelled with crowds, a chaotic mix of statesmen, lawyers, frontiersmen who had come to testify, and curious onlookers eager for a glimpse of the great traitor. The prosecution, backed by the full power of the presidency, presented a mountain of evidence detailing Burr's grand ambitions and military preparations. Jefferson himself from Washington attempted to micromanage the case, convinced that the very survival of the Republic depended on a guilty verdict. But Chief Justice Marshall saw the trial through a different lens. He saw the danger not just from Burr's ambition, but from a president willing to bend the law to destroy a political foe. Marshall stood firm on a strict, narrow definition of treason as laid out in the Constitution itself. He instructed the jury that to be guilty of treason, a person must commit an overt act of war against the United States. Simply plotting to do so, gathering men, or speaking of empire was not enough. The prosecution had to prove that Burr's army had actually levied war, which of course it never had. There had been no battle, no shots fired at American troops. The president's fury was immense, but the Chief Justice would not yield. Trapped by this strict constitutional standard, the prosecution's case collapsed. They could prove intent, they could prove conspiracy, but they could not prove an overt act of war. After all the drama, all the testimony, and all the political maneuvering, the jury returned its verdict. Not guilty. Aaron Burr, the man who dreamed of empire and set the entire West ablaze, walked out of the courtroom a free man. The verdict was a stunning legal victory, but a profound moral failure in the eyes of many. Jefferson was enraged, the public was bewildered, and the frontiersmen who had followed Burr were left ruined and betrayed. While legally innocent of treason, Burr was found guilty in the court of public opinion. He was a free man, but his name was forever destroyed, his honor gone. The verdict, a landmark in American law, remains controversial to this day. A verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills about whether justice was truly served, or if the greatest traitor of them all simply got away with it. The storm of the Burr conspiracy had passed, but the wreckage was strewn across a generation. Though acquitted, Aaron Burr was a ruined man. He became a living ghost, a specter of his former self, ostracized from the country he had once helped to lead. He spent years in self-imposed exile in Europe, still scheming, still trying to find a foreign monarch to back his imperial dreams, but he was a man without a country and without credibility. He eventually returned to America and spent his final decades as an obscure lawyer in New York City, haunted by the shadows of what might have been. The man who dreamed of an emperor's throne died in relative poverty, his name forever synonymous not with founder, but with traitor. For Harmon and Margaret Blennerhassett, the dream had become a permanent nightmare. Their island paradise was a memory, their mansion a looted shell, their fortune gone. Harmon was arrested and spent months in a Richmond prison before the charges were dropped in the wake of Burr's acquittal. But his freedom was a hollow victory. Hounded by debt and disgrace, the couple wandered for years, from Mississippi to Canada to the Caribbean, trying to rebuild their lives, but they never recovered. Harmon died in poverty, and Margaret's final years were spent petitioning a Congress that had long forgotten her for some compensation for their ruined home. The idyllic life they had built in the wilderness was the first and most tragic casualty of Burr's ambition. But not everyone was destroyed. In Tennessee, Andrew Jackson, the fiery general who had been so taken with Burr, emerged from the scandal not only unscathed, but strengthened. He had been cautious, demanding proof that Burr's plans were sanctioned by the government. When that proof never came and Wilkinson's betrayal was revealed, Jackson swiftly and publicly distanced himself from the plot, positioning himself as a loyal patriot who had been misled. The affair taught him a valuable lesson in political survival and reinforced his reputation as a shrewd and decisive leader. His brush with Burr's treason did nothing to slow his own meteoric rise to power. And the arch-traitor himself, General James Wilkinson, the man who had betrayed Spain, Burr, and the United States, he was never held to account. Despite a congressional investigation that uncovered his long history as a Spanish spy, he was exonerated, his web of lies and influence proving too thick to penetrate. He retained his command, continued his career, and died years later, the ultimate survivor of the web of lies he himself had spun. His fate was perhaps the story's bitterest lesson, that in the murky world of power, the greatest crimes are sometimes the ones that go unpunished. Even now, more than 2 centuries later, the traces of this grand and failed dream have not vanished from the land. The conspiracy is not just a story in a history book, it is a scar left on the map of Appalachia, a memory etched into the landscape itself. If you travel today to a small island in the Ohio River near Parkersburg, West Virginia, you can step right into the heart of the story. Blennerhassett Island is now a state park. The magnificent Palladian mansion, destroyed by fire and the passage of time, has been meticulously reconstructed, its white columns rising once more from the wilderness. You can walk through its halls and stand on its portico, looking out at the same river that once carried Burr's ambitions, and it is almost impossible not to feel the ghosts of that hopeful, tragic autumn. But the island is not the only place the memory lives on. It lingers in the old stories, in the local folklore of the river valley. For generations after Burr fled, treasure hunters would search the caves and hollows along the Ohio. They were looking for Burr's lost treasure, chests of Spanish silver and gold that legend says he was forced to bury when he became a fugitive. No great treasure was ever found, of course, but the myth itself is a powerful echo of the original promise that lured men to his banner. The dream of unimaginable wealth, a shortcut to a better life, buried just beneath the Appalachian soil. The land itself has not forgotten. The Ohio River, the great artery of the conspiracy, still flows past the same towns, Marietta, Parkersburg, Cincinnati, that once buzzed with whispers of the coming expedition. Standing on its banks today, watching the slow-moving barges, it is easy to imagine the sight of Burr's keelboats filled with armed men slipping past in the pre-dawn mist on their way toward a destiny they could not yet see. The river remembers. It was the silent witness to the entire affair, from the first nail hammered into a boat to the final desperate flight of its leader. And so, the story endures, passed down not in textbooks, but in the heart of the region itself. It has become a part of the Appalachian identity, a cautionary tale about a man of great ambition who tried to harness the restless spirit of the frontier for his own glory. The world might forget the details of the Burr conspiracy, but the mountains, the rivers, and the people who live in their shadow hold on to these memories. They remember the charismatic devil who came down the river, the paradise that was lost, and the grand dream of a Western empire that almost tore the nation apart before it was ever truly whole. And so, we come back to the question that started our journey into the shadows of the past. Was Aaron Burr a misunderstood patriot, or was he a would-be emperor? The truth, as is so often the case in these mountains, is far more complicated. Burr was a mirror. To men like Andrew Jackson, he reflected their own patriotic desire to fight the Spanish. To the dreamer Harmon Blennerhassett, he reflected a vision of an enlightened new society. And to the restless young men of the frontier, he reflected their own hunger for glory and wealth. The terrible genius of Aaron Burr was his ability to be all of these things at once, a man whose true plan was so cloaked in ambiguity that it allowed everyone to see in it the fulfillment of their own deepest desires. But this is a story not just of one man's ambition. It is a timeless lesson on the fragility of a nation. The Burr conspiracy laid bare the deep and dangerous cracks in the foundation of the young American Republic. It showed how easily the souls of a proud and forgotten people can be stirred by a charismatic leader who speaks to their grievances. The resentments of the Appalachian settlers were real, their feeling of abandonment was justified, and their discontent created a powder keg that Burr, for a moment, held the match to. This story serves as a stark and chilling warning that a union is not held together by laws and documents alone, but by a shared sense of purpose and trust. When that trust is broken, when a part of the nation feels its voice is not heard, the door is opened for men like Aaron Burr. It is a tale of how personal vendetta can masquerade as political destiny, and how the dream of a more perfect union can so nearly be shattered by the dream of a private empire. And now, my friends, you know the story of the phantom empire that rose and fell on these western waters, or at least as much of it as the river is willing to give up. The first shotgun blast threw her from the saddle into the cold, muddy water of the creek. She was still alive, crawling for the bank, when the second, more brutal blast tore through the air, silencing her forever. The newspapers called her the Bandit Queen, a velvet-clad phantom who rode with the James brothers and ruled the outlaws of the Indian Territory. But the truth was far messier and far more tragic than any dime novel could capture. Who would ambush a woman just 2 days shy of her 41st birthday and leave her to die in the mud? Today, we ride past the legends and the lies to find the real Belle Starr, and to answer the question that still haunts that lonely patch of ground. Who pulled the trigger? Before the gun smoke and the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley, born in 1848 into a world that was anything but lawless. Her home was near Carthage, Missouri, a land of rolling green hills and fertile soil that held a promise of prosperity. Her father, Judge John Shirley, was a man of standing, a prosperous farmer and innkeeper whose family lived a life of relative comfort and respectability. They were slave owners and fierce believers in the Southern cause, their identity deeply woven into the fabric of Missouri's divided soul. This was not a world of desperate poverty that breeds outlaws. The Shirley home was a place of order and aspiration. Young Myra was not raised in a dirt-floored cabin, but was sent to the Carthage Female Academy to receive a classical education. She learned literature, rhetoric, and became an accomplished pianist. You can almost picture it, a dark-haired girl with a stubborn set to her jaw, her fingers flying across the ivory keys, filling the respectable Shirley Inn with music that seemed to hold the roughness of the frontier at bay. She was known to be bright, quick-witted, and possessed of a temper that could flash like heat lightning. She was devoted to her family, particularly to her older brother John, whom everyone called Bud. He was the pride of the family, the embodiment of young Southern manhood, and Myra adored him. In those years, her future likely seemed as clear and orderly as a line of sheet music, a good marriage, a family of her own, a life of influence within her community. But their Missouri was a border state, a land of fault lines and hidden pressures. The very inn where Myra played piano was a crossroads of whispers and arguments. Men passing through spoke of states' rights, of abolitionists, of a nation tearing itself apart at the seams. For the Shirleys, these were not abstract political debates. They were matters of honor, identity, and survival. Every traveler brought news that seemed to darken the sky just a little bit more. The world of Myra Maybelle Shirley, the world of piano lessons, family pride, and Southern gentility, was a fragile one. It was a stately home built on the edge of a volcano. Little did she know that the gathering storm of civil war would not just knock at their door, but blow it clean off its hinges, consuming her brother, destroying her family's fortune, and setting her own feet on a path of rebellion from which she would never turn back. To understand the fire that burned in Belle Starr, you have to understand the land that shaped her. Missouri in the 1850s was not a place of settled peace. It was a powder keg with a short fuse. It was a border state, a place where the deep South culture of the Shirleys, built on land and slaveholding, clashed daily with the free state ideals of their northern neighbors. For families like hers, their property wasn't just soil and buildings. It was a testament to a way of life they believed was righteous, a legacy they would defend with their blood. The Civil War was the spark that ignited that powder keg.
This wasn't a conflict of distant armies marching under grand flags. In Missouri, it was a savage, intimate war fought in farmyards and on lonely country roads. It was a war of bushwhackers and jayhawkers, where your neighbor could be your executioner. This was the old scar that would never truly heal, a wound that split communities and families down to the bone. For the Shirleys, there was no question which side they were on. They were Confederates through and through. The weight of the Shirley name now demanded more than just respectability. It demanded action. And it was Myra's beloved brother Bud who would carry that burden into the fight. He didn't join a regular army. He joined a band of Confederate irregulars under the command of the infamous William Quantrill. Riding alongside him were other angry young farm boys whose names would later be written in blood and legend, the James brothers and the Younger Boys. Bud Shirley became a guerrilla, a shadow warrior in a war with no rules. For Myra, this wasn't politics, it was family. Her brother was fighting for their home, for their honor, against an invading force. When Union troops finally caught up with Bud in 1864 and killed him, it wasn't an act of war in her eyes. It was murder. The Union and the entire system of law and government it represented became the sworn enemy of her clan. The feud wasn't with another family over a property line. It was with the United States of America. Her grief hardened into a cold, lifelong vow of defiance. The seeds of the Bandit Queen were planted right there in the blood-soaked soil of Missouri. Long before the war ended, the Shirley Inn had become more than just a resting place for travelers. It was a safe house, a quiet harbor for the Confederacy's most daring and dangerous guerrilla fighters. You have to understand, men like Jesse James and Cole Younger weren't just abstract legends passing through. They were Bud's friends. They were boys Myra knew, young men who sat in her family's parlor, listening to her play the piano while their Colts rested heavy on their hips. Her music was the only moment of peace in their world of ambush and reprisal, and this shared experience forged a bond of loyalty that ran deeper than any law. When the war was lost and the Shirleys were forced to relocate to Syene, Texas, they carried those old loyalties and grudges with them like family heirlooms. They were surrounded by other displaced Southern families, all of them nursing the bitter wound of defeat. In this world, the new Reconstruction-era lawmen weren't seen as protectors. They were seen as occupiers, the enforcers of a victor's justice. A man's worth was judged not by his adherence to this new law, but by his loyalty to the old cause.
Whispers travel like wildfire in a place like that, and they clung to Myra Maybelle Shirley. Her association with the Younger clan was common knowledge, and the rumors of a youthful romance with the handsome Cole Younger followed her everywhere. It didn't matter if it was true. What mattered was the perception. She was marked, seen as part of that defiant, dangerous world. She wasn't just Judge Shirley's educated daughter anymore. She was the girl who kept company with outlaws, a woman who understood their codes and shared their enemies. This web of associations poisoned the air, turning small disagreements into matters of life and death. When Myra fell for Jim Reed, it was no surprise that he was one of their own, another former bushwhacker, a man who knew the taste of battle and had no love for the authorities. Her family objected, seeing in Reed the violence and uncertainty that had already cost them a son. But Myra's defiance was absolute. Marrying him was an act of choosing her side once and for all. The ground was now perfectly fertile for conflict. The community was a tinderbox of Civil War resentments. Myra's own reputation was already stained with the smoke of rebellion, and she had bound her fate to a man who saw the law as an obstacle to be overcome, not a shield to hide behind. The stage was set, the players were in place, and the air was thick with the certainty that trouble wasn't just coming, It was already there, waiting for its moment. The dream of a quiet life died hard under the relentless Texas sun. For a time, Jim Reed tried to beat his past into a plowshare, to work the stubborn soil and be the farmer Myra's family had wanted. But the land held no promise for him, and the quiet life felt more like a cage than a sanctuary. There was a restlessness in him, a hunger for the old thrill, the easy money, and the simple, brutal clarity of a fight. Myra, sharp as she was, saw it in his eyes. She saw the farmer fading and the ghost of the bushwhacker growing stronger with each passing day. The human omen arrived not as a single stranger, but as a clan. They were the Stars, a notorious Cherokee family who lived by their own laws in the wild Indian territory. When they came to visit Jim, it was like a change in the weather. They were men who moved with a different rhythm, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon, their hands never straying far from their belts. They spoke in low tones about fast horses, fat cattle that belonged to other men, and lawmen who could be outrun or outgunned. In their presence, Myra could see the change in her husband. The slump of the weary farmer left his shoulders, replaced by the coiled readiness of a predator. Their whispers and laughter late into the night sounded like a prophecy of doom to her. This wasn't the rebellion of a Southerner against the Union anymore. This was the siren song of pure outlawry, and Jim was listening with his entire soul. She must have felt a cold dread settle deep in her gut. This was the moment of decision, the fork in the road she could see as plainly as a line in the dust. She had chosen a dangerous man, hoping she could tame him, but now his world was coming to claim him back. Every clink of a whiskey bottle, every quiet cleaning of a revolver was a sign. It was the feeling of standing on a cliff edge, knowing that the man she loved was about to take a step and drag her over it with him. The time for farming was over. The quiet life in Texas didn't just fade away, it was executed. The news didn't arrive as a whisper on the wind, but as a formal warrant carrying the name of Jim Reed. And the charge wasn't for rustling a few head of cattle or running whiskey, it was for murder. A man lay dead, shot down during a dispute over money, and the law said Jim Reed was the one who killed him. The dream of the farm was over, drowned in another man's blood. For Myra, this was the moment the earth opened up beneath her feet. She was standing at a crossroads, and both paths led through hell. One path was to follow the law of the state, the same law that wore the blue uniform of the men who had killed her brother. To follow that path meant turning her back on her husband, the father of her children, and surrendering him to his enemies for judgment. In her world, that wasn't justice, it was the ultimate betrayal. The other path led deeper into the shadows. It meant choosing her clan over the law, loyalty over respectability. It meant accepting that her husband was a killer and deciding to stand by him, to protect him, to become his accomplice. There, in the harsh Texas sunlight, with the wanted poster acting as a death warrant, Myra Maybelle Reed made her choice. She chose blood. She chose her own. Her reaction wasn't fear, but a cold, hard resolve. The anger she had nursed since her brother's death now had a new focus. The law wasn't a faceless entity anymore. It was a hunter, and its prey was her husband. From that moment on, they were no longer just a family struggling to get by. They were fugitives. Every knock on the door, every stranger on the road was a potential threat. The conflict was no longer a matter of old grudges. It was an open war, a daily struggle for survival. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they had stained her life forever. It happened on a cold February day in 1889, just 2 days before her 41st birthday. She was riding home from a neighbor's house, the path toward Younger's Bend as familiar to her as the lines on her own hand. The air was still, the winter woods quiet. The only sound was the steady rhythm of her horse's hooves on the hard-packed dirt trail. And then, that rhythm was shattered. The sound of the first shotgun blast was a physical thing, a brutal roar that ripped through the silence of the hollow.
It echoed off the bare trees and sent a flock of birds screaming into the sky. Her horse, terrified, reared violently, and the saddle was suddenly, unnaturally empty. There was a pause then, just a few seconds that must have felt like an eternity, a moment of agonizing stillness. Then a second, more deliberate blast followed, its report even uglier than the first. And after that, there was only a profound, ringing silence. Later, it was the horse that brought the first news of the tragedy. It came galloping back to the cabin at Younger's Bend, wild-eyed and trembling, the reins tangled, the saddle empty. It was a message of disaster that needed no words. The men who saw it knew instantly that something terrible had happened out on that lonely trail. When they followed the horse's tracks back, they found her. She was lying at the edge of the muddy creek crossing shed, ridden through 1,000 times. The cold, grey water swirled around her, indifferent to the scene. There were no witnesses, only the churned-up mud and the chilling quiet of the woods where an assassin had hidden, waited, and vanished. Her riding habit was stained with the dark, wet earth of the creek bank. The legendary bandit queen, the woman whose name was whispered in fear and admiration from Texas to Arkansas, the friend of the James boys and the wife of Sam Starr, had not gone down in a blaze of glory. There was no grand shootout, no final defiant stand. The air still smelled of spent gunpowder. The only other evidence was the profound and terrible stillness where a life had just been. It was an execution, carried out from the shadows, a cowardly end to a life that had been anything but cowardly. The violence wasn't in the details of the wounds, it was in the deafening silence that was left behind. We will never know for certain who hid in that cold brush, but we can try to crawl inside the mind of a man who would. Let's imagine it was the prime suspect, Edgar Watson, a man with a murder warrant hanging over his head like a noose. In his mind, this wasn't an act of pure evil. It was a simple, brutal calculation. Belle Starr had become a threat to his very existence. She had discovered his secret, the crime he had run so far to escape, and she was about to turn him out. That meant the law would come sniffing around, and his life as a free man would be over. In this twisted logic, Belle wasn't a person anymore. She was a problem, a loose end that needed to be tied off permanently. He saw her not as the legendary bandit queen, but as the one person standing between him and survival. Killing her wasn't an act of passion. It was a business decision, as cold and pragmatic as shooting a lame horse. He was a cornered animal, and in his world, you did whatever it took to break out of the trap. Honor, friendship, decency, those were luxuries a man like him couldn't afford. The switch flipped the moment he realized she would not be bluffed or bought, the moment he looked into her eyes and saw that she was going to act. That was the point of transformation. His anger and fear cooled into a single, sharp point of purpose. The planning would have been methodical. He knew her routines, her paths. He would have chosen the creek crossing deliberately, a place where she would have to slow her horse, where the terrain gave him perfect cover, where the sound of the shot would be muffled by the hollow. He wasn't a raging monster. He was a patient predator setting a trap. And after the second blast tore the air, what did he feel? Not remorse, not triumph. Most likely he felt a profound and chilling sense of relief. The threat was gone. The problem was solved. As he melted back into the brush, his heart would have been beating fast, but not from guilt. It was the adrenaline of survival. His mind would already be working on the next steps. The alibi, the look of surprise on his face when he heard the news. Whether it was the cold calculation of a man like Watson, or the hot, humiliated rage of her own son, the psychology was the same. Belle had become an obstacle, and for the beast in the shadows, obstacles were meant to be removed. When the echoes of the second shot finally died, a heavy, unnatural silence fell over Younger's Bend. The discovery was as grim and undignified as the murder itself. It wasn't a posse of lawmen who found her, but her own people, led to the spot by her riderless horse. They lifted her body from the cold, clinging mud of the creek bank and carried her home. The fearsome bandit queen,
The woman who had stared down Judge Parker's court was gone. All that was left was the mortal remains of Myra Maybelle Starr, her clothes soaked and stained with the earth she had fought so hard to possess. The cabin at Younger's Bend, once a bustling sanctuary for men on the run, became a house of mourning. The whispers of outlaw plots were replaced by the stunned silence of grief. For her daughter, Pearl, the sight of her mother's body was a wound that would never heal. The shock was soon followed by a cold, burning question that settled in the air like smoke. Who had done this? And who among the men and women gathered in that very room knew more than they were saying? The fight for survival was no longer against the law. It was against the secret killer who might be standing right beside them. Word travels fast in the back country, and it wasn't long before the law arrived. Deputy marshals from Fort Smith, Judge Isaac Parker's men, rode into Younger's Bend. They were hard men, accustomed to the violence of the territory, but this was different. This was the murder of the most famous woman in their jurisdiction. They weren't just investigating a crime, they were stepping into the heart of a legend, a place built on a foundation of secrets and lies, where every neighbor had a grudge and every friend had a hidden motive. The investigation began immediately, a slow, methodical process of untangling the web of Belle's complicated life. Who were her enemies? Who owed her money? Who feared her? The list was dangerously long. A reward was posted, a paltry sum that seemed an insult to the scale of her fame. But in a land where loyalty was cheap and life was cheaper, even a small reward could be enough to loosen a tongue or point a finger. The initial chaos of rumor soon began to crystallize around one name. In the fearful whispers of neighbors and the cold calculations of the deputies, the name of Edgar Watson surfaced again and again. The tenant farmer with a secret past, the man Belle was about to evict. He had the motive, he had the opportunity, and he had the cold-blooded history. The hunt for Belle Starr's killer now had a face and a name. Belle Starr's murder was like a stone dropped into a still pond, and the ripples of fear and suspicion spread through every isolated cabin in the territory. This wasn't a tight-knit community bound by friendship. It was a loose collection of families, fugitives, and farmers, all held together by a fragile web of convenience and mutual distrust. Her death tore that web to pieces. Instantly, invisible lines were drawn in the dirt. On one side were those loyal to Belle's memory, her family, the outlaws she had sheltered, and the neighbors who had, in their own way, respected her power. On the other side were those who had feared her, owed her money, or, like Edgar Watson, felt the sting of her wrath. When the marshals from Fort Smith began their investigation, they ran headlong into a solid wall of silence. You have to understand, in the Indian Territory, the law of Judge Parker was seen as a foreign power. The real law was the local code, and that code had one simple rule: you don't talk to outsiders. To be a snitch was a death sentence, far more certain than any verdict from a jury in Fort Smith. The deputies would ask questions, and in return they would get blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and the maddeningly simple phrase, "Don't know nothing." This wasn't just loyalty to the outlaw way, it was raw, paralyzing fear. The killer was still out there. He could be the man plowing the next field over. He could be listening from the shadows at the general store. To speak a name aloud to a lawman was to invite a shotgun blast in the dark for you and your family. People who once left their doors unbarred now checked them twice. A strange horseman on the road was no longer a traveler, but a potential threat. The law offered a reward, but the killer offered a much more immediate consequence. In this atmosphere of terror, even the smallest actions became profound statements of allegiance. True courage was rare, and it was quiet. It was the neighbor woman who left a basket of cornbread on Pearl's doorstep, a silent offering of sympathy that said, "I am with you," without speaking a word. Cowardice, however, was far more common. It was the man who, when asked about Edgar Watson's whereabouts on that fateful afternoon, suddenly found a fascinating spot on the floor to stare at. It was the providing of a vague alibi, the convenient lapse in memory, the turning of a blind eye. Every person in that hollow was forced to make a choice, and most chose the side of self-preservation, burying the truth under a thick blanket of silence. The hunt for Edgar Watson wasn't a grand, sweeping posse of righteous lawmen. It was two separate hunts, running on parallel tracks of justice and revenge. On one track were the U.S. deputy marshals, methodical and official, working for Judge Parker's court. On the other, far more dangerous track, was an unofficial posse, a ghost-like band led by Belle's new husband, Jim July Starr, and likely composed of men who had called Younger's Bend a safe haven. The lawmen wanted Watson in handcuffs. Jim July and his riders wanted him in a shallow grave. The Indian Territory in winter is a merciless landscape. It's not the soaring peaks of Appalachia, but a tangled, brutal world of its own, a maze of dense thickets, frozen swamps, and red clay mud that can suck a horse down to its belly. Watson knew this land. He was a creature of its shadows. He melted into the landscape, his trail as slippery as a water moccasin in a dark creek. For days, the hunt was a frustrating ordeal against nature itself. The marshals followed procedure, while Jim July's men followed instinct, their eyes reading the land for broken twigs and disturbed leaves that the official lawmen missed. Watson was a phantom. A farmer would report seeing a man matching his description near the Poto River, but by the time the posse arrived, he was gone, leaving nothing but a cold campfire. They were always one step behind, chasing a ghost through a wilderness that seemed designed to protect its own. The territory itself was his greatest ally. It was a place where a man on the run could find a sympathetic ear, a hot meal, and a fresh horse from someone who held their own grudge against the law at Fort Smith. Watson wasn't just one man against a posse. He was a fugitive plugged into the lawless network that thrived in those hills. The chase stretched on, the days turning into a week. The pursuers grew weary, their supplies dwindling, their frustration mounting. They were hunting in a land of whispers and lies, where the very air seemed to conspire against them. It felt less like a manhunt and more like an exorcism, trying to drive a malevolent spirit out of a haunted land. Every cold night spent by a fire was a reminder that their quarry was out there, just as cold, just as determined, and driven by the most powerful engine of all, the will to survive. The end came not with a roar, but with a quiet click. It wasn't in a desperate firefight on a windswept ridge. The U.S. Marshals, relentless in their pursuit, finally cornered him. Perhaps it was a tip from someone who decided the reward money was worth more than the risk, or perhaps Watson simply made a mistake. They found him holed up, exhausted, hungry, and out of options. There was no final, defiant stand. Faced with the unwavering steel of the law, Edgar Watson surrendered. The hunt in the shadows was over, but the fight for what passed for justice in that wild country was only just beginning. The air in the Fort Smith federal courtroom was thick enough to taste, a stale mix of sweat, wet wool, and cheap tobacco. This was the domain of the hanging judge, Isaac Parker, a place where the law of the United States finally sank its teeth into the wild frontier of the Indian Territory. The trial of Edgar Watson for the murder of Belle Starr was a sensation. The public gallery was packed to the rafters with a curious and volatile mix. Sober-faced townsfolk, hard-eyed riders from the territory who watched everything with unnerving stillness, and a pack of slick reporters from the eastern papers, pencils flying, hungry for every sordid detail. Edgar Watson sat beside his lawyer, a picture of calm defiance. He wasn't a cornered, terrified animal anymore. He was clean-shaven and wore a borrowed suit, and he surveyed the courtroom with an almost imperceptible smirk. He knew the rules of this game better than any lawyer. His innocence or guilt would not be decided by facts, but by fear. He understood the code of the hills, and he was betting his life on it. The prosecution laid out its case, a carefully constructed web of circumstantial evidence. They had the motive. Belle was about to evict him, exposing him as a wanted murderer from Florida. They had the opportunity. He had no solid alibi for the time of the killing. What they didn't have was a single, credible witness. One by one, Bell's neighbors were called to the stand, and one by one, the wall of silence went up. Men who had spoken freely of their suspicions to the marshals now suffered from a crippling loss of memory. Their eyes would shift, their voices would drop to a mumble, their answers becoming a litany of, "I can't rightly say," and it was too dark to see. You can just imagine the prosecutor's mounting frustration as he watched his case dissolve under the silent, powerful gaze Watson directed at each person who took the stand. The most powerful person in that room wasn't the judge. It was the defendant. He held the lives and fears of the witnesses in his hands, and everyone knew it. They were 100 miles from their isolated cabins, but the threat felt as close as the man in the witness box. The jury was out for less than an hour. The law required them to convict beyond a reasonable doubt, and with only whispers and motive, there was doubt everywhere. The foreman stood, cleared his throat, and refused to look at Watson as he read the verdict. Not guilty. A wave of murmurs and gasps swept the room. Edgar Watson simply nodded, as if he had known the outcome all along. He stood up, a free man in the eyes of the law, and walked out of the courthouse into the sunlight. But as he passed through the crowd, a local legend says he came face to face with Bell's daughter, Pearl. Someone asked her then and there who she thought had killed her mother. Pearl, it is said, never took her eyes off Watson as she replied, her voice cold and clear, "I know who killed my mother, and so does Mr. Watson." The court of men had spoken, but out on the courthouse steps, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own chilling verdict. The verdict was a second shotgun blast, this one fired into the heart of Bell's family. For her daughter Pearl, the acquittal of Edgar Watson was an impossible betrayal. The law had failed, and the man she believed was her mother's murderer was now free to walk the same earth. She and her brother Ed were now adrift, the anchor of their chaotic world gone. They stayed at Younger's Bend for a time, trying to hold on to the last piece of their mother's legacy, but the place was haunted. Every shadow in the woods, every creak of the cabin door was a reminder of the murder and the injustice. Eventually, the weight became too much. They drifted away, their lives following a long, sad arc away from the violence of their upbringing, seeking a peace they would never fully find. As for Edgar Watson, he left Fort Smith a free man, but he was a marked man. The court's verdict meant nothing in the territory, where Bell's friends and family held their own silent court. He knew he could never return to his farm, so he fled, becoming a wanderer, drifting from state to state, always looking over his shoulder. He couldn't escape the shadow of the bandit queen. For years, he was a ghost, haunted by the murder he was never convicted of. The law had acquitted him, but the court of public opinion and rumor had found him guilty. His ultimate fate is a matter of legend itself, but many say he met his end years later in another squalid dispute, his life ending as violently as the one he was accused of taking. It was a different kind of justice, slow and patient, but just as final. The community around Younger's Bend tried to forget. Forgetting was a form of self-preservation. To speak of Belle Starr's murder was to stir up ghosts and invite trouble. The story was pushed down, buried under the routines of farming and the passing of seasons. The notorious cabin at Younger's Bend, the outlaw sanctuary, slowly fell into disrepair, its timbers rotting, its stories fading into the landscape. The territory was changing. The old outlaw days were dying, and the people who lived there wanted to look forward, not back. The story became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a wild piece of local folklore. They buried the truth under a conspiracy of silence, not out of malice, but out of a desperate need for peace. But burying a story like that is like burying a seed. It doesn't die. It just waits in the darkness, ready to sprout again when someone comes along and starts digging. The name Starr didn't simply vanish into the red dirt of the territory. It echoed on, carried by her children, whose lives were forever shaped by their mother's violent end. Her son, Ed Reed, continued a life of petty crime, a pale shadow of the outlaws his mother had known until he was killed in a saloon argument. Her daughter, Pearl, took a different path. She tried to escape the legacy, but found that the only way to survive was on the fringes of the very society that had sensationalized her mother's life. She eventually settled in Fort Smith and ran a bordello, becoming a different kind of outlaw queen, one who provided a haven not for gunslingers, but for the lonely and the lost. The most tangible trace of Belle Starr is a lonely patch of ground near the Eufaula Lake in modern-day Oklahoma, not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. There lies her grave. For years it was marked by a headstone said to have been carved by her daughter Pearl, bearing a bell, a star, and a poignant poem. Shed not for her the bitter tear, nor give the heart to vain regret. 'Tis but the casket that lies here, the gem that filled it sparkles yet. It was a daughter's attempt to reclaim the memory of her mother, to see the gem instead of the gun smoke. But even in death, the legend wouldn't let the woman rest. Over the decades, Belle Starr's grave was desecrated, plundered by treasure hunters possessed by the dime novel lies. They came searching for the twin Colt pistols they believed were buried with her, for jewels, for anything to connect them to the myth. In 1930, ghouls stole the headstone itself. Later, they even stole what was believed to be her skull. The woman's story was consumed by her own legend, her final resting place picked apart by the very sensationalism that had created her. Today, the cabin at Younger's Bend has long since rotted back into the earth. The courthouse in Fort Smith has been preserved as a museum, its walls no longer echoing with the whispers of her trial. Most of the people who live on that land now only know her name from a road sign or a local festival. But the land remembers. The wind that whispers through the blackjack oaks still carries the story. Though the people and the buildings are gone, the spirit of that violent, defiant, and tragic life remains, a permanent echo in the soil of Oklahoma. So we come back to that cold, muddy creek, and the question that still hangs in the air like winter mist: who pulled the trigger? The law books will tell you the case is unsolved, the killer never brought to justice. But the truth, as it so often does in those hills, lies in the whispers that the court refused to hear. The real killer was likely not some romantic, spurned outlaw, but a desperate man with a dark secret, ending a squalid dispute with a blast of buckshot. A pathetic, cowardly end to a life that was anything but. But perhaps the greatest lesson from this saga isn't about solving a murder. It's about how a real person, made of flesh, blood, and contradictions, can be consumed by the legend created for her. Belle Starr was not the mastermind, the velvet-clad rider leading gangs into battle. She was a woman forged in the crucible of civil war, a survivor who used her wits and her connections to build a life in a violent world dominated by violent men. She was a haven, a negotiator, a mother, and a formidable enemy. The true tragedy of Belle Starr isn't found in the manner of her death, but in the theft of her life by the myth that outlived her. This is a story of the untamable, often brutal spirit of the American frontier, and of the sensationalist press that turned real people's pain into cheap entertainment. The newspapers and dime novels gave the world a bandit queen, but in doing so, they erased the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, who lived, bled, and died in the mud of the Indian Territory. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Imagine a man standing on the gallows, a crowd of thousands watching his every move. He is not pleading for his life, not trembling in fear. Instead, he calmly inspects the hangman's rope and, finding it lacking, reties the knot himself to ensure a quick death. And then, from under the black hood, his own voice rings out, giving the final terrible command to spring the trap. This wasn't just an execution. It was a legend being born in blood and hemp on a hot Kentucky afternoon in 1895. The man was Bad Tom Smith, the most feared gunman in one of Appalachia's deadliest feuds. But was the man who gave the order to end his own life a truly repentant soul? Or was he the ultimate performer, staging his own death to cheat the devil one last time? Today, we will separate the rumors from the facts and find out what really happened on that fateful day. Before the name Bad Tom Smith was ever whispered in fear, and long before blood stained the creek beds, there was a different Perry County. To understand the storm, you must first know the quiet world it destroyed. This was a land carved by God's own hand and forgotten by nearly everyone else. Life here was measured not by the clock, but by the slow turning of the seasons. Mist hung low in the hollows at dawn, the ring of an axe echoed for miles through the dense woods, and the only law that truly mattered was the one passed down from father to son. The people of these mountains were a stubborn and proud stock, descendants of pioneers who had spilled their own blood to claim this rugged paradise. The Civil War had left scars deeper than any ravine, splitting families and neighbors into Union and Confederate camps, wounds that refused to heal a generation later. A man's loyalty wasn't to some far-off government, but to his kin, to his clan. Justice was a personal affair, and an insult to one's family was a debt that would one day be paid in full. They worked the land, hunted for their meat, and asked for little more than to be left alone. At the center of this world, like a great old oak, stood Colonel Fulton French. A Confederate veteran with a commanding presence, he was the patriarch of the old ways. He controlled the timber, and in doing so, he controlled the livelihoods of hundreds of men. He was a man of immense personal loyalty, respected by his allies and feared by his enemies. To his followers, he was the protector of their traditions, the last bastion against a changing world that they neither understood nor trusted. His word was bond, and his authority was absolute. But a new wind was blowing through the mountains, and its name was Joseph C. Eversole. A sharp-witted lawyer and a Union man, Eversole saw a different future for Perry County. He didn't see an isolated kingdom to be preserved. He saw untapped wealth. He saw the thick seams of black coal sleeping beneath the hills and the endless stands of virgin timber. He was the voice of progress, the man who spoke with railroad agents and northern investors, promising them a fortune and promising his followers jobs, schools, and a modern way of life. For a time, these two forces existed in a state of tense equilibrium. They were like two bull elks circling each other, sizing each other up. The conflict played out not yet with rifles, but in courthouse elections, in land deeds, and in whispered arguments at the general store. The county was slowly, inexorably dividing. You were either a Frenchman or an Eversole man. There was no middle ground. Every handshake, every business deal, every marriage was weighed on this scale. And all the while, the true cause of the coming war was drawing closer. It came in the form of men with strange accents carrying surveying equipment, marking lines on trees that had stood for 1,000 years. It came in the form of legal papers covered in fine print that local farmers couldn't read. The outside world had finally discovered the riches of Appalachia, and it was coming to claim them. Little did they know that the modern world would not just be knocking at their door, it would be kicking it down, and the fire it started would consume them all. The dirt of Perry County held more than just coal and timber. It held generations of memory, and much of that memory was written in blood. The first white settlers to push into these narrow valleys were Revolutionary War veterans, given land grants for their service. They were men who had already fought a king and won, and they carried that fierce independence into the wilderness. The land wasn't bought, it was tamed. It was a birthright earned with an axe, a plow, and a long rifle. A man's deed was often written not in ink, but in the memory of his children, a boundary marked by a certain lightning-scarred oak or a bend in the creek. But the deepest crack in this foundation was blasted open by the Civil War. Kentucky, a border state, was a land of divided hearts, and nowhere was the split more vicious than in these mountains. Brother literally fought against brother. When the war ended, the soldiers returned, But the animosity did not. They went back to ploughing the same fields and walking the same paths, but now they were forever branded. You were either a Reb or a Yankee. Fulton French had been a colonel in the Confederate Army, a leader of men who fought for the Old South. Joseph Eversole, by contrast, was a staunch Unionist, a man who believed in the power and authority of the federal government. The war didn't end at Appomattox for these men, it just went quiet for a while. The French-Eversole War was not a new conflict. It was the Civil War reignited, a smoldering ember fanned into a raging inferno by the winds of greed. The fight over timber and coal was just the surface. Beneath it lay the raw, unhealed wound of that older war, a deep well of bitterness and suspicion that poisoned everything it touched. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy burden, a thing that defined you from the cradle to the grave. It carried a history of pride, duty, and sometimes a legacy of hate. To stand with Fulton French meant you believed in the old ways, in a man's right to settle his own scores without interference from a distant government. It meant your loyalty was to your kin first, your neighbor second, and the law a distant third. To side with Joseph Eversole meant you saw the law as a tool, a way to build a future, and you saw the old clan system as a roadblock to progress. It was a clash not just of men, but of worlds, and the ground had been prepared for it by 100 years of history. Long before the first ambush, the war was fought with whispers. In a place with no newspapers to speak of, and where news traveled by horseback, rumor was a powerful and dangerous weapon. The front porch of the general store, the smoky interior of the blacksmith shop, the churchyard after Sunday service, these were the battlefields. Every land sale, every new hire at the timber mill, every drunken brawl was picked apart and analyzed. Was he one of ours or one of theirs? A simple greeting could be mistaken for a threat, and a cold shoulder could be seen as a declaration of war. Into this poisoned atmosphere stepped the enforcers, the men who turned whispers into action. For Fulton French, that man was Tom Smith. Smith wasn't just a supporter, he was the physical embodiment of French's will. With eyes as cold as a mountain stream in winter and a reputation for being able to shoot the eye out of a squirrel at 100 yards, his presence was enough to intimidate jurors and silence witnesses. He was a walking, breathing threat, the human weapon that kept French's enemies in line. On the other side, Joe Eversole had his own men, often deputized lawmen, who used the color of law to serve their faction's interests. The county sheriff himself, a man beholden to Eversole, became a piece on the chessboard, his badge used to harass French's allies and protect Eversole's. The tension had already boiled over in smaller, uglier ways. Just a year before the killing started in earnest, there had been a bitter election for county judge. It was a contest of threats and bribes, not policies. Men loyal to French stood outside polling places, their rifles held casually but with clear intent. Votes were bought with moonshine and promises of work. When the Eversole-backed candidate won by a narrow margin, the French faction declared it stolen. A fistfight on the courthouse steps escalated until pistols were drawn, and only the intervention of cooler heads prevented a massacre right then and there. The incident was smoothed over, but the wound festered. This climate turned everyday disagreements into deadly feuds. A dispute over a line fence between two farmers became a proxy war for the entire county. One farmer was a Frenchman, the other an Eversole man. Soon, the rumor spread that one had deliberately poisoned the other's livestock. Then came the story of a barn being set on fire in the dead of night. There was no proof, only suspicion. But in the paranoid hollows of Perry County, suspicion was as good as a conviction. Friends stopped speaking, families split, and the entire community began to look at their neighbors not as people they'd known their whole lives, but as potential enemies in a war that everyone felt was coming. In the months leading up to the first killing, a deep sense of dread settled over the county. a feeling as thick and suffocating as the summer fog. The old folks, the ones who could still read the signs in the woods and the sky, saw the omens everywhere. A hoot owl, a creature of the night, was heard crying in the broad daylight from a dead chestnut tree, a sure sign that a death was coming to the hollow. The women whispered of dreams of muddy water and of snakes coiled in their path. The mountains themselves seemed to be holding their breath, the familiar sounds of the forest replaced by an unnatural quiet, as if all of creation was waiting for the first crack of a rifle. The human omens soon followed. Strangers began to appear in Hazard, men in city clothes with hard eyes who looked as out of place as a preacher in a saloon. They were hired guns, detectives from the Pinkerton Agency, brought in by Eversole's faction to protect their business interests and intimidate their rivals. They didn't operate by the Mountain Code of Honor. They operated for cash. They carried new, repeating rifles and spoke in cold, clipped tones. Their arrival was a clear signal. This was no longer a local dispute. The power of outside money and industry had now thrown its weight into the fight, and it had brought its own professional killers. This changing tide was felt most deeply by the women. They saw it in the faces of their husbands and sons. They saw the way their men would stop talking when they entered a room. They noticed the extra care being taken to clean a rifle that was already spotless, the quiet stockpiling of ammunition. There was a new tension in the air, a grim purposefulness that had replaced the old simmering anger. A premonition of dread, cold and sharp as a knife's edge, ran through every household. The time for threats and posturing was over. The omens had all been given. The only thing left was for the first shot to be fired. The simmering hatred finally boiled over in the summer of 1887. The spark that lit the fuse was not a land dispute or a drunken brawl, but a calculated public assassination designed to cripple the Eversole faction at its heart. The target was Nicholas Goose Combs, the Perry County Circuit Court clerk and a key lieutenant, as well as a kinsman to Joe Eversole. Combs was the man who controlled the official paperwork, the legal machinery of the county. Killing him wasn't just murder, it was an act of political terrorism. It happened in broad daylight, right on the courthouse square in Hazard. As Combs left the building, a volley of rifle fire erupted from a nearby building. Men from the French faction had laid in wait, turning the seat of county justice into a killing ground. Combs was hit multiple times, falling to the dusty street as townspeople ran for cover in a panic. The assassins made no attempt to hide their faces. This was a message delivered in smoke and lead for all to see. They were declaring that Eversole's legal authority was meaningless, and that the only law that mattered now grew from the barrel of a gun. When the news reached Joe Eversole, any hope for a peaceful resolution died with his kinsman. The grief was immediate, but it quickly hardened into a cold, diamond-hard resolve. This was a direct challenge to his power, his family, and his life. To let it go unanswered would be a sign of weakness that would finish him in the mountains. He would not back down. He would meet fire with fire, blood with blood. The law had failed to protect his man. Now he would rely on his own form of justice. The county fractured overnight. Warrants were issued for the known assassins, but they were worthless pieces of paper. The killers simply melted back into the hollows, protected by Fulton French and his clan. Men who had once gone to town with only a pocket knife now openly carried Winchester rifles. The roads became unsafe, travel between hollows a dangerous gamble. Neighbors who had shared corn liquor now stared at each other over rifle sights. The time for whispers was over. The first drops of blood had been spilled on the courthouse steps, and it was a promise of the river that was to come. A line had been crossed from which there was no retreat. From that moment on, the war was open and declared. The ancient mountain code had taken over completely. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. And Joe Eversole now had a debt to collect. For over a year, the war raged, a series of brutal skirmishes and back-alley assassinations. Joe Eversole, now a hunted man, rarely traveled without a contingent of armed guards. But in the mountains, no man is ever truly safe. On May the 4th, 1888, Eversole made a fateful journey, riding with several of his men along a narrow trail that snaked beside a creek. It was a place where the rhododendron grew so thick it could swallow a man whole, a place perfectly designed for an ambush. The sun was warm, the birds were singing, and for a fleeting moment, it might have felt like peace. But shadows were watching from the ridge above. Without warning, the quiet afternoon exploded in a symphony of death. A single heavy rifle crack echoed from the hillside, sharp and final. Eversole's horse reared violently as its rider was jolted backward in the saddle, his body suddenly limp. Before his guards could even process what had happened, a second volley of gunfire tore through their ranks. It was a perfectly executed trap. The assassins were invisible, hidden behind rocks and trees, firing down into the trail with murderous precision. The air, once filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, now tasted of gunpowder and finality. One of Eversole's men, a man named Allen, saw his leader pitch forward and fall from his horse, landing in the shallow waters of the creek. The fight was over before it had even begun. The surviving guards returned a panicked, useless fire into the dense woods, their bullets thudding harmlessly into tree trunks. They were firing at ghosts. The men on the ridge held their fire, their work done. They had struck the head of the snake. Joe Eversole, the lawyer, the politician, the man who dreamed of a new Appalachia, lay still in the very land he had fought so hard to control. Among the shadows on that ridge, one man's name would be whispered above all others. While many rifles had fired, the first shot, the one that found its mark with such deadly accuracy, was said to have come from the Winchester of Tom Smith. He was not just a participant. He was the tip of the spear, the instrument of Fulton French's vengeance. He had become the living embodiment of the feud's brutality, a man whose name was now synonymous with death itself. The most chilling image from that day was not one of violence, but of its aftermath. When the gun smoke cleared and the assassins had melted back into the wilderness, all that remained was the unnatural silence. A riderless horse, eyes wide with terror, galloped back towards Hazard, its empty saddle telling the entire story. The surviving guards, stunned and broken, gathered what was left of their leader and began the slow, grim journey back to town, carrying the news that would plunge the entire county into a new level of darkness. The word spread like a fever. They got Joe. Eversole is dead. The news traveled from cabin to cabin, a shockwave of fear and grim satisfaction. For the Eversole faction, it was a devastating blow, a loss that seemed to signal the end of their cause. For the French faction, it was a triumphant victory, a reassertion of the old mountain law. But for the state of Kentucky, it was the final straw. This was no longer a local feud. It was an open insurrection. The assassination of a prominent political figure in broad daylight could not be ignored. The governor called out the state militia, and the full weight of the law began its slow, grinding turn towards Perry County. And at the top of their list of wanted men, circled in red, was the name of the man who they believed had pulled the trigger: Bad Tom Smith. To understand what went through Tom Smith's mind as he lay on that ridge, you must first throw away every modern notion of law and justice. In his world, Joe Eversole was not a fellow citizen with a different political opinion. He was a foreign invader. Eversole was the face of the slick-talking lawyers who used indecipherable documents to steal land from men who could only sign their name with an X. He was the agent of the coal companies that would tear the tops off their sacred mountains and turn their clean creeks black with slag. In the twisted logic of the feud, killing Joe Eversole wasn't murder. It was an act of war, the righteous removal of a mortal threat to his entire way of life. The switch didn't flip for Tom Smith in a moment of white-hot rage. It had been flipped years ago when he pledged his rifle and his life to Fulton French. He was a soldier, and French was his general. His internal monologue wasn't one of hatred, but of cold, grim duty. As he watched Eversole ride into the kill zone, there was no emotional storm. There was only the calm, practiced focus of a master hunter. The wind, the distance, the lead on a moving target, these were the things that occupied his mind. He was an instrument of the clan's will, and in that moment, as he slowly squeezed the trigger, he felt a sense of profound purpose. He was correcting an imbalance, restoring the natural order of the mountains with a single, perfectly placed shot. After the deed was done, there was no rush of guilt, no haunting remorse. There was only the metallic taste of triumph. He had done his job. He had proven his loyalty. He had removed the enemy. For a fleeting moment, lying there in the woods as the echoes of the rifles faded, he might have felt a deep, chilling satisfaction. But that feeling would have been quickly replaced by something else, the cold, pragmatic reality of survival. He was now the most wanted man in Kentucky. His old life was over. He was a ghost, a phantom who would have to live in the deepest shadows of the mountains he had just fought to defend. The satisfaction of the kill was gone, replaced by the grim calculation of the hunted. And that, in its own way, is the most terrifying thing of all, not a man who kills in a fit of passion, but one who does so as a matter of principle, and then calmly deals with the consequences. When the body of Joe Eversole was carried back into Hazard, laid across a horse like a freshly killed deer, a deathly quiet fell over the town. There were no cries of outrage, no shouts for vengeance, just a deep, collective intake of breath. It was the silence of shock, the silence of a people who knew that a final line had been crossed and that the world they had known was gone forever. The gaping wound in Eversole's body was a wound in the heart of the community itself, a tear in the fabric of their lives that could never be mended. For the surviving members of the Eversole faction, grief was a luxury they could not afford. Their leader was gone, but their fight was not. His death did not break them. It forged them into something harder and more ruthless. Vengeance became their new creed. They no longer spoke of progress or the law. They spoke of blood for blood. They organized, armed themselves, and began their own patrols, their eyes burning with a cold fire. They were no longer just a political faction. They were a hunting party, and they had only one prey in mind. But their prey was a ghost. In the immediate aftermath of the ambush, Tom Smith vanished. The mountains that had been his cradle and his home now became his sanctuary. He knew every hidden path, every forgotten cave, every dense thicket where a man could disappear. He moved like a shadow through the deep woods, supported by a network of French loyalists who saw him not as a murderer, but as a hero. They left food for him under designated rocks, passed whispered messages through their children, and met any questions from outsiders with a blank stare and a shrug. Tom Smith was everywhere and nowhere, his legend growing with every failed attempt to find him. The news of Eversole's assassination reached the state capital in Frankfurt like a thunderclap. The governor, tired of the endless headlines about the dark and bloody ground, had finally had enough. This was no longer a county matter. It was an act of open rebellion against the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He called up the state militia. Within weeks, men in crisp blue uniforms, armed with modern rifles and the full authority of the state, arrived in Hazard. They were an occupying army, outsiders who understood nothing of the tangled web of kinship and loyalty that defined the mountains. They were there with a single purpose: to crush the feud and capture the man who symbolized its savagery. The official hunt began. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Tom Smith for the murder of Joe Eversole. His name and description were printed on wanted posters, promising a substantial reward for his capture, dead or alive. These posters were nailed to courthouse doors, general store walls, and any tree big enough to hold one. A price was put on his head, turning loyalty into a commodity and friendship into a potential betrayal. The manhunt wasn't just a legal procedure. It was a declaration of war by the state against the old mountain code, and Bad Tom Smith was now the most famous outlaw in Kentucky. The murder of Joe Eversole was like a boulder dropped into a still pond, and the ripples of fear and hatred spread to every corner of Perry County. The community didn't just fracture, it shattered. The general store, once a place for idle gossip and checker games, became a tense, silent space where men from opposing factions would stand on opposite sides of the room, their hands never straying far from the pistols tucked in their belts. Even the church, the one place that was supposed to unite them, was split down the middle. Families who had worshipped together for generations now sat on opposite sides of the aisle, praying to the same God for the destruction of their neighbors. When the state militia arrived, they expected to find a populace eager for justice. Instead, they hit a wall of silence, a conspiracy of fear as solid and impenetrable as the mountains themselves. These lawmen were outsiders, foreigners, and the mountain people closed ranks against them. Men who had surely seen Tom Smith and the other assassins heading towards the creek that day suddenly developed convenient lapses of memory. Farmers who knew the secret paths through the woods would give the soldiers intentionally bad directions, sending them on useless chases into impassable thickets. This silence wasn't born of loyalty alone. It was cultivated by terror. Everyone knew the reach of Fulton French and his clan. To be seen talking to a militiaman was to mark yourself as a traitor. It meant risking your hay barn being burned in the dead of night, your livestock being found dead in the field, or worse. The fear was a physical presence, a cold knot in the stomach of every man and woman who knew a piece of the truth but was too terrified to speak it. They were caught between the distant threat of the law and the immediate personal threat of their neighbors. Yet, even in this poisoned atmosphere, there were small, quiet acts of courage. A widow, whose husband had been an Eversole man, would leave a jar of milk on the porch of a neighbor she knew was hiding one of the fugitives, an unspoken plea for peace. A doctor, under the cover of darkness, would tend to a wounded man from the wrong side, honoring his oath over the demands of the feud. But for every act of courage, there was an act of cowardice. A man would provide a false alibi for one of the killers, lying under oath to settle an old debt or save his own skin. The feud forced everyone to make a choice, and in doing so, it revealed the true character that lay hidden beneath the surface of their ordinary lives. The hunt for Bad Tom Smith was not a single, organized posse. It was a three-headed beast. First, there were the state militia, disciplined but clumsy. Outsiders who stuck to the main roads and were easily led astray by false trails. Then came the private detectives, the Pinkertons, hired by what was left of Eversole's allies. They were professionals, cold and methodical, who operated with money and informants. But the most dangerous hunters were the third group, the kinsmen of Joe Eversole, mountain men themselves, their hearts fueled by a white-hot need for vengeance. They didn't need a map. The terrain was etched into their bones, and they weren't hunting a criminal. They were hunting the man who had murdered their own. For years, this relentless pursuit played out across the rugged face of eastern Kentucky. It was a grueling, frustrating war against a phantom. The mountains, which had always been Tom's home, now became his fortress. He was a master of their secrets. He could live for weeks on what he could carry in a satchel and kill with his rifle. He slept in rock shelters, where panthers once denned and drank from springs known only to the oldest hunters. The search parties would find his trail, follow it for days through sucking mud and impenetrable laurel thickets they called laurel hells, only to find a still warm campfire and the faint scent of wood smoke on the wind. He was always one step ahead. The chase wore down the hunters as much as the hunted. They were city men in a primal world, plagued by copperheads, sudden freezing rains, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every snap of a twig sounded like the cocking of a rifle. Tom Smith became larger than life, a boogeyman the militia whispered about around their fires. Stories spread that he could appear and disappear at will, that the woods themselves were protecting him. In truth, It was the people who were protecting him, the silent, tight-lipped clan who would rather die than betray their own. But time, like water, wears away even the hardest stone. The reward money grew larger, a tempting fortune in a land of desperate poverty. The constant pressure from the state wore down the French faction's resolve. After nearly 7 years on the run, the wall of silence finally cracked. A tip, bought and paid for with state money, led a posse of lawmen to a remote cabin deep in the hills of neighboring Breathitt County. They surrounded the cabin at dawn, rifles ready, expecting a bloody shootout, a final blaze of glory for the legendary gunman. The sheriff called out his name, his voice echoing in the morning stillness. There was a long, tense silence. But instead of a hail of bullets, the cabin door creaked open. A man stepped out onto the porch, blinking in the new light. He was gaunt and bearded, his clothes worn to rags. The fire was gone from his eyes, replaced by a deep, profound weariness. It was Bad Tom Smith, but he was a shadow of the fearsome enforcer they had hunted for so long. He held no rifle, only a strange look of resignation. The hunt was over, not with a bang, but with the quiet click of handcuffs around wrists that no longer had the strength to resist. The trial of Bad Tom Smith in the spring of 1895 was a spectacle. The town of Hazard swelled with people, a volatile mix of the curious, the vengeful, and the fearful. Armed guards from the state militia were posted on the rooftops surrounding the courthouse, their rifles glinting in the sun, a clear warning that any attempt at a rescue or an assassination would be met with overwhelming force. Inside the stuffy courtroom, the air was thick with tension. On one side sat the prosecutors, lawyers from Frankfurt, who saw this as a chance to finally tame the wild mountains. On the other, Tom Smith sat quietly, flanked by his court-appointed attorney, looking more like a tired farmer than a notorious killer. The prosecution built its case with eyewitnesses who had, for 7 years, been too terrified to speak. One by one, men who had been with Eversole that day took the stand, their voices sometimes trembling, and pointed a finger at Tom Smith. They told of the ambush, the crack of the rifles, the fall of their leader. But the defense lawyers were cunning. They attacked the credibility of the witnesses, painting them as biased members of the Eversole faction with their own scores to settle. They argued that in the chaos of the ambush, no one could have possibly identified a single shooter hidden on a wooded ridge 100 yards away. The most damning testimony came from within the French faction itself. Men who had once been Smith's comrades, now facing their own charges or tempted by offers of immunity, took the stand against him. They testified that Smith had bragged about the killing, that he had described it in detail, claiming the first and fatal shot as his own. As they spoke, Smith watched them with a look that was not of anger, but of a quiet, weary contempt. It was the look of a man who understood the final, bitter truth of the mountain code. Loyalty lasts only as long as it is convenient. Throughout the trial, Tom Smith himself remained a silent, stoic figure. He never took the stand in his own defense. He watched the proceedings with a detached calm, as if he were observing a play in which he was merely an actor. There was no defiance, no remorse, just a profound and unsettling acceptance of his fate. It was as if he knew, long before the jury did, how this story had to end. After days of testimony, the jury, a group of men carefully selected from a neighboring county to avoid bias, filed out. They returned in less than an hour. The foreman stood, cleared his throat, and in a voice that barely rose above a whisper, pronounced the single word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the courtroom, gasps of relief from Eversole's kinsmen, quiet curses from French's. The judge, his face grim, sentenced Bad Tom Smith to be hanged by the neck until dead. There was no outcry, no appeal. This wasn't the justice of the mountains, settled with a rifle. This was the cold, impersonal justice of the state. And it was final. The feud had claimed its last, most famous victim. The hanging of Tom Smith was meant to be an ending, a final full stop on a bloody chapter of Kentucky history. But for the people of Perry County, it was more like a cauterized wound. The bleeding had stopped, but the scar ran deep and ugly. The great French Eversole War was over. The state had won. Yet there was no celebration, no sense of victory, only a profound and unsettling exhaustion. The cost had been too high. For the surviving members of the Eversole clan, justice was a bitter pill. Their enemy's most fearsome soldier was dead, but it couldn't bring back their leader. They had won the war, but lost the peace. Many of them, having looked into the abyss of mountain violence, wanted nothing more to do with it. They had seen what the old ways led to. In the years following the trial, many sold their land and timber rights to the very coal companies Joe Eversole had championed, taking the money and leaving the mountains forever. They scattered to Ohio, to Indiana, to the west, anywhere they could escape the ghosts that haunted every creek and hollow. And what of the mastermind, Colonel Fulton French? He was never convicted for his role in the war. The law couldn't touch him. But he faced a different kind of justice, a slower and perhaps more fitting punishment. The execution of Tom Smith was a public spectacle of his defeat. His power, which had been absolute, was broken. Men no longer feared him because the state had proven it was the bigger, stronger beast. As the coal companies moved in with their railroads and their armies of lawyers, French's old-world influence crumbled. He died years later, not a revered patriarch, but a relic, a bitter old man who had watched the world he fought to preserve be bought, sold, and carved up by the forces of progress he had so despised. It was his curse to live powerless in the ruins of his own kingdom. The community, as a whole, tried to heal itself by deliberately forgetting. The feud became the great, unspoken trauma. It was too painful, too shameful to talk about openly. Parents stopped telling their children the full, brutal story, wanting to spare them the poison of that inherited hate. The tale of bad Tom Smith and the war he fought in was pushed into the shadows, becoming the stuff of whispers and warnings rather than history. Perry County desperately wanted a new identity. It wanted to be known for its coal, its timber, its hard-working people, anything but the dark and bloody ground where brother had slaughtered brother. A thick blanket of collective silence was pulled over the past, but under it, the memory lay restless and unquiet. Walk through Perry County today, and you will still find the old names. There are Frenches and Eversoles and Smiths living in these hills, their mailboxes standing on the same roads their ancestors bled on. But the feud is a ghost story now, a grandparent's tale told on a cold winter night. The great-grandchildren of mortal enemies are now neighbors, friends, sometimes even husband and wife. The blood hatred has been diluted by time, washed away by a conscious collective decision to break the cycle. They chose peace, and in doing so, they gave their children a future that was not defined by the graves of the past. The physical traces of that war are harder to find, but they are there if you know where to look. There is no monument, no plaque marking the spot where Joe Eversole was ambushed. But drive along the Kentucky River in Hazard, and you will find a quiet, unassuming field. Today, it might be a place where kids play baseball or families have picnics, but the older folks still know it by another name, Hangman's Hollow. The gallows are long gone, rotted back into the earth, but the name remains, a permanent scar on the landscape, a whisper of the day that thousands gathered to watch a man die. In an old cemetery overlooking the town, you can find the final resting place of Tom Smith. There is no grand tombstone, no epic inscription detailing his infamous life or his dramatic death. His grave is simple, almost anonymous, the resting place of a man, not a monster or a legend. It's a quiet, humble end for a life that was anything but. But the real echo of this story isn't found in stone or on a map.
It's in the folklore, in the very air of the mountains. The official histories may gather dust in the courthouse basement, but the story of Bad Tom Smith is still alive. It's told by old men on their front porches, a warning about the poison of hatred. And some say, on a dark, moonless night in Hangman's Hollow, if you listen closely when the wind is just right, you can still hear a voice boom out from the darkness, clear and unwavering, giving its own final command. For though people may try to forget, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hangs over this whole story, a question that lingers in the air like the smoke from that final fatal shot on the ridge. Was the good Tom Smith who stood on the gallows a genuinely repentant soul who had made his peace with God? Or was he the ultimate outlaw, the final act of Bad Tom, a master performer who seized control of his own execution to rob the state of its victory and ensure his name would pass into legend on his own terms? The historical record is silent on this. The truth of it went with him into the dark. It's a mystery locked forever in the heart of a man who lived and died by a code the modern world will never fully understand. But in the end, the state of Tom Smith's soul is not the most important lesson of this story. His life and death are a monument to a bloody and bygone era. This is a story of how the poison of old hatreds, stirred by the coming of industrial greed, can turn a land of breathtaking beauty into a killing ground. It's a testament to the destructive power of blind loyalty, where allegiance to a clan becomes more sacred than the life of a neighbor. But it is also a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit, a spirit that values honor above life and that can face death not with a plea, but with a command. The great feud is long over. The rifles are silent, and the graves are covered with moss. But the story serves as a permanent warning carved into the memory of these mountains. A warning that the line between neighbor and enemy, between law and vengeance, is perilously thin. It reminds us that the blood of the past never truly washes away. It just sinks into the soil, waiting for a new conflict to bring it to the surface once more. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story.